I'm trying to help you.
I'll take a look at the files you've uploaded to see what you're working with. I'll write this 20,000-word thriller story for you based on the source material, following all the specifications, starting round 1 now, to 10,500 words. There are places in America where things don't follow the rules, where the trees grow too dense, where fog doesn't lift when the sun comes up, where sounds echo wrong, and wildlife goes quiet for no damn reason. Marcus Thompson didn't believe in any of that supernatural stuff. Past tense, didn't. Because what happened in the Cascade Range of Oregon turned a skeptic into, well, you'll see. Look, I know what you're thinking. Another Bigfoot story, right? Some guy claims he saw something in the woods. Probably just a bear. Probably drunk. Definitely lying. But here's the thing. Marcus wasn't some amateur cryptid hunter with a shaky camera. He was a 43-year-old woodworker who'd lived alone in those mountains for 8 years. The man knew the difference between a black bear and something else, and what he documented in his journal. It's the kind of thing that makes your skin crawl even when you're reading it in broad daylight. This story starts with blood, wire, and trust, where trust shouldn't exist. It ends with a small town learning that some secrets are kept, not because they're unbelievable, but because they're too real, and somewhere in between. A man who'd stopped living found a reason to breathe again, and a creature the world calls a monster proved to be more human than most of us will ever be. Before we dive in, if you're into stories that blur the line between what's possible and what's terrifying, hit that subscribe button. We dig into cases like this every week. Real accounts, strange encounters, the kind of stuff that makes you check your locks twice before bed, and drop a comment telling me where you're watching from. Because after you hear this, you're going to want to know if the Cascade Range is anywhere near you. Now, let me back up and tell you exactly how a grieving woodworker ended up forming a bond with something that shouldn't exist. Because this changes everything you think you know about what's out there in those deep, dark woods. The spring fog had settled thick over the ridges, the kind that felt like breathing through wet cloth. It was early, too early for birds or logging trucks, or the distant whine of chainsaws from the mill operations downslope. Just fog and silence layered over the soaked earth like a wool blanket nobody asked for. Marcus Thompson's old Ford pickup groaned as it climbed the gravel incline behind his property line, tires pushing through soft ruts, left by rain overnight. He cut the engine. The sudden quiet was startling, you know. Only the tick of cooling metal and the slow drip of water from the truck's rusted undercarriage. He exhaled, watching his breath roll across the windshield, fading into nothing. Then came another sound. Not wind, not a bird. Something low, strained, that metal-on-flesh kind of sound that makes your stomach drop. It came again, closer this time. Wet, heavy, wounded. Marcus's hand hovered at the ignition, but didn't turn it. Something old in his body, the kind of instinct, shaped by grief rather than fear, told him to wait, to listen. He'd learned to trust silence in the years since his son died. Silence didn't lie. Silence didn't promise things would be okay. It just was. He opened the door. The cold hit first, then the smell. Wet earth, iron, bark torn from trees. He stepped out, boots sinking slightly in mud, and reached behind the seat for his flashlight, the old yellow one with the cracked casing that barely held a charge anymore. The noise came again, layered now with something else. A breath, ragged and wrong. There was an opening in the fence line up ahead where the storm had bent the wire down. Marcus stepped over twisted steel, careful not to snag his jeans. The flashlight shook a little in his grip, not from fear, not entirely, but from cold and from memory. Another morning like this one, years ago, when he'd walked into the woods searching for his boy and come out with nothing but unanswered questions. He moved slow, the beam scanning between bare Douglas firs, slick grass, overturned stones. A broken trail of crushed vegetation led toward the far side of the clearing. That's where he found it. First, just the shape. Too large to be a man, too upright to be a bear. Covered in mud so thick, it looked like another hill rising from the pasture, until it shifted and the light caught its eyes. Amber, wet with blood and reflection, staring back at him. Not wild, not exactly tame either, just waiting. Thing is, Marcus had seen a lot of wildlife in these mountains. Elk, black bears, mountain lions, hell, even wolves that weren't supposed to be this far south. But this was different. The proportions were all wrong. Shoulders too broad, arms too long, face too flat and too aware. A snarl of barbed wire wrapped around the creature's massive shoulder, digging deep where muscle and dark fur met skin. Its chest rose and fell in broken rhythm, each breath rattling like wind through sheet metal. Marcus didn't move for a long time, not forward, not back. The light in his hand dimmed, flickered, then steadied again. What the hell was he looking at? He knelt slowly, hands visible, palms down. The creature flinched at first, but didn't lash out, just trembled, just breathed. And Marcus realized something that made his throat tight. It was terrified, not of him necessarily, but of dying, of being trapped, of hurting, and not understanding why. A pair of headlights swept across the distant ridge, probably Sheriff Williams doing his nightly patrol loop, taillights disappearing behind the curve. Marcus lowered his head instinctively, keeping himself between the beam and the clearing until the red glow vanished into fog. He turned back to the creature. "It's all right," he whispered, barely moving his lips. "I'm not going to hurt you." It didn't answer, but something in the way its shoulders dropped, the way its jaw unclenched just slightly, told Marcus it understood. Not the words, maybe, but the intent behind them. The fog thickened again, folding them both into it like a closing hand. And somewhere in that silence, a boundary crossed itself and disappeared. Marcus came back the next morning. Hell, he hadn't really planned to. There were jobs to finish, bills to pay, repairs on the cabin that wouldn't fix themselves. But his hands had reached for wire cutters anyway. The old denim jacket, a tin of biscuits that Sarah Martinez had left on his porch the night before with a note saying only, "You looked thin." The creature was still there, slumped lower now, as if the night had been heavier than it could carry. The wire had cut deep, rusted barbs slick with blood and earth and time. Marcus crouched close, not too close, but near enough to feel heat coming off its body. It smelled like damp moss and sweat and metal. He studied the pattern of the tangles. Each loop had tightened with movement, with struggle. Each cut would be a silent lesson in pain. He worked slowly, one strand at a time, click of cutters, recoil in his palms. With each snip, the creature winced, but only barely. Its eyes would close when he moved in, like it was letting him take something out, letting him undo the thing that bound them both. When the last strand fell, the creature collapsed forward into mud. Marcus startled, instinctively catching its shoulder with both hands. It was warm, so warm. He pulled the denim jacket over its back, shielding exposed skin from the breeze rising over the ridge. Above them, a crow cawed sharply and flew off. "You're free now," Marcus muttered, though the words felt heavier than they should have. He hadn't meant it as a promise, but it felt like one anyway. For a week, there was nothing, just the usual. Creak of the porch swing. Radio static from Sarah's veterinary station on shortwave. The sigh of wind through uncut grass. Then one night, something struck the back door. Not hard, not violent, just enough to wake Marcus and rattle the hinges. He grabbed the oil lamp, lit it with shaking fingers, and stepped onto the porch. It was lying just beyond the firewood stack, mud dried in cracked layers across its fur, blood caked where wounds hadn't yet healed. It had come back. Marcus stood frozen at the threshold, every instinct screaming at him to turn around, to bolt the door, to let the mountain take what belonged to it. But then it groaned, not like a beast, like something hurting, like something that remembered him. He fetched the old blanket, and the last of the corn cakes. Didn't speak, just placed them down, sat nearby, and waited. At dawn, he called Sarah. When she arrived in her beat-up Subaru, she didn't scream, didn't run. She just stared, then said softly, "If it came back to you, Marcus, it means it trusts you." They worked together. Sarah with her gauze and iodine, Marcus with his arms bracing the creature's weight. When she stitched the largest wound, it groaned but didn't flinch. Its eyes met hers, tired but steady. It knew they were helping. Later, long after the moon had crested and dipped low again, Madison Walker appeared at the porch with a brown bottle in hand. She placed it on the steps without a word, just a nod. She was Klamath, one of the few tribal families still living near Bend, and she'd grown up with stories about the forest that most folks dismissed as legends. "You gonna tell anyone?" Marcus asked quietly. Madison looked at him, then at the creature barely visible in the shadows. "Would they believe you?" "No, then there's nothing to tell." She turned to leave, then paused. "My grandmother used to say they were here first. Before roads, before towns, before we named things and pretended we understood them. If one trusts you enough to let you help, that's sacred. Don't screw it up." And she left. Days turned into weeks. The creature healed slowly. Marcus found himself checking on it the way he'd once checked on his son. A glance through the window, a listen for movement, a worry that gnawed at him when things got too quiet. The creature began moving around the property. Never far, never threatening, just present. Sometimes Marcus would wake up and find firewood stacked neatly on the porch, sorted by size, arranged with care he'd never managed himself. Other times, tools he'd left scattered would be gathered in a pile, wrapped in his old jacket like an offering. Thing is, people in Bend weren't stupid. Small towns never are. They notice when someone's routine changes, when the recluse who barely came to town starts buying extra food, when his dog stops barking at night but doesn't seem scared. Travis King noticed. Travis was the kind of man who believed the world made sense if you just followed the right rules. He preached at First Baptist every Sunday, coached Little League every summer, and ran the town watch program every damn year like clockwork. He was also the kind of man who thought fear and faith were the same thing, and both could be weaponized. He started asking questions. "Marcus been acting strange to you?" he'd say at the general store, loud enough for others to hear. "Saw lights on his property after midnight," he'd mention at the diner, stirring his coffee slower than necessary. "You think he's okay up there, all alone?" Man can lose himself in grief, you know. It was concern wrapped in suspicion, wrapped in righteousness, and it spread through Bend like wildfire through dry timber. The first real confrontation happened on a Thursday. Marcus had come into town for supplies, basic stuff, nothing unusual, when Travis cornered him in the hardware store parking lot. Two other men stood nearby. Jake Wilson, who worked at the lumber mill, Connor Davis, who owned the gun shop on Main Street. Both had that look men get when they think they're doing the right thing but haven't thought too hard about what right actually means. "Marcus." Travis's voice was friendly, but his eyes weren't. "Been meaning to talk to you." "About what?" "About what you got living on your property." Marcus's stomach dropped, but he kept his face neutral. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Sure you don't." Travis stepped closer. "Look, I get it. You've been alone a long time, since your boy died. Grief does things to a man, makes him see things that aren't there, makes him do things that don't make sense." "I'm fine, Travis. Are you?" Travis gestured to Jake and Connor. "Because folks are worried, seeing lights, hearing sounds. Madison Walker won't talk, but we know she's been going up there. And Sarah Martinez. She's been buying medical supplies she's got no business needing for a vet clinic. What do you want, Travis?" "I want to help you. We all do. Let us come up to your place, take a look around, make sure everything's okay. That's all. Just neighbors looking out for each other." What Travis was really saying was, "We think you're hiding something, and we're going to find it whether you like it or not. Marcus looked at the three of them. Good men, probably. Men who paid their taxes and helped their neighbors and went to church every Sunday. But also men who'd hunt something down just because they didn't understand it. Men who'd shoot first and feel bad about it later, but not bad enough to lose sleep. Stay off my property, Travis. That's not very Christian, Marcus. Neither is what you're planning. Marcus climbed into his truck, hands steadier than he felt. I mean it. Stay away. He drove off, but he could see them in his rearview mirror, talking, planning, deciding, and he damn well knew that they wouldn't listen. That night, Marcus sat on his porch with Sarah, both of them nursing beers that had gone warm in their hands. They're going to come, Sarah said quietly. You know that, right? I know. What are you going to do? Marcus was quiet for a long time, watching the tree line where he knew the creature was somewhere out there, watching back. I don't know. What am I supposed to do? Turn it in? Let them shoot it? Put it in a cage so people can gawk at it on the news? It's not human, Marcus. Neither were a lot of things I loved. He took a long drink. My son wasn't perfect. Hell, he was barely passing school, got in fights, talked back more than he listened. But he was mine. And when he died, everyone said the same bullshit. He's in a better place. God needed another angel, as if that made it hurt less. As if giving it meaning made it matter. This is different. Is it? Because from where I'm sitting, this town is about to kill something because they're scared of it, because it doesn't fit in their neat little boxes. And I'm supposed to just let that happen because... What? Because it's not human enough to deserve kindness? Sarah didn't have an answer for that. In the distance, an owl called. Another answered. And somewhere between those sounds, Marcus heard movement. Quiet, deliberate, aware. The creature was listening. 3 days later, Travis King organized a community safety patrol. That's what he called it, anyway. In reality, it was 6 men with rifles and spotlights heading up to Marcus's property under the guise of checking on their neighbor. Sheriff Williams had given them the okay, not officially, of course, but the kind of okay where he turns his head and pretends not to see what's happening. Marcus saw them coming from a mile away. He stood on his porch, unarmed but not alone. Madison was there, sitting on the railing, arms crossed. Sarah was inside, watching through the window, and somewhere in the shadows, the creature waited. Travis's truck rolled to a stop about 30 feet from the cabin. The men climbed out slowly, rifles held low but ready. It was just past sunset, that weird purple-gray time when the world looks painted instead of real. Marcus, Travis called out, friendly as ever. We talked about this. We're here to help. By coming onto my property with guns? For safety. You understand. Safety for who? Travis. The preacher smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. For everyone. See, thing is, we've been getting reports. Strange sounds, broken fences, livestock acting spooked. Now, I'm not saying you're responsible, but something on your land is causing problems. And we have a responsibility to this community to check it out. You have a warrant? Don't need one. Sheriff gave us permission to perform a wellness check. That was bullshit, and they both knew it. But legal gray areas were Travis's specialty. Marcus felt his heart pounding, that familiar mix of anger and fear he hadn't felt since his son died. Back then, he'd been powerless, unable to stop what was coming, unable to protect what mattered. But now was different. You're not coming up here, Marcus said, voice steady. This is private property. You're trespassing. Leave. Or what? Connor Davis stepped forward, rifle rising just slightly. You gonna stop us, old man? I might. The voice came from the tree line. Jake Wilson spun toward it, flashlight beam cutting through darkness. Who the hell's that? That's me. Madison walked out of the shadows, casual as anything. And if you boys are planning on trespassing, I should probably mention that Marcus's property line extends 50 feet past that oak tree you're standing under, which means you're already breaking the law. This doesn't concern you, Madison. It concerns me when 6 armed men show up at my friend's place looking for trouble. She pulled out her phone. Already called my uncle. He's a lawyer in Portland. He's recording this conversation right now. So please, keep going. Tell me again how you have the right to be here. Travis's jaw tightened. He looked at Marcus, then at Madison, then back at his men. They were losing momentum, and he knew it. This isn't over, Travis said quietly. Yeah, it is. Sarah stepped out onto the porch, medical bag in hand. Because if you come back, I'm filing a harassment report. And I'm pretty sure your wife would love to hear about how you're spending your evenings. That did it. Travis's face went red, but he gestured to his men. Let's go. They climbed back into their trucks, engines growling to life. But before they left, Travis rolled down his window. Whatever you're hiding up here, Marcus, it won't stay hidden forever. Secrets always come out. And when they do, people remember who lied to them. The trucks pulled away, taillights glowing like angry eyes in the dark. Marcus exhaled, hands shaking now that the adrenaline was fading. You okay? Sarah asked. No. He looked toward the tree line. But I don't know what else to do. Madison came up the porch steps, arms still crossed. My grandmother was right. Some things are sacred, but that doesn't mean people won't try to destroy them. She glanced at the woods. You need to be careful. Travis isn't the type to let things go. I know. Do you? Madison met his eyes. Because men like him, they don't just want to be right. They want to be righteous. And righteous men do terrible things when they're scared. She was right. Marcus knew she was right. And somewhere in the forest, the creature watched and waited, understanding more than any of them realized. Winter came early that year. The first snow arrived in November, quiet and soft, coating the ridge in white silence. Marcus had always loved snow, the way it muted everything, the way it made the world feel smaller and safer. But this year, it just felt like cover, a hiding place for secrets that couldn't stay buried forever. The creature had started staying closer to the cabin, though Marcus couldn't tell if that was trust or fear. Maybe both. It had learned to move quietly around the property, leaving tracks only where it wanted to be seen, stacking wood in patterns that almost felt like communication. One morning, Marcus found a deer carcass near the tree line, butchered cleanly, wrapped in large leaves. An offering, a thank you, a way of saying, you fed me when I was hurt. Now it's my turn. Marcus stood there for a long time, looking at that meat, feeling something break open in his chest that he'd thought died with his son. Kindness. Simple, wordless kindness. He'd forgotten what that felt like. But Travis hadn't forgotten about Marcus. The preacher had been quiet for weeks, which should have been a relief. It wasn't, because quiet men planning things were more dangerous than loud men acting impulsively. And Travis was nothing, if not deliberate. It started with small things. A vandalized mailbox, slashed tires on Marcus's truck, a note left on his windshield. We know what you're hiding. Then it escalated. Someone poisoned his dogs, both of them, dead in their kennels before dawn. Marcus found them curled together, eyes still open, mouths foaming. He buried them behind the cabin, hands shaking so hard he could barely hold the shovel. Sarah came by that afternoon and found him sitting on the porch, staring at nothing. Who did this? She asked quietly. Who do you think? Can you prove it? No. She sat down next to him, shoulder touching his. They didn't speak for a long time. Then Sarah said, I brought something for you. She pulled a small recorder from her bag, the kind journalists used. Travis has been talking. At the church, at the diner, anywhere people will listen. He's building a case against you, saying you're dangerous, saying you're unstable, saying the community needs to take action for their own safety. Action like what? Like having you committed, or arrested, or both. Sarah pressed the recorder into his hands. I recorded him last night at a town meeting. He's planning something for next week. A raid, basically. But this time, he's got the sheriff on board. Officially. Marcus stared at the device. Why are you helping me? Because I'm tired of watching good people get crushed by scared ones. She stood up. And because that thing in the woods isn't the monster here. The raid was scheduled for December 15th. Marcus knew because Madison overheard it at the general store, whispered between Travis and Sheriff Williams, like they were planning a surprise party instead of an invasion. He had 1 week to figure out what to do. Run? Where would he go? And what would happen to the creature when they came and found nothing but an empty cabin? Stay, face them down, get arrested, possibly shot, definitely lose everything he'd built in the 8 years since his son died? Or there was a third option, one that scared him more than the other two combined. Trust. On the night of December 14th, Marcus walked into the woods, deeper than he'd ever gone before. No flashlight, no weapon, just his voice calling softly into the dark. I know you're out there. I know you can hear me. Silence. They're coming tomorrow, and I don't know how to stop them, but I need you to understand something. He paused, breath misting in cold air. If you stay, they'll find you. They'll hurt you, maybe kill you, and there's nothing I can do to prevent that. I'm just one man. Movement, somewhere to his left. But if you leave, Marcus's voice cracked. If you go deeper into the mountains, away from here, maybe you'll be safe. Maybe you'll find others like you. Maybe The creature stepped into view, not hiding, not lurking, just standing there, 10 feet away, eyes reflecting moonlight. And for the first time, Marcus could see it clearly. Not a monster, not a myth, just a creature trying to survive in a world that didn't want it to exist. They stared at each other, and Marcus understood something he'd been too scared to admit. This wasn't about protecting a secret anymore. It was about protecting a friend. I'm sorry, he whispered. The creature tilted its head, then did something that made Marcus's throat close up. It reached out one massive hand and placed it gently on his shoulder. Weight without violence, contact without threat. A gesture so human it hurt. Then it turned and walked back into darkness, silent as snow falling. Marcus stood there alone, tears freezing on his cheeks, wondering if that was goodbye. December 15th arrived with clear skies and bitter cold. The convoy rolled up to Marcus's property just after dawn. 3 trucks, 8 men, Sheriff Williams in the lead. Travis sat in the passenger seat, face set with righteous determination. Marcus was waiting on the porch, coffee in hand, looking more tired than scared. Marcus Thompson, Sheriff Williams called out, voice official and flat. We have a warrant to search your property for evidence of illegal wildlife captivity and endangerment to public safety. Let me see it. The sheriff handed over paperwork. Marcus read it slowly, knowing it didn't matter what it said. They were here, they had guns, and they'd find a reason to justify whatever they wanted to do. Fine, Marcus said finally. Search all you want. You won't find anything. Because he was right. They wouldn't. For 6 hours, the men tore through his property. They searched the cabin, the sheds, the tree line, the clearings. They found nothing but firewood and tools and an old man's lonely life. Travis grew more frustrated with each empty corner. It's here. I know it's here. Maybe it never was, Madison said from where she sat on her truck tailgate, watching. She'd shown up at dawn, uninvited, and refused to leave. Maybe you just wanted it to be. Shut up. Or maybe, she continued, voice calm, you're so desperate to find evil in the world that you create it where it doesn't exist. Travis whirled on her. You don't know what you're talking about, don't I? My people lived here for thousands of years before yours showed up. We knew these mountains. We knew what lived in them. And we knew the difference between danger and difference. She stood up. You want to know the truth. The only monster on this property is you. For a moment, Marcus thought Travis might actually hit her. But Sheriff Williams stepped between them, hands raised. That's enough. Everyone. He turned to Marcus. We didn't find anything. But that doesn't mean you're clear. We'll be watching. I'm sure you will. The men packed up, frustrated and angry, muttering about wasted time and wild goose chases. Travis was the last to leave, pausing at his truck door. "This isn't over, Marcus. You keep saying that. But maybe it is. Maybe there was never anything to find in the first place." Travis's jaw worked silently. Then he climbed into the truck. The convoy pulled away, leaving deep ruts in snow and nothing else. Marcus stood alone on his porch, watching them go. Madison walked up beside him. "Where is it?" she asked quietly. "Gone. I told it to leave." "Will it come back?" Marcus didn't answer. Because he didn't know. That night, he found the firewood stack, taller than before, sorted perfectly, covered carefully. And on top, weighted down by a stone, was his old denim jacket, the one he'd wrapped around wounded shoulders months ago. Washed clean, folded neatly, returned. Marcus picked it up, hands trembling, and found something in the pocket. A single crow feather, black as midnight, perfect as memory. Not a goodbye, a thank you. He stood there in the snow, jacket pressed to his chest, and cried, not from sadness, but from understanding. Some bonds don't need words. Some trust doesn't need proof. And sometimes, the bravest thing you can do is let go of what you want to protect, so it can protect itself. The wind picked up, carrying snow and secrets into darkness. And somewhere in those mountains, moving silent through ancient trees, a creature traveled deeper into wilderness, where humans rarely went and questions rarely followed. Safe, finally, free. But that's not quite where the story ends. Because 3 weeks later, on a morning so cold that breath crystallized instantly, something happened that nobody expected. A child went missing in Bend. Emily Baker, 7 years old, playing near the creek behind her house. 1 minute there, the next gone. The whole town mobilized immediately. Search parties, volunteer groups, dogs tracking scent through snow. But after 12 hours, they'd found nothing. Marcus heard about it at the general store. Saw the panic in people's faces, the way fear spread like infection. He knew what would happen next. Someone would remember the creature. Someone would make connections that weren't there. Someone would blame. That someone was Travis King. He organized a prayer vigil that evening, ostensibly to pray for Emily's safe return. But Marcus recognized the gathering for what it really was. A mob formation. "We know what took that girl," Travis said from the church steps, voice carrying across Main Street. "We know there's something in those mountains. Something dangerous. Something that's been hiding on Marcus Thompson's property." Murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. "And we know that our sheriff and our laws haven't protected us. So maybe it's time we protected ourselves." That's when Marcus pushed through the crowd. "You're wrong." Travis turned, surprise flickering across his face before settling back into righteous anger. "Marcus, I was hoping you'd show up. Tell everyone. Tell them about what you've been hiding." "I'm not hiding anything. And whatever took that little girl, it wasn't what? The monster living in your woods? The thing you fed and sheltered and lied about? It's gone, Travis. It left weeks ago. And even when it was there, it never hurt anyone. It." A woman's scream cut through the night. Everyone turned toward the sound, coming from the far end of Main Street. A figure stumbled into the light. Emily Baker's mother, running, something bundled in her arms. "She's back," the woman sobbed. "Oh God, she's back." The crowd surged forward. Emily was alive, conscious, wrapped in leaves and moss and fur. Her mother set her down gently, checking for injuries, finding none. The girl was cold and scared, but otherwise unharmed. "What happened?" Sheriff Williams demanded. "Who took you?" Emily's voice was small, confused. "I fell into the ravine by the creek. I couldn't get out. It was so cold." She looked around at all the adult faces, suddenly shy. Then something came, something big. It picked me up and carried me out. It was warm, and it made a sound like it was trying to comfort me. Then it brought me here and left. "What kind of something?" Travis pressed, leaning in too close. "What did it look like?" "Travis, back off," Emily's mother snapped, pulling her daughter away. "She's safe. That's all that matters. But Emily was looking past the crowd now, toward the dark trees at the edge of town. "It's still there," she said softly, watching. Everyone turned, and there, just barely visible at the tree line, stood a shape, too large to be human, too deliberate to be an animal. Amber eyes reflecting streetlight, watching, waiting. Someone raised a rifle. "Don't." Marcus's voice cut sharp through the cold. "Don't you dare." He walked toward the tree line, slow and steady, hands visible. People called after him, warning him, begging him to stop. But Marcus kept walking until he stood 10 feet from the creature. They faced each other in silence. Then Marcus did something that made the entire town hold its breath. He bowed his head, a gesture of respect, of gratitude, of recognition. The creature tilted its head, studying him. Then it placed one massive hand over its chest, where Marcus had cut away barbed wire months ago, and nodded once. Message received. It turned and disappeared into darkness, silent as falling snow. Marcus walked back to the crowd. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. They just stared at him with expressions ranging from fear to awe to confusion. Finally, Emily's mother stepped forward. "Thank you," she said simply, "for whatever you did to protect it, for making sure it was still there to save my daughter." Marcus nodded, not trusting his voice. Travis King stood frozen, face pale, all his righteousness draining into shame. He opened his mouth, closed it, then turned and walked away without a word. The crowd slowly dispersed, whispering, theorizing, trying to make sense of what they'd seen. But Marcus knew the truth was simpler than they'd ever accept. Sometimes the things we fear most are the ones most worth protecting. The next morning, Marcus woke to find his porch covered in offerings, not from the creature, from the town. Jars of preserves, loaves of fresh bread, a hand-knitted scarf, a bottle of whiskey, a child's drawing of what might have been a bear, or might have been something else entirely. No notes, no explanations, just acknowledgement. The kind that happens when words fail and actions have to carry the weight. Sarah stopped by around noon, bringing coffee that was still hot and a smile that was half relief, half exhaustion. "Town council met this morning," she said, leaning against the porch railing. "Travis tried to push for an investigation. Got voted down, 8-1. Let me guess, his was the one vote. Obviously." She sipped her coffee. "His wife filed for separation last night. Apparently, she's been done with his bullshit for years. And this was the final straw. Preaching kindness on Sundays, hunting monsters on Mondays. She'd had enough." Marcus felt no satisfaction in that, just tired sadness. He really believed he was doing the right thing. Most dangerous people do. Sarah was quiet for a moment. "You think it'll come back? The creature? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not." Marcus watched the tree line, where morning fog was beginning to lift. "I think it knows now that not everyone's out to hurt it. That's something, at least. It saved a child, Marcus, a human child. That's more than something. That's..." She trailed off, searching for words. "That's the kind of thing that makes you question what we even mean by monster." Yeah. Marcus had been questioning that for months now. What nobody knew, what Marcus wouldn't understand until later, was that the creature had been listening that whole time. Not just to conversations, but to the town itself. The rhythm of it, the patterns, the fear, and the hope, and the slow, grudging acceptance that sometimes the world doesn't fit into neat categories. It had watched Emily Baker playing near the creek for weeks, had seen her throw stones into water, talk to her imaginary friends, laugh at nothing in particular, had recognized in her the kind of innocent curiosity that didn't come with threat or judgment. So when she fell, when that scream cut through winter air, the creature had moved without thinking. Not because it wanted something in return, not because it was trying to prove anything, but because that's what you do when someone's hurting and you can help. Simple as that. Marcus understood this on some level he couldn't articulate, because grief had taught him the same lesson years ago, that sometimes the only meaning in suffering is the meaning we create by responding to someone else's. His son had died in these mountains, lost during a camping trip, hypothermia taking him before anyone could respond to his distress beacon. And Marcus had spent years asking why. Why his boy? Why that day? Why anything? But the creature had given him a different question. What now? Not why did it happen, but what are you going to do with the hurt? And Marcus had chosen to do something that scared the hell out of him. He'd chosen to care again, to protect something fragile and misunderstood, to risk everything for a bond that shouldn't exist. That was worth something. Maybe that was worth everything. Winter deepened into January, then February. Life in Bend settled into a new kind of normal. People still talked about what happened, but the conversations shifted from fear to wonder, from what should we do about it, to can you believe we live in a place where something like that exists? Travis King left town in early March, just packed up his truck one morning and drove away. No goodbye sermon, no explanation. His wife stayed, started working at the library, seemed lighter somehow, free. Madison's grandmother passed away that spring, quietly in her sleep. At the funeral, she told Marcus, "Gran said to tell you that the old ones are proud. Not many people earn that kind of trust anymore. She wanted you to know it matters." Marcus didn't cry at the funeral, saved his tears for later, alone on his porch, where grief felt more honest. Sarah started spending more time at his cabin. Not romantically, not exactly, just two people who'd seen something impossible together and needed each other's company to prove it was real. They'd sit on the porch in the evenings, drinking beer or coffee, depending on how cold it was, talking about everything except the thing that had brought them together. Sometimes, though, Sarah would glance at the tree line and say quietly, "You think it's still out there?" And Marcus would answer, "Yeah, I think so," because certain mornings, he'd find things. A bundle of herbs tied with vine, a perfectly round stone, once, a deer antler shed placed on his doorstep like a gift, small signs, reminders, ways of saying, "I'm still here. I remember. Thank you." But then something changed. Late April, a logging company from California filed permits to clear-cut a section of the Cascade Range about 15 miles north of Bend. Old-growth forest, prime territory, completely legal according to state and federal regulations. The kind of thing that happened all the time without anyone noticing, except Madison noticed. She showed up at Marcus's cabin on a Tuesday evening, maps spread across her truck hood, face tight with anger. "Look at this." She pointed to the marked sections. "This area here, it's been undisturbed for hundreds of years. My people have stories about this place. Hunting grounds, sacred sites, migration routes, and they're going to level it in 6 months." Marcus studied the maps. That's where it went, isn't it? That's where it went. They stood there in fading light, both understanding what this meant. The creature had moved deeper into wilderness, away from humans, finding safety in remoteness. And now humans were bringing chainsaws and bulldozers to its refuge. "Can you stop it?" Marcus asked. "Stop a logging company with valid permits and political backing?" "No." Madison's voice was bitter. "We can slow it down, maybe. File protests, get environmental groups involved. But eventually, they'll cut it down. They always do. Then we need to move it again." "Move what?" "Marcus, we don't even know exactly where it is. That's 15 miles of dense forest with no roads, no trails, nothing but trees and ravines. We can't just walk in there and find it." "No," Marcus agreed. "But we can let it know." Madison looked at him. "How?" Marcus didn't answer right away, because the idea forming in his head was crazy, desperate. The kind of thing that made sense only if you'd spent months learning to communicate without words. "Fire," he said finally. "What?" "Controlled burn. Small one, up near the ridge, where it can see. Pattern of smoke signals. 3 fires, triangle formation. It's what the Forest Service uses to warn of danger. If it's been watching humans long enough, it might recognize the pattern." "That's..." Madison paused. "Actually not the worst idea. My uncle works for the Forest Service. He could authorize a controlled burn for training purposes. We'd have to be careful about timing, weather conditions. But yeah, it might work. And if it doesn't, then we tried. She rolled up her maps, which is more than most people would do. They planned it for May 10th, early morning when winds were calm and moisture levels were high. Madison's uncle, Derek Chen, agreed to supervise on the condition that they followed every safety protocol exactly. He didn't ask why they wanted this specific location, this specific pattern. Maybe he guessed. Maybe he didn't want to know. Marcus, Sarah, Madison, and Derek hiked up to the ridge just after dawn. They carried flares, fire blankets, water pumps, all the equipment required for a legitimate controlled burn. But they also carried hope, the desperate, fragile kind that shatters easily. They set the fires in a perfect triangle, each one about 50 feet apart. Smoke rose thick and white against blue sky, visible for miles. Derek monitored wind patterns and temperature, ready to extinguish everything if conditions shifted. But the morning stayed calm, and the smoke stayed steady. Now what? Sarah asked quietly. Now we wait, Marcus said. They waited for hours. The fires burned down to embers. Derek checked readings, nodded approval. We're good. Everything's contained. You want to tell me what this was really about? No, Madison said gently. But thank you anyway. Derek studied her face, then Marcus's, then shrugged. Fair enough. Some things you don't want explanations for. You just want to know they worked. They hiked back down as afternoon light slanted through trees. Nobody spoke much. There was nothing to say that didn't sound either naive or desperate or both. That night, Marcus sat on his porch, watching the stars come out one by one. He'd done what he could, sent a warning the only way he knew how. Whether the creature understood, whether it acted, whether it even saw the fires, all of that was beyond his control now. Funny thing about letting go, it never feels like relief. Just feels like falling and hoping something catches you before you hit ground. 10 days later, the logging crews moved in. Big trucks, heavy equipment, crews of workers ready to start clear cutting. They set up a base camp, unloaded chainsaws and markers, began surveying which trees would fall first. And on day 3, everything went to absolute hell. The first incident was minor. A truck wouldn't start, even though it had been running fine the day before. Mechanics checked it, found nothing wrong, then watched it roar to life the moment they stopped looking. The second incident was stranger. Survey markers kept disappearing. Not knocked over or destroyed, just gone. They'd place stakes with colored ribbons in the morning, come back at lunch to find them missing. No footprints, no evidence of tampering, just absence. By day 5, equipment started malfunctioning. Chainsaws that suddenly wouldn't cut. GPS devices showing wrong coordinates. Radios producing static and something underneath the static. Breathing maybe, or whined through caves, or nothing at all. The crew foreman, a guy named Blake Anderson from Sacramento, called the main office. We're having technical difficulties. Need to halt operations until we figure out what's going on. What kind of difficulties? The kind where nothing works right, and my crew's getting spooked. Spooked by what? Blake didn't answer right away. Because how do you explain that grown men with 20 years of logging experience were refusing to work after dark? That they'd seen things moving between trees that were too large, too fast, too deliberate to be natural. That something was watching them, and watching them watch back. Just send replacement equipment, Blake said finally. And maybe some additional personnel. Guys who aren't afraid of. The radio went dead. Blake tried calling back. No signal. He tried his cell phone. Same thing. He walked to the edge of camp where reception was usually better, held his phone high, and saw something that made his stomach drop. Every single tree in a 100-foot radius had been marked, not with paint or carved symbols, with claw marks, deep gouges running from root to canopy, fresh sap still bleeding from wounds. And all of them pointed the same direction, away from this place. A warning. Blake was back in his truck and halfway to Bend before sunset. The logging company tried to continue. They brought in new crews, new equipment, environmental specialists to assess whether they were dealing with some kind of protected species. But the incidents escalated. Tools vanished entirely. Tents collapsed in windless nights. Supplies were scattered across clearings in patterns that looked almost intentional. And 3 separate workers reported seeing something in the trees at dawn, something that stood upright, moved with purpose, and watched them with eyes that reflected light like amber glass. By the end of May, the company quietly withdrew their permits. They cited unexpected environmental complications and unforeseen geological concerns. The real reason never made it into official reports, but workers talked in bars after their shifts ended. Stories spread, and soon enough, that particular section of the Cascade Range developed a reputation. Haunted, some said. Protected, others insisted. Madison smiled when she heard the news. My grandmother was right. Some places defend themselves if you give them a chance. You think it'll last? Sarah asked. Maybe. For a while. Until someone decides profit matters more than fear. Madison shrugged. But for now? Yeah. I think that forest is safe. And I think the creature knows someone warned it. Marcus said nothing. Just looked toward the mountains and felt something he hadn't felt in years. Pride, maybe. Or peace. Or just the quiet satisfaction of knowing he'd done right by something that couldn't say thank you in words, but had said it anyway, in the only language that mattered. Summer came soft and warm. The cabin needed repairs Marcus had been putting off for years, so he finally got around to fixing things. New shingles on the roof, fresh paint on the porch, hinges that didn't scream when you opened doors. Small tasks that filled days and kept his hands busy. Sarah stopped by one afternoon in late June. Truck bed full of plants. What's all this? Marcus asked. Medicinal herbs. Lavender, sage, echinacea, some others. Thought we could plant them around your place. You know, just in case. She didn't say in case of what, but they both knew. In case the creature came back injured. In case it needed help again. In case the bond they'd forged required tending like any garden. They spent the afternoon planting, dirt under their fingernails, sun warm on their backs. It felt normal, good, like building something instead of protecting something, which was a different kind of work but equally important. As evening fell and they sat on the porch drinking cold beer, Sarah said quietly, I'm glad you didn't give up. On what? On caring. After your son died, everyone thought you'd just shut down forever. Become one of those mountain hermits who dies alone and gets found months later by hikers. Marcus smiled faintly. I thought that too, for a while. What changed? He thought about that. About amber eyes in darkness. About wire cutting into flesh. About trust given without being asked for. I guess I learned that grief doesn't have to be the end of something. Sometimes it's just the middle. And what matters is whether you use it to close yourself off or open yourself up. He took a long drink. The creature taught me that. Hell of a teacher. Sarah laughed. Yeah, hell of a teacher. They sat in comfortable silence as stars began appearing. Somewhere in those mountains, something ancient and misunderstood was living its life, unaware that it had saved a human as much as the human had saved it. Or maybe it wasn't unaware at all. August brought a heat wave that made the whole region feel like it was holding its breath, waiting for lightning to spark wildfire season into something catastrophic. The Forest Service issued warnings, and tourists were banned from most trails. Marcus stayed close to the cabin, keeping watch for smoke on the horizon that never came. The summer passed without incident, which should have been boring but felt more like relief. Then, in September, Madison showed up at his door with news. You're not going to believe this. Try Me, the logging company, the one that tried to clear cut up north. They just filed for bankruptcy. Turns out they had too many incidents across multiple sites. Investors pulled funding, whole operations shutting down. Marcus stared at her. You think? I don't think anything. I'm just saying that sometimes karma works faster than you'd expect. Madison grinned. And sometimes sacred places have a way of protecting themselves across wider territory than we realize. She left him with that thought and a bottle of wine from her uncle's vineyard. That night, Marcus opened the bottle, poured himself a glass, and toasted the empty woods. "To you," he said quietly, "wherever you are, thanks for teaching an old man that monsters aren't always what we're afraid of. Sometimes they're what we're afraid to become." The wind picked up, rustling through pines, and Marcus could have sworn he heard, just barely, the low chuff of acknowledgement. October brought the first serious snow of the year. Marcus woke one morning to find everything covered in white, the world muffled and clean. He made coffee, stepped onto the porch, and froze. There, arranged in the snow near his woodpile, were stones, 5 of them, each about the size of his fist, placed in a careful line. And in front of them, pressed deep into fresh snow, was a single handprint. Not human. Too large, too many joints, too deliberate. A message. Marcus stared at it for a long time, coffee going cold in his hands. Then he walked out to the stones and picked up the first one. Smooth, dark, warmed somehow despite the cold. He turned it over and found something carved into the surface. A symbol he didn't recognize, but understood anyway. Home, the second stone. Safety, the third. Gratitude, the fourth. Memory, the fifth. Friend. Marcus sat down in the snow, stones gathered in his lap, and cried, not from sadness, from the overwhelming relief of knowing that every risk he'd taken, every moment he'd been terrified, every choice to protect something everyone else wanted to destroy, all of it had mattered. The creature had learned to carve, had learned to communicate, had used human methods to say what breath and gesture couldn't convey. You saved me, I won't forget. And if you need me, I'm here. Marcus stayed there until the cold became unbearable, then gathered the stones carefully and brought them inside. He placed them on the mantel, next to the crow feather, next to his son's picture. Things he'd thought he'd lost, things that came back, things that taught him survival was possible, even after grief tried to convince him otherwise. The next morning, Travis King's truck was found abandoned on a logging road about 20 miles north of Bend. The engine was running, keys in the ignition, but Travis was gone. Search parties combed the area for 3 days, found nothing. No tracks, no blood, no signs of struggle, just an empty truck and questions nobody could answer. Sheriff Williams called Marcus on day 4. We're suspending the search. No evidence of foul play, but also no indication of where he went. It's like he just walked away from his life. Maybe he did, Marcus said. Maybe. The sheriff was quiet. You know anything about this? No. Should I? No. Just asking. Another pause. Listen, Marcus. I owe you an apology. I should have stood up to Travis months ago. Should have protected you instead of letting him harass you. I was wrong. Yeah, you were. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Marcus hung up without responding. 2 days later, a hiker found Travis's wallet 20 miles deeper into the wilderness, placed neatly on a flat rock next to a stream. Inside was everything except cash and ID, and wrapped around it was a note in Travis's handwriting. I saw it. I understand now. Don't look for me. This is where I need to be. The note was covered in mud and what might have been tears. No one ever saw Travis King again. Some people said he'd had a breakdown, that guilt and shame had driven him into the woods where he died of exposure. Others said he'd found what he was looking for and decided to stay. A few, the ones who'd seen amber eyes watching from tree lines, said something else entirely. They said the forest had claimed him, not as punishment, but as teacher. Madison thought that was probably closest to the truth. People who spend their whole lives fearing the unknown eventually have to confront it, she told Marcus one evening. And when they do, sometimes it destroys them. Sometimes it transforms them. I don't know which happened to Travis, but I hope it was the second one. Marcus hoped so too. Despite everything, despite the harassment and the threats and the cruelty, he hoped Travis had found some kind of peace in those mountains. The kind of peace that comes from realizing you were wrong about everything and accepting it. That was hard. But it was also growth. And growth, Marcus had learned, sometimes looked like grief. November came cold and fast. Marcus turned 50 that month, celebrated with Sarah and Madison, and a chocolate cake that was slightly burned but tasted perfect anyway. To surviving another year, Sarah toasted. To surviving it all, Madison added. To not doing it alone, Marcus finished. They drank cheap wine and ate burned cake and laughed at jokes that weren't particularly funny, and it was one of the best nights Marcus could remember. Later, after Sarah and Madison had driven home and the cabin was quiet, Marcus sat on his porch, wrapped in a thick blanket, watching stars. He thought about his son, about the creature, about Travis, about all the ways people broke and healed and broke again, about how nothing was ever really finished, just paused, waiting for the next chapter. His phone buzzed. Text from Sarah. Check your email. Something you need to see. Marcus went inside, opened his laptop, found the message. It was from a wildlife biologist in Washington State, someone Sarah knew from veterinary conferences. The email contained a series of photographs taken on trail cameras deep in the Olympic National Forest. The images were grainy, taken at night, but clear enough. A family, 3 figures, moving together through trees. 2 large, 1 smaller. The same build, the same deliberate movement. A male, a female, and what could only be described as a juvenile. The creature had found others, had found a mate, had started a family. Marcus stared at the photographs for a long time, throat tight. Sarah's message at the bottom of the email. I think it's okay now. I think it's more than okay. You gave it a chance, and it used that chance to build something. That's all any of us can hope for, right? Yeah, that was all any of us could hope for. December arrived with the first real blizzard of the season. Marcus woke on the 15th, exactly 1 year after the raid on his property, to find his cabin completely snowed in. 3 feet of powder, drifts against the doors, the kind of storm that made the world disappear. He made coffee, stoked the fire, settled in to wait it out. By noon, the snow had stopped. By 2, he was able to shovel a path from his door to the woodpile. And by 3, when the sun broke through clouds and turned everything golden, Marcus saw something that made him drop his shovel. Tracks in the snow, leading from the tree line to his porch, then back again. Too large to be anything natural, too purposeful to be accidental. And on his porch, stacked neatly as always, was a gift. A small carved figure, about 6 inches tall, shaped from wood and polished smooth. It took Marcus a moment to recognize what it depicted. A man, standing with his arm raised, holding wire cutters. The detail was incredible. Individual fingers, expression of concentration, even the pattern on the denim jacket. It was him. The creature had carved him, had remembered that first morning, that first kindness, and had recreated it in wood. Marcus picked it up carefully, feeling the weight of it, the craftsmanship, the meaning. This wasn't just a thank you anymore. This was recognition. This was saying, you were important, you mattered, your choice changed things. He took the carving inside, placed it next to the stones on the mantel, and stood there for a long time, looking at the shrine he'd accidentally created. A shrine to connections that shouldn't work, but do anyway. To trust given without reason. To kindness that expects nothing back, but gives anyway. His son's picture smiled out from the mantel, forever young, forever at peace. I think I'm okay now, Marcus said quietly to the photograph. It took a while, took some help from something impossible. But yeah, I think I'm okay. The fire crackled, the wind hummed through eaves. And somewhere in those mountains, a family of creatures that weren't supposed to exist continued existing anyway, teaching each other the lessons their kind had always known. That survival requires cooperation. That trust is built slowly. That sometimes the bravest thing you can do is reach out, when reaching out makes no sense. That kindness, in the end, is the only thing that matters. Spring came again, as it always does. Marcus planted a garden for the first time in years. Vegetables and flowers, things that required tending and patience. Sarah helped. Madison brought seeds from her grandmother's old collection. They worked in comfortable silence, hands in dirt, sun warm overhead. "You ever going to tell anyone?" Sarah asked at one point. "The whole story, I mean. What really happened? Who would believe it?" Maybe that's not the point. Maybe the point is just to say it out loud. Let it exist in the world instead of locked in your head. Marcus thought about that. Maybe someday. When I figure out how to tell it in a way that makes sense, does it need to make sense? Doesn't it? No. Sarah sat back on her heels, wiping sweat from her forehead. "I think the best stories are the ones that don't make sense but feel true anyway. And this one? Marcus, this one's as true as anything I've ever experienced." Yeah, it was. That evening, Marcus sat down with his journal, the same one he'd been keeping since his son died. He opened to a blank page and started writing. Not the whole story, not yet, just the beginning. There are places in America where things don't follow the rules. He paused, considering, then kept going. "I lived in one of those places for 8 years before I realized it. Before a wounded creature taught me that monsters aren't what we're afraid of, they're what we refuse to understand." He wrote for hours, words flowing easier than they had in years. And when he finally stopped, hand cramping, eyes tired, he felt lighter. Stories wanted to be told. Grief wanted to be witnessed. And sometimes, the only way to honor what you've survived is to speak it into existence. On June 10th, exactly 1 year after the controlled burn, Marcus hiked up to the ridge where they'd sent smoke signals. He went alone, carrying nothing but water and the carved figure of himself. The hike took 3 hours. He was slower now, older, feeling every year of grief and healing in his joints. But he made it, found the exact spot where the fires had burned, now covered in new grass and wildflowers. He sat on a flat rock, looking out over the valley, over miles of forest stretching in every direction, and he waited. The sun moved across the sky, birds called, wind rustled through leaves. Marcus didn't expect anything, didn't need anything. He was just there, present, offering space for whatever wanted to fill it. Just before sunset, he heard movement behind him, slow, deliberate, aware. Marcus didn't turn around, just spoke quietly to the trees. "Thank you for everything, for teaching me that loss doesn't have to be the end of the story, that sometimes the most important thing we can do is show up for each other, even when it's scary, especially when it's scary." A sound behind him, that same low chuff he'd heard a year ago. Recognition, agreement, goodbye. "Take care of your family," Marcus added. "And if you ever need help again, you know where to find me." Silence. Then, gently, something touched his shoulder. Weight without threat. Contact without violence. A massive hand resting there for just a moment, warm and real and impossible, then gone. When Marcus finally turned around, the forest was empty. But pressed into soft earth behind him were tracks, multiple sets, different sizes, leading deeper into wilderness. A family, moving together, safe. Marcus smiled. Then he placed the carved figure on the flat rock, positioned carefully so it faced the forest. A marker, a reminder, a way of saying, "I was here, you were here, and it mattered." He hiked back down as darkness fell, using his flashlight to navigate familiar trails. And when he reached his cabin, he found Sarah and Madison waiting on his porch with dinner and wine and friendship. "You good?" Madison asked. "Yeah." Marcus climbed the steps. "I'm good." They ate together as stars came out, talking about everything and nothing, laughing at jokes that weren't particularly funny, but felt perfect anyway. And somewhere in those mountains, a creature that shouldn't exist curled up with its family, surrounded by ancient trees and new hope. Both of them, man and creature, had learned the same lesson. That survival isn't about being strong or fearless or invulnerable. It's about being willing to reach across impossible divides and say, I see you. You're not alone. That's kindness. That's courage. That's everything. 3 years later, Emily Baker, now 10 years old, asked her mother if they could hike up to Marcus's cabin. Why? Her mother asked. I want to thank him. For what, sweetie? Emily looked out the window toward the mountains. For protecting the thing that saved me. For making sure it's still out there. They drove up on a Saturday afternoon, found Marcus on his porch carving something from wood. He'd taken up the hobby after finding the creature's gift, discovered he had a talent for it. Now he sold small sculptures at the farmer's market, using the money to support conservation efforts in the Cascades. Emily climbed out of the car, walked up to the porch, and said very seriously, Mr. Thompson, I wanted to say thank you. Marcus set down his carving. For what? For being brave when everyone else was scared. My mum told me what happened, how people wanted to hurt it, and you didn't let them. I didn't do it alone. I know, but you were first. Emily pulled something from her pocket, a small painting she'd made herself, showing a figure in the trees reaching down toward a small girl. I made this for you, to remember. Marcus took it carefully, feeling tears prick his eyes. This is beautiful, Emily. Thank you. Do you think it's still out there? The thing that saved me. Marcus looked toward the mountains, where afternoon light painted everything gold. Yeah, I think so. And I think it remembers you too. Emily smiled. Good. I hope it's happy. Me too. They stayed for an hour, drinking lemonade and eating cookies Madison had brought by earlier. And when they left, Emily waved from the car window until they disappeared around the bend. Marcus hung the painting inside, next to all the other reminders of impossible connections and hard-won grace. His cabin was full now, not with possessions, but with meaning, with proof that caring about things, even things that don't make sense, was never wasted effort. On a cold night in December, Marcus sat by his fire, reading a book Sarah had recommended. Outside, snow fell soft and steady, covering the world in silence. His phone rang. Unknown number. Hello? Marcus Thompson. A woman's voice, official but warm, speaking. This is Dr. Rachel Kim from the Pacific Northwest Wildlife Research Center. I'm calling about some documentation we received. A journal, actually. Someone mailed it to us anonymously, but it has your name in it. The content is remarkable. If even half of it is true. It's all true, Marcus interrupted. I see. A pause. Would you be willing to meet with us to discuss what you experienced? We're very interested in studying the possibilities here, but we'd need your cooperation and your discretion. What kind of studying? The kind that protects, not exploits. The kind that proves something exists without destroying it in the process. Another pause. The kind that honors what you protected, Mr. Thompson. Marcus thought about that. About the creature and its family. About the choice to speak or stay silent. About what his son would have wanted him to do. I'll meet with you, he said finally. On one condition, which is, whatever you do, whatever you publish, you make damn sure it keeps them safe. Not famous, not captured, not studied to death, just safe. That's exactly what we're offering. You have my word. They set a meeting for January. That night, Marcus pulled out his journal and wrote the final entry. I don't know if this story will change anything. I don't know if people will believe it, or dismiss it, or use it for purposes I can't control. But I know this. In a world that told me grief was the end, a creature showed me it was just the middle. In a place where fear tried to destroy what it didn't understand, kindness built a bridge. My son died in these mountains, and for years, I thought that meant the mountains took something from me. But maybe they gave something back. Maybe they taught me that loss and love aren't opposites, they're partners, and both require the same bravery, the willingness to care even when caring hurts. The creature is still out there, somewhere in the old growth and deep ravines. It has a family now, a life, a future, and every time I look toward those trees, I remember that monsters aren't what we fear in the dark. They're what we become when we let fear make our choices. I'm not a hero. I'm just a man who cut some wire and showed up when it mattered. But that was enough. That will always be enough. He closed the journal, placed it on the shelf, and went to bed. Outside, the snow fell heavier, and somewhere in that white silence, a family of creatures moved through ancient forest, protected by distance and secrecy, and one man's choice to see them as something other than monsters. The world kept turning, stories kept being told, and in the space between what we know and what we fear, kindness kept building bridges that shouldn't stand but did anyway. Because that's what kindness does. It stands, even when everything else falls. Years later, long after Marcus passed away peacefully in his sleep at 76, researchers discovered something in the deep woods of the Olympic Peninsula, a cave system hidden for millennia. And inside, preserved in dry air and careful arrangement, were artifacts, carvings, paintings, stories told in symbols nobody could quite translate, but everyone could feel. And in the center of it all, mounted on a natural stone pedestal, was a small wooden figure of a man holding wire cutters. Next to it, carved into the cave wall in crude but unmistakable letters, "Friend." The researchers photographed everything, documented carefully, then did something unusual for their profession. They sealed the cave, filed reports that nothing of significance had been found, scattered the coordinates in multiple protected databases that would take years to cross-reference. They kept the secret, because some things, they realized, were more important than discovery. Some things deserved to stay protected. Some bonds, forged in blood and trust and impossible circumstances, were sacred. And sometimes the greatest act of scientific integrity wasn't proving something existed, it was making sure that existence stayed free. In a small cabin in the Cascade Range, now owned by Sarah Martinez and Madison Walker, a shrine sits on the mantle. Stones, a feather, a photograph, a carving, a child's painting, and above it all, words carved into the wood itself. Here lived a man who learned that grief doesn't end, it transforms. Who discovered that monsters are sometimes teachers. Who proved that kindness requires no reason beyond being kind. His name was Marcus Thompson, and he mattered. Visitors come sometimes, hikers who've heard stories. They stand on the porch, looking toward the mountains, asking quiet questions that have no easy answers. Sarah and Madison never confirm or deny anything. They just smile and say, some places are worth protecting, some stories are worth believing, and some bonds last longer than the lives that made them. That's enough. That's always been enough. And on certain nights, when snow falls soft and the wind carries sounds from deep wilderness, those who listen carefully swear they can hear it. A low chuff, recognition, gratitude, memory, the sound of something ancient saying thank you, the sound of monsters and men finally understanding each other, the sound of kindness echoing through mountains that remember everything and forget nothing, forever. I'll help you with these uploaded files. Let me take a look at what you've provided. I'll transform this story into a compelling 20,000-word thriller for your target audience. Starting. Round 1 now. You ever wonder if some truths are better left buried? Harold Brennan had. He'd spent 67 years walking this earth, most of them believing in what he could see, touch, prove. A man who'd done 2 tours in Vietnam, raised 3 kids on a machinist's salary, buried a wife after 42 years of marriage. He thought he'd seen enough to know how the world worked. Hard rules, clear lines. Things made sense or they didn't. Then his granddaughter showed him that photograph. Now, before we get into what happened to Harold in those woods beyond Ashwood Ridge, the place locals still won't talk about after dark, you need to understand something. This isn't about Bigfoot. It's not about some campfire legend cooked up to scare tourists. What Harold found out there, what he touched with his own weathered hands, what he heard breathing in the darkness just 3 feet from where he stood, that changed everything he thought he knew about the world. And here's the thing nobody tells you about being his age. You don't have time left for comfortable lies. but I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start where it started. With a box of photographs and a promise he should never have made. 3 things before we dive in. Hit that like button if you believe some mysteries are worth chasing. Subscribe because Harold's story is just the beginning of what's hidden in those mountains. And buckle up, because what you're about to hear was documented, recorded, and buried by people who had very good reasons for wanting it to stay that way. Here's what happened. The autumn Harold turned 67. His daughter Emma brought him a cardboard box that smelled of attic dust and thyme. She set it on his kitchen table, the one that still had Claire's coffee ring stained into the wood from that morning 5 years ago when she'd sat there, sipping from her blue ceramic mug, complaining about the weather. Harold hadn't refinished the table, hadn't thrown out the mug either. Some stains you keep. Found this at Grandpa's old place, Emma said, brushing cobwebs off her sleeve. Before the estate sale, people haul everything away. Harold's father had been dead 20 years. His grandfather, Emma's great-grandfather, had died back in 1987, up in that cabin near Ashwood Ridge. Heart attack, they'd said. Alone. Took 3 days for anyone to find him. The box held photographs. Black and white, sepia-toned, the kind that felt fragile as dried leaves. Men in hunting gear, flannel and canvas, holding rifles that looked older than Harold. Most of the faces he didn't recognize. Old mountain people, hard and lean, the kind who'd lived through the Depression and came out the other side, like iron bent but unbroken. Then he saw it, in the background of a photograph dated 1958, written in his grandfather's spidery hand. On the back was something that didn't fit. The men were posed in front of a cabin Harold recognized, his grandfather's place up past the old lumber road. But behind them, half visible between 2 pine trees, was a shape, too tall for a man, too broad for a deer. The photograph had aged, details fading, but that shape remained sharp, defined. Like whatever it was, had pressed harder against reality than everything else in the frame. You see it? Emma asked. She was 43, worked as a nurse, didn't believe in ghost stories. But her voice had that edge now, the one that meant she'd seen it too and wished she hadn't. Harold pulled the photo closer. His reading glasses hung on a chain around his neck. Vanity had died with Claire, and he settled them on his nose. The shape had height, maybe 7 feet, maybe more. It had breadth too, shoulders wider than any man Harold had known, and he'd known some big men. But it was the eyes that got him. Even in the faded photograph, even through 6 decades of chemical decay, those eyes caught the light, reflected it, like an animal's, but positioned wrong, too high, too aware. That's just a shadow, he said, but his hands shook when he set the photo down. His hands hadn't shaken in Vietnam, hadn't shaken when they told him Claire was gone. But they shook now, Dad. Emma touched his shoulder, gentle, the way she'd touched dying patients when she had to tell them there was nothing more to be done. There's more, in the box, letters, a journal, some kind of, I don't know, research. Grandpa was tracking something up there. Harold looked at his daughter, really looked. She had Claire's eyes, that blue-green that changed with the light, and right now they carried the weight of a question she didn't want to ask. But she was asking it anyway. You knew him better than I did, she said. Was he? Was his mind okay? At the end, Harold's father had always said his grandfather was sharp as a knife until the day he died, 91 years old, and could still calculate lumberboard feet in his head, still remembered every trail through those mountains, still kept records in neat, precise handwriting, sharp, focused, careful, the kind of man who didn't chase shadows. Yeah, Harold said softly. He was okay. Emma nodded, didn't look convinced, and left the box when she went home that evening. Harold sat at the kitchen table as darkness pressed against the windows, and he went through it all. 53 photographs, most of them ordinary. Hunting trips, cabin maintenance, a few family shots, his father as a boy, Harold's grandmother who died young. But in 11 of them, in the background, or the edge of the frame, sometimes clear and sometimes just a suggestion of shape, was that figure. And the figure was always watching. The journal was water-stained, leather cover worn soft as skin. His grandfather's handwriting filled 200 pages, dating from 1951 to 1986. The entries started normal enough. Weather observations, animal sightings, notes on trail conditions. Then, around July of 1952, the tone shifted. Saw it again today, third time this month. Approximately 7 feet 4 inches tall, based on comparison to known landmark, old pine with broken top, 8 feet at break. Did not approach, made no aggressive movement. Simply watched from Treeline for approximately 11 minutes before withdrawing into forest. Movement is fluid, deliberate, not animal, not human, something else. I have decided to call it the Watcher. M thinks I'm losing my mind. I am not. I know what I saw. Harold sat back. M would be Margaret, his grandmother. She died in 1960, before Harold was old enough to remember her well. But his father had said she was practical, no nonsense, the kind of woman who'd survived homesteading and the Depression without flinching. If Margaret thought his grandfather was crazy, that meant something. But the entries continued, detailed, methodical. His grandfather had been tracking this thing for over 30 years. He'd documented sightings, patterns, behaviors. He'd found tracks, photographed them, measured them. 14 inches long, 5 toes, wider than any human foot. He'd found markings on trees, claw marks too high for any bear. He'd collected samples of what he called displaced earth soil that seemed to generate heat with no logical source. And he'd found the place his grandfather called the Heart, the 17th of August 1958. Located what I believe to be its territory center. Clay Hill, approximately 2.3 miles northeast of my cabin, bearing 048 degrees. The ground there is wrong, warm to touch even in winter. Cracks in earth running outward like veins or roots. Trees lean away from the hill. Bird activity minimal. Larger game avoids area entirely. The Watcher protects this place. I believe this is where it originates, returns, lives. Unclear, but this is sacred ground. I can feel it. The writing got stranger after that, more poetic. His grandfather started describing the Watcher, not as an animal or a cryptid, but as something else, a guardian, a remnant, a memory given form. It doesn't want to hurt anyone, I'm certain now. It's just watching, protecting. The same way a man might stand guard over a grave. But what is it guarding? And from whom? The final entry was dated 3 days before his grandfather died. I'm going back to Clay Hill. One last time, I need to understand. Harold, my son, not grandson, thinks I should leave it alone. But I've spent 34 years watching the Watcher. I think it's time we had a conversation. If you're reading this and I'm gone, you'll know I was right. Or you'll know I was a fool. Either way, at least I died doing something that mattered. That's more than most men get. Harold closed the journal. His coffee had gone cold hours ago. Outside, the November wind scraped bare branches against the house, a sound like fingernails on wood. Claire used to hate that sound, said it made her think of things trying to get in. He should put the box away, throw it out, maybe. His grandfather had died of a heart attack, natural causes. 91 years old, alone in a cabin, probably fell asleep in his chair and just didn't wake up. That was the story. That was what made sense. But the photograph sat on top of the pile, and those eyes still caught the light. And Harold thought about all the years he'd spent believing in things that made sense. All the comfortable certainties, all the easy explanations. And he thought about how much time he had left. His doctor had told him 6 months ago that the cancer was back. The same kind that took Claire. Same aggressive spread, same poor prognosis. They could try treatment again. But at his age, with his history doctor, Mendez had that same gentle tone Emma used with dying patients. "How long?" Harold had asked. "A year, maybe. With treatment, possibly 2. Without?" Dr. Mendez shrugged. 6 months, maybe less." Harold had nodded, thanked him, driven home, made himself dinner, did the dishes, went to bed. And in the morning, he decided not to tell anyone. Not Emma, not his 2 sons living out of state, not the handful of friends he had left. What was the point? They'd make a fuss, want to spend time with him, act like he was already gone. He'd had enough of that with Claire. This time, he wanted to go out on his own terms. But sitting there with his grandfather's journal, with those photographs spread across the table like evidence in a trial, Harold realized he'd been lying to himself. He didn't want to die in a hospital bed or doped up on morphine in some hospice room. He didn't want to fade away in pieces, losing himself before his body finally got the message. He wanted to die doing something that mattered. The cold had teeth that November. It bit through his jacket, found the spaces between his ribs where the cancer was eating its way deeper, settled in his bones like it planned to stay. Harold didn't mind. Pain meant he was still alive, still moving, still had time. He'd told Emma he was going camping. She'd looked at him like he'd suggested flying to the moon. "Dad, it's 30 degrees out. You haven't been camping in 10 years. Exactly why I should go now," he'd said. And that shut her up, because they both knew what he wasn't saying. Time was running out. For camping. For everything. The drive up to Ashwood Ridge took 3 hours on roads that had gotten worse since his grandfather's time. Logging companies had pulled out in the 80s, left the forest to reclaim what it wanted. The pavement turned to gravel, turned to dirt, turned to ruts that made Harold's truck groan and protest. But the old Ford kept going, same as it had for 20 years, and that felt right somehow. Everything around him was old, worn down, still functioning out of stubbornness more than strength. His grandfather's cabin was still standing, barely. The roof had holes. The porch had collapsed on one side. Someone, probably hunters, had broken the windows, but the structure held, defiant against time and weather, and when Harold pushed open the door, the hinges screamed like they'd been waiting decades to complain. Inside, smelled of rot and pine needles and something else, something faintly metallic that made Harold think of blood, or rust, or old pennies. The furniture was still there, buried under years of dust and debris. His grandfather's chair, the wood stove, a table with 3 legs where a 4th should be. On the walls, barely visible under cobwebs and grime, were the photographs, dozens of them. His grandfather had pinned them up like evidence, like a map of something only he could see. And in every single one, in the background or the edge, or sometimes dead center, was that figure. The Watcher. Harold set his pack down. He'd brought supplies for a week: food, water, sleeping bag, first aid kit, his father's old .30-06 rifle that he'd carried in Vietnam and never wanted to see again, but couldn't seem to throw away, and his grandfather's journal, because you don't start a quest without knowing where you're going. The first night, he cleaned the cabin enough to be livable, swept out the pine needles, patched the worst holes in the roof with a tarp, got the wood stove working, more or less, enough to take the edge off the cold. Then he sat in his grandfather's chair as darkness filled the windows like water rising, and he read the journal again, cover to cover. The Watcher had patterns. It appeared most often at dusk and dawn. It stayed near Clay Hill, rarely venturing more than a mile from that central point. It avoided confrontation but didn't flee. When observed, it would watch back, sometimes for hours, then simply fade into the forest with no sound, no trace, like it had never been there at all. His grandfather had tried to make contact 3 times. The first 2, nothing happened. The Watcher observed him from a distance, then left. But the 3rd time, something changed. His grandfather wrote about it with the reverence of a man describing a religious experience. It came closer, close enough. I could see its face clearly. Not human, but not animal either. Something between, something old. Its eyes held intelligence, awareness, maybe even sadness. It looked at me, the way you might look at an old photograph, recognition mixed with distance. And then it did something I will never forget. It pressed its hand to its chest, then pointed at me, then at the ground, then at the sky, over and over. A pattern, a message. I think it was trying to tell me something. I think it's been trying for a very long time. Harold closed the journal. Outside, the wind had died. The forest had gone silent. Not the peaceful silence of sleep, but the waiting silence that comes before a storm or a scream or something you're not ready for. And in that silence, he heard it. A step, heavy, deliberate, just outside the cabin wall. His hands found the rifle before his mind caught up. Old muscle memory, the kind the army drills into you until it's deeper than thought. He moved to the window, careful, quiet, the floorboards creaking under his weight like they wanted to give him away. Nothing moved outside, just trees and darkness and the thin slice of moon cutting through the clouds. But Harold's breath came short now, and his heart, his tired, wearing out heart, kicked against his ribs hard enough to hurt. Another step, closer. Something passed by the window, too tall for the frame to contain it. He caught an impression of bulk, of height, of something moving with the fluid grace of a predator that didn't need to hurry because nothing in these woods could threaten it. And then it stopped, directly in front of the door. Harold's finger found the trigger guard. He'd sworn after Vietnam he'd never point a gun at anything living again unless his life depended on it. And maybe it did now. Maybe the door handle turned, slowly, testing. The latch rattled but held. The door was locked. Not that a lock would matter if something that size wanted in. Harold thought about his grandfather's words. It doesn't want to hurt anyone. But his grandfather was dead. Heart attack. Alone. 3 days before anyone found him. The handle stopped moving. Through the gap under the door, Harold could see a shadow, massive, blocking the moonlight. And he could hear it now, clear as anything. Breathing. Deep. Slow. The kind of breathing that spoke of lungs built for different air, a different world, a different time. Then, soft as a whisper, came a sound. Not quite a voice, not quite animal, something that might have been words, if words were made of wind and memory instead of breath and tongue. The shadow moved away from the door. Footsteps retreated, fading into the forest, and the silence that followed was somehow louder than the sound had been. Harold didn't sleep that night. He sat in his grandfather's chair with the rifle across his lap and watched the darkness press against the windows until dawn broke like a promise or a threat. He couldn't decide which. Morning came the way it does in mountains, all gradual light and mist rising from the ground like ghosts reluctant to leave. Harold's joints ached from sitting still all night, his bad hip sending bolts of pain up his spine every time he tried to stand. Getting old was a son of a bitch, but it beat the alternative. He made coffee on the wood stove, instant stuff that tasted like dirt but had caffeine, and that's all that mattered. Then he went outside. The ground near the door was soft from recent rain, and there, pressed into the mud, was a print. 14 inches long, maybe longer. 5 toes, each ending in what might have been a claw or might have been a thick nail. The depth of the impression suggested weight, serious weight, the kind that would make the floorboards groan and the earth remember. Harold knelt down, his knees protesting, and touched the edge of the print. Still fresh, still clear. In the center of it, he could feel heat, like the ground underneath was warmer than it should be, like whatever made this track carried some kind of internal fire that hadn't quite faded yet. He took photographs with his phone. 5 different angles, a ruler next to the print for scale. Then he pulled out his grandfather's journal and compared the measurement to the ones his grandfather had recorded. Identical, down to the toe spacing, the depth, the unusual arch. This was real. Whatever his grandfather had been tracking, it was real, and it had come to the cabin last night. It had tested the door. It had stood there, breathing, waiting. For what? Harold thought about his grandfather's final journal entry. I think it's time we had a conversation. He looked toward the tree line, toward the direction his grandfather's map indicated Clay Hill would be. 2.3 miles northeast, through old forest and rough terrain. Not an easy hike for a man his age, especially one with cancer eating holes in his lungs. But then again, he hadn't come up here for easy. He packed light, water, energy bars, first aid kit, the rifle. Even though his grandfather seemed convinced the Watcher meant no harm, Harold had learned in Vietnam that assumptions got you killed. The journal, the photographs, and his phone, though there was no signal up here, no way to call for help if things went wrong. If things went wrong, he wouldn't be calling anyway. Either he'd make it back, or he wouldn't. Simple as that. The forest swallowed him like it had been waiting. Old-growth pines rose like cathedral pillars, their canopy so thick, the ground beneath stayed in perpetual twilight. The air smelled of decay and growth intertwined, that particular scent of things dying and being born in the same breath. Harold had forgotten how quiet real wilderness could be. Not silent, never silent, but quiet in a way that made you aware of every sound you made, every footstep, every breath, every time your jacket brushed against a branch. He followed his grandfather's directions, using a compass because GPS didn't work under this canopy, and even if it did, his phone battery wouldn't last. The old ways were better anyway, more reliable. You could trust North. North didn't need satellites or signals. North just was. After about 40 minutes of hiking, he found the first marker, a tree with a strip of orange paint, faded but visible, about 6 feet up the trunk. His grandfather's mark, still here after all these years. Harold touched it, felt the rough bark under his fingers, and wondered how many times his grandfather had passed this spot, chasing something nobody else believed in. The second marker appeared 15 minutes later, then a third. Each one brought him deeper into the forest, further from anything resembling civilization. The trees here grew different, twisted somehow, like they'd been shaped by wind patterns that didn't match the prevailing currents. Their roots rose above the ground in thick, gnarled tangles that looked almost deliberate, almost designed to trip the unwary. And the ground itself felt wrong. Harold couldn't explain it, not in words that made sense, but the earth here had a quality he'd never felt before. It was soft, yes, from years of pine needles and decay, but underneath, it pulsed, like something was breathing down there, way down, deeper than roots or water tables or any natural explanation. A slow, steady rhythm that matched nothing in nature he knew. He checked his grandfather's journal. The ground there is wrong. Warm to touch even in winter. Harold knelt and pressed his palm against the soil. Warm, not hot, but definitely warmer than it should be on a November morning. He dug down a few inches with his knife. The dirt there was almost hot, like it had been baking in summer sun instead of freezing under autumn frost. No volcanic activity in this area, no thermal vents, no logical reason for. A branch snapped behind him. Harold spun, hand going to the rifle, every instinct screaming, but nothing moved in the trees. Just shadows and dappled light, and the slow sway of branches in a breeze he couldn't feel. Then he saw it, not the Watcher, something else. Lower to the ground, moving through the undergrowth with the liquid grace of a predator. Eyes caught the light for a moment. Yellow, bright, hungry. Wolf? No. Wolves hadn't been in these mountains for 40 years. Whatever it was circled him once, staying in the shadows, never quite visible. Harold kept the rifle ready, finger on the trigger guard, breathing shallow. The thing circled again, closer now. He could hear it panting, hear the brush of its body against low branches. Then it stopped, directly in front of him, maybe 30 feet away. And for just a moment, it stepped into a patch of sunlight. Not a wolf, too big, not a bear, wrong shape. Something else, something Harold had no name for, all muscle and fur and teeth too long for its mouth. It looked at him with intelligence that no animal should have, and Harold understood in that moment why his grandfather had been so careful to distinguish between the Watcher and everything else in these woods. The Watcher might not be dangerous, but it wasn't alone. The creature took one step forward. Harold raised the rifle. They stared at each other across 30 feet of forest floor, and Harold could feel his heart hammering, could feel the cancer in his chest, like a weight pressing down, could feel every one of his 67 years catching up with him all at once. Then, from somewhere above and behind him, came a sound, low, deep, more felt than heard. It vibrated through the trees, through the ground, through Harold's bones. The creature froze, its ears flattened, and without a sound, without a backward glance, it turned and melted back into the forest like smoke. Harold didn't move, couldn't move. He stood there, rifle half raised, breath coming in shallow gasps that hurt his damaged lungs, waiting. The sound came again, closer, a rumble that might have been a warning, or might have been words in a language older than human speech. The trees themselves seemed to lean away from it, and the warm spots in the ground pulsed stronger, faster, like a heartbeat accelerating. Then he saw it. Between two ancient pines, half hidden in shadow, stood the Watcher, 7 feet tall at least, maybe more. Shoulders broad enough that Harold could have stood behind them and disappeared. Covered in something that was neither fur nor hair but somewhere between. Dark brown, fading to grey at the edges. But it was the face that stopped Harold's heart. Not quite human, not quite anything else. Features that suggested intelligence and age, and something that might have been sadness, if sadness could be carved from stone and memory. And those eyes, his grandfather had written about them, but words couldn't capture what Harold saw now. Eyes that reflected light like an animal's, but held awareness like a human's. Eyes that had seen things, survived things, remembered things that Harold's mind couldn't grasp. Eyes that looked at him now with recognition, as if it had been waiting for him, as if it knew. They stood there, man and whatever it was, separated by maybe 50 feet of forest floor. Harold's finger rested on the trigger guard. The Watcher made no threatening move, just stood, watching, same as it had for 60 years, same as it had probably been doing for centuries before that. Then, slowly, deliberately, the Watcher did what Harold's grandfather had described. It pressed one massive hand to its chest, then pointed at Harold, then at the ground, then at the sky. Chest, Harold, ground, sky, over and over. A pattern, a message. Harold's hands shook. Not from fear this time, from something else. Something that felt like standing on the edge of a cliff and realizing the ground beneath your feet isn't as solid as you thought. That maybe the world contains more than you believed possible. That maybe dying isn't the ending you've been told it is. The Watcher lowered its hand. For a long moment, it simply looked at Harold. And in that look, Harold saw, or thought he saw, recognition, understanding, maybe even permission. Then it turned, and with movements fluid as water, silent as thought, it walked deeper into the forest, away from Clay Hill, away from wherever it had been going, like it was leading him somewhere, or leading him away from something. Harold had a choice to make. He could turn around, walk back to the cabin, drive home, tell Emma it was all nonsense, burn the photographs, throw away the journal, and spend his last months pretending he'd never seen what he'd just seen. Or he could follow. His grandfather would have followed, had followed, probably, that last day before his heart gave out. And whatever he'd found, whatever he'd learned, it had been worth dying for. Harold adjusted the rifle on his shoulder and started walking. His bad hip complained, his lungs burned, but his hands didn't shake anymore, and for the first time since Claire died, he felt like he was doing exactly what he was supposed to be doing. The Watcher stayed visible ahead of him, moving at a pace Harold could match if he pushed himself. Not running, not hiding, just leading. The forest grew denser, darker, the trees so thick now that hardly any light reached the ground. But Harold could see the Watcher clearly, its form somehow more solid than the shadows around it, like it was made of different matter, denser reality, impossible to miss even in the gloom. They walked for 20 minutes, then 30. Harold's hips screamed. His lungs felt like they were filled with ground glass. But he kept going because stopping meant giving up. And he'd lived 67 years without giving up on anything that mattered. Then they broke through the tree line. Clay Hill rose before them like a wound in the earth. Not tall, maybe 50 feet at its highest point, but distinct. Wrong. The trees leaned away from it, their trunks curved like they'd been trying to escape and gotten frozen mid-flight. The ground was bare, scorched, cracked in patterns that radiated outward, like veins or roots or neural pathways. And heat rose from those cracks, visible in the cold air, like breath from some buried giant. The watcher stopped at the hill's base, turned to look at Harold, and for the first time, it made a sound. Not the deep rumble from before, something softer, almost questioning, almost concerned. Harold stepped forward. The heat hit him in waves, stronger than any natural warmth, carrying with it that metallic smell he'd noticed in the cabin. Blood and rust and old pennies. The smell of something ancient, the smell of something that shouldn't be. The cracks in the earth glowed faintly red at their deepest points. Not fire, something else. Some kind of energy or heat that came from below, from deep below, from places the drilling companies hadn't reached and never would. "What is this place?" Harold asked aloud. His voice sounded wrong in the stillness, too small, too human. The watcher tilted its head. Then it did something Harold's grandfather hadn't described in the journal. It knelt. Its massive form lowered until it was eye level with Harold, and he could see its face clearly now, could see the scars there, old marks that spoke of survival and struggle, could see the gray in its fur that spoke of age, could see, in those impossible eyes, something that looked like sadness mixed with resignation, mixed with hope. It reached out one hand, slowly, carefully, palm up, an offering or a request. Harold looked at that hand, looked at the claws that could tear him apart, looked at the strength that could crush bone, looked at the gentleness with which it was offered. His grandfather's words came back to him. It doesn't want to hurt anyone. It's just watching, protecting. Harold reached out and placed his palm in the watcher's hand. The world tilted. Heat rushed up Harold's arm like electricity, like fire, like something that had no name in the physics he understood. Not painful, not exactly, but overwhelming. His vision blurred, doubled, then sharpened to a clarity he hadn't experienced since he was 20. The world came into focus in ways it never had before. He could see individual dust motes floating in the air, could see the cellular structure of the bark on distant trees, could see through things to the spaces between matter, where energy hummed like a song. And then he saw the memories. Not his, the watchers. They flooded through him like a river breaking a dam. Images, sensations, moments stretched across centuries. He saw the forest when it was younger, smaller, when the trees were saplings and the land was different. He saw people, not modern humans, but something earlier, something that walked the edge between animal and awareness. He saw them gather at Clay Hill, saw them leave offerings, saw them understand what this place was, even if they couldn't explain it in words. He saw the watcher then too, younger, one of many. Not creatures, not exactly, more like guardians. Watchers, yes, that's what his grandfather had called it, but there had been dozens once, hundreds maybe, scattered across the world at places like this, places where the Earth's energy pushed through, where the membrane between what is and what might be grew thin. He saw them fade, one by one, as the world changed, as humans grew different, harder, less willing to believe in things they couldn't control. The watchers didn't die, they simply became less, became shadow, became legend, all except this one, the last one, the one who'd refused to fade, who'd stayed at its post even as the world forgot it was supposed to be there. He saw his grandfather. Young, middle-aged, old. Decades of encounters flashing past like a film reel. His grandfather hadn't been crazy, he'd been chosen. The watcher had revealed itself to him because it recognized something, a kindred spirit, maybe, or just a man willing to believe in things larger than himself. And now Harold understood what his grandfather had been trying to do in those final days. What conversation he'd hoped to have. The Watcher wasn't just protecting Clay Hill, it was dying. The energy here, the heat, the wrongness, it wasn't natural to the earth. It was leaking from the Watcher itself. Its life force, or whatever passed for life in something like this, was seeping into the ground, keeping the place warm, keeping the cracks open, trying to hold on to existence, even as existence tried to let it go. It was the last one, and it was failing. Harold gasped as the connection broke. He pulled his hand back, staggered, would have fallen if the Watcher hadn't caught him with a gentleness that contradicted everything about its size and strength. It steadied him, then released him, and Harold stood there shaking, his mind trying to process what he'd just experienced. "You're dying," he said, his voice cracked. "You're? How long?" The Watcher made that soft sound again. Then it held up one hand, fingers spread, closed the hand, opened it again, closed it, 5 times, 5 years, months, days. No. The way it moved, the deliberateness of its seasons. 5 seasons, 1 more winter, 1 more spring, summer, fall, and then the winter after that. 2 years, give or take. Less time than Harold had, even with the cancer. "Why?" Harold asked. "Why show me this? Why my grandfather? Why us?" The Watcher looked at him for a long moment. Then it pointed at Harold's chest, at his heart. And Harold understood not through words or visions, but through some deeper knowing that the contact had left behind like an echo, because they were dying too. His grandfather had been dying when the Watcher first revealed itself fully to him, and Harold was dying now. The Watcher recognized them because they stood in the same space, that thin place between living and ending, where you could see both directions clearly and nothing looked quite as solid as it used to. "Christ," Harold breathed. He sat down hard on a fallen log, his legs suddenly unable to hold him. The rifle slipped from his shoulder, and he let it go. What was the point? You couldn't shoot death, couldn't threaten it or fight it or run from it. It came when it came, same for men as for legends, same for creatures from the dawn of memory as for machinists from Pittsburgh. The Watcher sat too, lowering itself to the ground with a grace that something that size shouldn't possess. They sat there together in front of Clay Hill, and the heat rose around them, and the silence was the kind that feels like church, like standing in an empty cathedral when the world outside has forgotten how to pray. After a while, Harold had no idea how long he spoke again. "My grandfather." Did he understand? At the end, the Watcher's eyes, those impossible eyes, reflected sadness. It nodded once, slow, certain. Did it kill him? The connection? What we just did. The Watcher shook its head, then placed a hand over its chest and made a gesture like something closing, like a door shutting, like a heart stopping. His grandfather's heart had simply given out. The cancer of time and use and living too long. The Watcher hadn't caused it, but it had been there, had watched, had maybe even tried to help in whatever way it could. Harold felt tears on his face and didn't wipe them away. 67 years old, dying of cancer, sitting in the woods with the last remnant of something humanity had forgotten, crying like a child, but it didn't feel shameful. It felt right. Some things deserve tears. "What happens?" he asked quietly. "When you're gone? What happens to this place?" The Watcher gestured to the hill, to the cracks, to the heat rising, then made a motion like scattering ashes, like dust dispersing. The energy would fade, the warmth would die. Clay Hill would become just another hill, unremarkable, forgotten. And whatever this place had been, whatever it had meant, would vanish like smoke. "No one will remember," Harold said. It wasn't a question. The Watcher shook its head. No one would remember. His grandfather's photographs would be dismissed as tricks of light and shadow. The journal would be read as the ramblings of a lonely old man. And eventually, even Emma would convince herself that her father had gone a little strange at the end that grief and illness had made him see things that weren't there. The world would be smaller for it, emptier. But the world had been growing smaller and emptier for a long time now. Each mystery explained away, each wonder reduced to data, each bit of magic translated into mechanism. One more wouldn't matter, except it mattered to Harold, and it had mattered to his grandfather. And maybe that was enough. I don't know what to do, Harold admitted. Don't know how to help you. Don't even know if you won't help, or if this is just natural, the way things are supposed to go. The watcher regarded him for a moment. Then it stood and motioned for Harold to follow. They walked around the base of Clay Hill to the far side, where the cracks in the earth ran deepest, where the heat was strongest. There, pressed into the scorched ground, was a handprint, large, unmistakable, and next to it, in soil that had been deliberately cleared, smoothed, prepared, were marks, symbols, maybe, or letters, in a language that predated written language. But one symbol Harold recognized, because his grandfather had sketched it in the journal, had spent pages trying to decipher it, had finally concluded it meant something like witness, or remember, or stand guard. The watcher knelt and pressed its hand over the existing handprint, a perfect match. Then it gestured to Harold, to the space beside it. You want me to? Harold looked at his own hand, small and human and wrinkled with age spots. You want me to remember? To stand witness? The watcher nodded. And then what? I've got maybe a year. Less, probably. What good does it do? The watcher pointed at Harold's pocket. At the phone there. At the camera. At the journal he carried. At all the tools of documentation and proof and testimony. Then it pointed to its eyes. To Harold's eyes, to the connection between them. It wanted to be remembered, not proven, not studied, not captured, or categorized, or explained. Just remembered, by someone who'd stood here, who'd touched the mystery, who'd felt the heat, and seen the truth, and understood that some things in the world were bigger than the world's willingness to believe in them. Harold knelt. His hips screamed protest. His lungs burned. But he pressed his palm into the soft, hot earth next to the watcher's print, and he felt the heat sink into his skin, felt it travel up his arm and settle somewhere near his heart, and he thought about his grandfather doing this same thing, leaving his mark, saying, I was here, I saw this, I bear witness. When he pulled his hand back, his print remained, small next to the watcher's, human, temporary, but there. I'll remember, Harold said quietly. Long as I can, and I'll make sure someone else knows. Somehow. Even if they don't believe it, even if they think I'm crazy, someone will know. The watcher made that soft sound again. Then it did something Harold would remember for the rest of his life, however long that was. It reached out and placed one massive hand on Harold's shoulder, and the weight of it was gentle, and the touch was warm, and it felt like blessing and goodbye and thank you all at once. Then it rose and walked back into the forest, moving between the trees like a thought, dispersing, and Harold sat there alone with his handprint and his grandfather's ghost, and the knowledge that he'd touched something true. The walk back to the cabin took twice as long. Not because Harold was lost he'd marked the trail carefully in his mind, but because his body had decided it was done cooperating. His hip had gone from painful to nearly useless. His lungs rattled with every breath. The cancer was winning, speeding up, like whatever had been holding it back had finally let go. Darkness caught him half a mile from the cabin. He'd been stupid not to bring a better flashlight. The phone's light was weak and the battery was dying. But the moon was full enough, and the trail was clear enough, and he kept moving because stopping meant not starting again, and he wasn't ready for that yet. He made it to the cabin just before midnight. The wood stove had gone out hours ago. The temperature inside was maybe 40 degrees. Harold got a fire going through sheer stubbornness and muscle memory, then collapsed into his grandfather's chair with a groan that was half pain and half relief. His phone had just enough battery left to review the photographs he'd taken. The handprints, clear and undeniable. The symbols in the earth. Clay Hill itself, with its unnatural heat shimmer visible in the cold air. And one photograph he didn't remember taking, the watcher, caught in perfect profile as it walked away, its form solid and real against the forest backdrop. Proof. Real proof. The kind that couldn't be dismissed as shadows or tricks of light. But as Harold stared at the image, he realized it didn't matter. He could show these photographs to anyone, everyone, and they'd find reasons not to believe. Digital manipulation. Costume. Clever angles. People didn't want mysteries anymore. They wanted explanations. And when explanations didn't fit, they'd rather reject the evidence than expand their understanding of what was possible. His grandfather had known that, had kept the journal private, the photographs hidden, the truth tucked away where only someone ready to see it would find it. Harold understood now. This wasn't about proving anything. It was about passing something on. About holding a truth carefully until someone else was ready to hold it too. He looked at the photograph one more time, then plugged the phone into his portable charger. Tomorrow, he'd upload everything to a cloud drive Emma didn't know about. He'd write his own account, detailed and clear, while the memory was fresh. And he'd add it to his grandfather's journal, creating a record that spanned 3 generations, that documented something precious and impossible and true. Then he'd go home, see Emma, spend his remaining time with his family, die in whatever way the cancer decided to take him. But he'd die knowing he'd done what his grandfather asked. He'd stood witness, he'd borne testimony, and somewhere in the mountains behind Ashwood Ridge, the last watcher would live out its final seasons, knowing it wasn't completely forgotten. Sleep took him while he sat there, pulled him down into dreams of heat and ancient eyes and forests that remembered when the world was young. He woke to sunlight streaming through the broken windows and the smell of coffee he hadn't made. Harold sat up fast, too fast, his vision swimming. Someone was in the cabin, at the stove, making coffee with his supplies, like they had every right to be there. His hand found the rifle before his eyes focused. Then his eyes focused and he froze. "Easy," the man said. He was maybe 60, lean and weathered, wearing clothes that looked like they'd been worn hard for decades. Forest Service Ranger patch on his jacket, faded almost to nothing. "Don't mean any harm. Found your truck yesterday. Figured you were up here. Thought I'd check in." "This is private property," Harold said, but he lowered the rifle. "Was private property," the man corrected. He poured 2 cups of coffee, held one out. "Your grandfather's estate sold it to the Forest Service. In '89, been abandoned since. Technically, you're trespassing, but I'm not going to write you up for nostalgia." Harold took the coffee, suspicious, but the warmth felt good in his hands. "Who are you?" "Ben Stratton. I'm the ranger who covers this area. Have been for 30 years. He settled into a chair opposite Harold's. "Also the ranger who found your grandfather when he died." That got Harold's attention. "You knew him, knew of him. Everyone who worked these mountains knew about Old Man Brennan and his." Ben paused, choosing words carefully. "His research. Most thought he was crazy. I wasn't so sure." "Why?" Ben took a long drink of coffee. "Because I've been working these woods for 3 decades, and I've seen things. Tracks that don't match any known animal. Trees marked in patterns that make no sense. Warm spots in the ground that have no geological explanation. And once, just once, I saw something that was too big to be a bear, too quick to be a man, and too aware to be anything I could explain." Harold's heart kicked. "When?" "About 5 years ago. I was doing a patrol up near." He stopped, looked at Harold. "Near a place we call the Dead Zone, Clay Hill, your grandfather used to call it. You know about Clay Hill?" "I know about it," Ben said quietly. "I know the ground there. Registers 10 to 15 degrees warmer than surrounding areas. I know wildlife avoids it. I know the Forest Service tried to build a trail through there in '95, and the construction crew refused to go back after the first day. Said the place felt wrong. Said they heard things. What did they hear? They didn't say. Just refused to go back. We rerouted the trail." Ben set his coffee down. "Your grandfather came to me, you know, 2 months before he died. brought me some of his documentation, wanted me to see it, wanted someone official to acknowledge what he'd found. And I listened, read his journal, looked at his photographs, even went up to Clay Hill with him once. Ben's face had gone distant, remembering. Something's there. I don't know what. Don't know if I want to know what. But it's there. And it's old. Older than the trees. Older than the mountains, maybe. Harold studied the ranger. Why are you telling me this? Because I saw your truck. Saw you'd brought supplies for a week. And I know about the cancer. Ben met Harold's eyes. Small town, word gets around. And I've seen men come up here before when they're dying, looking for something. Sometimes they find it, sometimes they don't. But they always come back changed. He paused. If they come back, I'm coming back, Harold said. You sure? Because your grandfather. My grandfather died of a heart attack, natural causes. Your grandfather died 3 days after spending an entire day at Clay Hill. And when I found him, he had the strangest expression on his face. Not pain, not fear, something else. Peace maybe, or understanding. Like he'd finally gotten an answer to a question he'd been asking his whole life. Harold felt cold despite the coffee, despite the fire. What are you saying? I'm saying that place is dangerous. Not in the way people usually mean. Not like a bear, or a cliff, or exposure. But dangerous in the way things are when they're more than what they seem. Ben stood, stretched, moved to the door. I'm saying be careful. And I'm saying, if you do find something up there, something real, maybe think hard about whether the world needs to know. You think people shouldn't know the truth. I think the truth is complicated. I think some mysteries serve a purpose by staying mysterious. And I think. He paused in the doorway, silhouetted against the morning light. I think that whatever's up there has been protecting this forest for longer than we can measure, and maybe that's worth more than proof. Then he was gone, leaving Harold alone with his coffee and his thoughts, and the uncomfortable realization that he wasn't the only one who knew. Harold spent that day reviewing everything, the photographs, crisp and clear, the journal entries, his added to his grandfather's, the video he'd taken of Clay Hill, showing the heat shimmer, the strange cracks, the otherworldly quality of the place. He had documentation, he had evidence. He had everything he needed to prove the Watcher was real, but Ben's words stuck with him. Maybe think hard about whether the world needs to know. What would happen if Harold went public? Media attention, probably. Scientists wanting access. Hunters and cryptozoologists descending on the area. Clay Hill would become a circus. And the Watcher, in its final 2 years, would have no peace. His grandfather had chosen silence, had kept the truth private, had let the world think he was a crazy old man, if that's what it took to protect what he'd found. Could Harold do the same? He sat there as the afternoon faded, wrestling with himself. Part of him wanted vindication, wanted the world to know he wasn't crazy, his grandfather wasn't crazy, that mysteries still existed in the dark corners. But another part, the part that had felt the Watcher's gentle touch, that had seen the sadness in those ancient eyes, knew that some things were too precious to prove. By evening, he'd made his decision. He would document everything, write it all down, upload the evidence to a secure location, but he wouldn't publish it, wouldn't share it. Not yet, maybe not ever. Instead, he'd leave instructions with Emma, sealed, to be opened after his death. And she could decide. She could choose whether the world needed this truth, or whether the Watcher deserved to fade into legend with dignity intact. It felt right. It felt like honoring both the evidence and the mystery, like standing in that thin place between proof and faith where the best truths lived. Harold packed the next morning. His body hurt worse than it had in months. The cancer was accelerating. He'd give it another month, maybe 2, before he'd need serious pain management, before the ending would start in earnest. But he felt good anyway, clear, purposeful, like he'd done something that mattered. The drive down the mountain was slow. He stopped once to look back at the forest, at the place where Clay Hill sat hidden, where the last Watcher kept its vigil. He wouldn't see it again, wouldn't make this trip again. This was goodbye. Thank you, he said to the trees, to the mountains, to whatever was listening, for showing me, for trusting me, for reminding me that wonder still exists. The trees swayed in a breeze he couldn't feel, and maybe it was his imagination, but he thought he heard, faint and far away, that soft sound the watcher made. The one that wasn't quite words, but meant more than words ever could. Then he drove home. Emma was waiting on his porch when he pulled up. She had that look, the one that meant she'd been worried, that meant she'd been imagining worst-case scenarios, that meant she loved him and wanted to throttle him in equal measure. "A week," she said as he climbed out of the truck. "You were supposed to be gone 3 days." Lost track of time, lost track of she stopped, looked at him, really looked. Her nurse eyes, the ones that saw past what people wanted to show. What happened up there? Went camping? Did some hiking? Thought about things? He smiled at her. Found some answers. To what? Questions I didn't know I was asking. She studied him another moment, then shook her head. "You're different. Some things. I don't know. You look lighter somehow." Harold thought about that. She was right. He did feel lighter. The weight he'd been carrying since Claire died, since the diagnosis, since the slow realization that his time was running out, it hadn't disappeared, but it had shifted, changed from burden to something else. Something that felt almost like grace. "I'm dying, Emma," he said gently. "Dad, no, let me finish. I'm dying. We both know it, but I've been dying scared, dying angry, dying like I was being robbed." He touched her shoulder. "I'm not scared anymore, or angry. I've seen. I've learned that dying is just part of it. Part of the whole big, strange, beautiful thing, and that's okay." Emma's eyes filled with tears. "I don't want you to go. I know, but I'm going. And before I do, I need you to do something for me." He reached into his jacket, pulled out an envelope, heavy, sealed with wax like his grandfather used to do. "Don't open this until after I'm gone, and when you do, read it carefully. Look at everything inside, then decide what to do with it." "Decide what?" "You'll understand when you read it. Just promise me you'll think about it before you decide. Really think." She took the envelope, turned it over in her hands. "What is this? A story? A true one? About your great-grandfather and me, and something we found." He smiled. "And maybe about you too, if you need it, if you want it." They went inside. Emma made tea. They talked about normal things, her work, his house, the grandkids Emma hoped to give him, but probably wouldn't before he was gone. Easy conversation. Comfortable. And Harold felt grateful for it, for this ordinary evening with his daughter, for the simple grace of sitting at a kitchen table and talking about nothing important. Later, after Emma left, Harold sat in Claire's chair. He'd been using his own chair for 5 years, couldn't seem to sit in hers, but tonight he did, and he thought about everything that had happened. The Watcher was real. His grandfather had been right, and somewhere in those mountains, an ancient mystery was living out its final days, choosing to fade rather than fight, choosing dignity over survival. There was a lesson in that. Maybe several. Harold pulled out his phone and opened the cloud storage where he'd uploaded everything. Photographs, videos, his written account, his grandfather's journal, scanned page by page. A complete record of something impossible and true. He created a second copy, encrypted, stored it separately. Then he wrote a detailed letter to Emma explaining everything, including the password, the access codes, the decision she'd need to make, to publish or protect, to prove or preserve. He sealed it all in the envelope he'd already given her, having retrieved it with an excuse about forgetting something. Then he settled back to wait. A month passed, then 2. The pain got worse, as promised. Dr. Mendez prescribed stronger medication. Emma wanted him to move in with her. Harold refused. He'd die in his own house. Thank you. In his own bed, with his own memories. He thought often of the Watcher, wondered how it was doing, whether it felt the fading the way Harold felt, the cancer, that slow encroachment, that steady loss, that awareness of ending. He hoped it didn't hurt, hoped it felt the same peace Harold had found at Clay Hill, that sense of completion, of purpose fulfilled. On a Tuesday in late January, almost 3 months after his trip, Harold woke in the night with worse pain than usual. His body was giving up, systems failing, the machine of him grinding toward its final stop. He took his medication, but it barely touched the hurt. He got up, couldn't sleep anyway, and made his way to the kitchen. The moon was full, bright enough to cast shadows through the windows. And as Harold stood there, holding his morning coffee at midnight, he saw something that made him set the cup down with shaking hands. Outside, in his backyard, something moved. Large, familiar, impossible. Harold opened the back door and stepped onto the porch, feeling the January cold bite through his pajamas, but not caring. The figure stood at the edge of his yard, where the security lights' reach faded to darkness. The watcher, it had come here, to him. Miles from the mountains, in a suburban neighborhood, standing in Harold's backyard, like it had every right to be there. They looked at each other across 40 feet of frozen grass. Harold's heart hammered. The watcher made no move, no sound, just stood there, watching, the way it had watched for centuries. Then Harold understood. It had come to say goodbye. He stepped off the porch, ignoring the protest from his hip, ignoring the pain in his chest, ignoring everything except the need to reach it, to stand one more time in the presence of something greater than himself. He stopped 10 feet away. The watcher knelt, bringing itself down to Harold's level, and Harold could see now how much it had faded even in 3 months. Its form was less solid, more transparent, like it was already halfway to becoming memory. "I kept my promise," Harold said, documented everything, left the decision to Emma. "Whatever happens, someone will know, someone will remember." The watcher nodded slowly. Then it reached out, and Harold took its hand, and the connection flared again, but weaker this time, fainter, like a radio signal from very far away. He felt the watcher's gratitude, felt its peace, felt its readiness to let go, to finally rest after standing guard for so long. And he felt something else, a gift, a final message pressed into his mind, like a photograph pressed into an album. "You're not alone. In the ending, you're not alone. I am with you, as you were with me." Then the connection broke. The watcher released his hand and stood. For a moment longer, it looked at Harold with those ancient, knowing eyes. Then it turned and walked away, its form fading with each step, becoming shadow, becoming thought, becoming nothing at all. Harold stood in his backyard until he couldn't feel his feet anymore, until the cold had settled so deep he couldn't tell where it ended and the cancer began. Then he went inside, made fresh coffee, and sat at the kitchen table until dawn. He called Emma that morning and told her it was time. Time to stop pretending. Time to start the ending properly. She cried, but she understood. She'd been waiting for this call. The next few weeks were what dying looked like. Hospital beds, moved into living rooms, medication schedules, visiting nurses, Emma sleeping on the couch. Harold's sons flew in from wherever they'd scattered to. Grandkids he barely knew visited and acted uncomfortable, because what do you say to someone who's leaving? But Harold was okay with it all, with the pain and the fading, and the gradual shutdown of everything that made him Harold Brennan, because he wasn't alone. In the quiet moments, when the medication made the world soft and distant, he could feel it, that presence, that awareness, that sense of being accompanied. The watcher had meant what it said. They were ending together, and there was comfort in that. Strange comfort, but real. On a February night, with Emma sleeping in the chair beside his bed, and the house quiet except for the hiss of oxygen and the beep of monitors, Harold felt it shift. The pain eased, the fear vanished, and he understood, clearly and without doubt, that this was it. The final threshold, the last step. But he wasn't stepping alone. He felt the watcher there with him, felt it taking his hand the way it had in the backyard, felt it walking beside him into whatever came next. And Harold realized that maybe that's what it had been all along. Not a guardian of a place, a guardian of passages, a guide for those moving from one state of being to another, from life to death, from real to legend, from now to whatever came after. Emma woke to find him smiling, peaceful, gone. She cried for a long time. Then she found the envelope exactly where he'd told her it would be. She read everything: the journal entries, the photographs, the videos, Harold's written account, his final instructions. She looked at the evidence of something impossible and had to decide whether to believe her eyes or her understanding of the world. It took her 3 days to choose. On the 4th day, she drove up to Ashwood Ridge, found the cabin, now even more dilapidated, found the trail markers, faded but visible, found Clay Hill, with its cracks and its heat and its otherworldly quality that made her skin prickle and her breath catch. And there, pressed into the earth where her father had left it, was his handprint, and next to it, barely visible now, another print, large, impossible, fading, immoknelt. And after a long moment of wrestling with herself, with everything she'd been taught to believe, with the evidence of her eyes versus the certainty of her mind, she pressed her own hand into the warm earth beside her father's print. 3 generations, 3 witnesses, 3 people who'd stood at this thin place where mystery and reality kissed. She stayed for an hour. Then she walked back to her car and drove home. And when she got there, she did exactly what Harold had hoped she would do. She took the envelope, the photographs, the videos, the journals, all the evidence, all the proof, and she locked it away, somewhere safe, somewhere her children might find it someday when they needed to believe in mysteries, but not somewhere the world would find it now, because some truths are too precious to prove. Some mysteries serve the world better by staying mysterious, and some gifts, like the knowledge that magic still exists in dark corners, that ancient things still stand guard over thin places, that we're not alone, even in our endings, those gifts shouldn't be cheapened by turning them into spectacle. The world keeps spinning, the mountains keep standing, and in the forests beyond Ashwood Ridge, where the trees lean away from a place called Clay Hill, where the ground stays warmer than it should, where crack patterns radiate outward like veins or roots or neural pathways, the last mystery fades a little more each season. But it doesn't fade unremembered. It doesn't fade unwitnessed. And maybe, in a world that's grown so small and so certain and so convinced it knows everything, that's the best kind of ending. The kind where wonder survives in the hearts of those who've touched it, preserved by silence, protected by love. Harold Brennan was buried on a cold February day. Emma gave a eulogy that mentioned his service in Vietnam, his work as a machinist, his 42-year marriage, his 3 children and 6 grandchildren. She didn't mention Clay Hill or the Watcher or the truth he'd carried in his final months. But when they lowered his casket into the ground, Emma slipped something into the grave before the first shovelful of earth fell. A small stone, smooth and warm, with a symbol carved into it. A symbol that meant witness or remember or stand guard. And that night, miles away in the mountains, the last watcher stood at Clay Hill for the final time. Its form was barely visible now, more memory than matter, more thought than flesh. The heat beneath the ground had cooled. The cracks were beginning to close. The thin place was sealing itself, returning to ordinary earth, becoming just another hill in just another forest. But before it faded completely, before it let go of existence and slipped into legend, the Watcher pressed one last handprint into the cooling earth. And in that print, if anyone had been there to see it, if anyone had been willing to look closely enough, they would have found something extraordinary. Not one handprint. 3, overlapping, merged. Grandfather, father, and daughter. 3 witnesses, 3 guardians. 3 souls who'd stood at the edge of mystery and chosen to honor it rather than expose it. The Watcher looked at that merged print for a long moment. Then, with a sound that might have been satisfaction, or peace, or simply goodbye, it let go, and faded, and was gone, but not forgotten, never forgotten, because Emma carried the story now, same as Harold had, same as his grandfather before him, and someday, When her own ending approached, when she stood in that thin place where you could see both directions clearly, maybe she'd pass it on too, or maybe she wouldn't. Maybe the mystery would die with her, become nothing but legend and rumor and stories people told around campfires. But either way, for a little while, for a few brief human generations, something ancient and impossible had been seen and known and honored. And in a world that had forgotten how to believe in anything it couldn't measure or monetize or control, that had to count for something, that had to mean something, that had to be enough. The mountains keep their secrets. The forests keep their mysteries. And somewhere, in the space between what was and what might have been, in the thin places where reality grows porous and wonder bleeds through, the story continues. Not for everyone, not for the skeptics, or the certain, or the comfortable, but for those willing to believe, for those ready to see, for those standing at their own endings and looking for meaning in the dark. For them, the story never dies. It just waits, patient as stone, ancient as earth, real as breath, waiting for the next witness, the next guardian, the next soul, brave enough to press their hand into warm earth and say, "I was here, I saw this, I remember." And in remembering, keep the mystery alive. I'll take a look at the files you've uploaded to see what you're working with. I'll write this story for you now, following all the guidelines. Starting round 1. What if your child burned to death before your eyes, and you couldn't do a thing to stop it? That's not a question most people can answer. Most people don't have to. But Walter Greaves, 74 years old, former firefighter, lived with that answer carved into his bones for 11 years. He'd exiled himself to a frozen cabin on Glassy Elk Lake, deep in Idaho's Sawtooth Wilderness, the kind of place where winter comes in September and doesn't leave until May, the kind of place where a man can disappear into the pines and the silence and pretend the rest of the world forgot about him. He'd stopped lighting fires the night they buried his daughter, but one February morning, everything changed. He heard something beneath the ice, something that shouldn't have been there. And when he found it, barely breathing, with ash-gray fur and eyes that mirrored the gaze of his lost child, the forest itself began to shift around him. Stones appeared in strange symbols. Whispers moved through the trees like wind with intention. And one moonlit night, a dozen towering silhouettes stood outside his cabin, watching in silence. This isn't some cryptid tale spun from campfire smoke. This story was recovered from a burned journal buried beneath a maple tree at Glassy Elk, the very place where fire once consumed everything Walter loved. Now look, I know what you're thinking. Bigfoot stories are a dime a dozen. But stay with me here, because this one's different. This one's about what happens when grief carves out a hole so deep that something wild and ancient decides to fill it. About how a broken man found redemption in the unlikeliest bond. About the final act of a father who gave fire one last time. Before we go any further, do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. This channel digs into stories that'll make you question what's really out there in the deep woods. And believe me, after you hear what happened to Walter Greaves, you'll never look at the wilderness the same way again. Because here's the thing, Walter died alone in that cabin. The county sheriff found him 3 weeks after the thaw. But on the frost, covered ground outside, there were 2 sets of footprints, one human, one not. And that maple tree, where he'd buried his daughter's memory, the one that stood in the middle of the old burned scar, where nothing had grown for over a decade. It was blooming in the middle of winter. Let me tell you how we got there. The snow had stopped sometime before dawn, but the sky stayed shut like a locked door. Flat grey. No Sunday, no shape to the day. Just that heavy silence that comes when the world's buried under too much white. Walter Greaves trudged through the pines, his boots sinking with each step, breath rising in slow, tired clouds. His joints ached the way they did now. Arthritis had settled in his knees like an unwelcome tenant, and his back reminded him every morning that 74 wasn't young, no matter how tough you used to be. His traps were set 2 days ago, maybe more. Time slid quiet out here, like everything else. Trees didn't keep clocks. The forest had its own rhythm. and after 11 years, Walter had learned to move with it instead of against it. He paused at a bend in the game trail, one gloved hand on a pine trunk for balance. The cold had teeth out here. It bit through his jacket, found the spaces between his ribs, settled in his bones like it planned to stay. But he'd take the cold over the alternative. The cold didn't ask questions. It didn't look at you with pity in its eyes and say, "I'm sorry for your loss," like words could patch over a hole that big. He adjusted the canvas strap slung over his shoulder. The wire snare kit rattled faintly in the bag, the sound of necessity, of staying alive when you'd stopped caring about much else. His coat, old fireman's wool, thick and faded, hung off his shoulders like it still carried the weight of 20 years ago. 20 years of pulling people from burning buildings. 20 years of being too late for the ones that mattered most. He didn't mind the cold. What bothered him was silence. Not the good kind, the kind a man seeks out when the world gets too loud. No, this was different. This was the kind of silence that echoed, the kind that pressed against your eardrums and made you wonder if you'd gone deaf without noticing. Then it cracked. A sound split the hush like a dry bone breaking in slow motion. Sharp, brittle, drawn out. Not close, but not far either. Somewhere, out on the lake. Walter froze. Every instinct from his firefighting days kicked in that hyper-awareness that comes when something's wrong, but you haven't figured out what yet. Another sound followed. Higher, thin and strange. Not quite human, not quite animal either. Something in between. It pierced the air like a question nobody wanted to answer. His heart kicked against his ribs. He wasn't scared, not exactly. Fear was for people who had something to lose. But curiosity? That was harder to kill. He raised his binoculars with hands that shook slightly. Not from cold, not entirely. Just age doing what age does, stealing steadiness, replacing it with tremor. Out past the tree line, glassy Elk Lake lay frozen in a smooth sheet. White, almost glass-like in the flat morning light. And in the middle of it, no bigger than a speck at this distance, was something moving, or struggling. He squinted, adjusted the focus. Snow clung to his eyelashes, melting, blurring his vision. He blinked it away and looked again. It had limbs, but the proportions were off. Too long in the arms, covered in dark, wet fur that steamed in the cold. One leg jammed through the ice, twisted like it had fallen in and couldn't climb out. Not a bear. Bears didn't move like that. Not a wolf. Too big, too bipedal, and definitely not a man. Walter's chest tightened. Memory flickered 20 years of emergency response, of making split-second decisions, of knowing that hesitation killed people. The training never really left you. It just sat dormant, waiting for the world to catch fire again. He turned without thinking, half running, half stumbling toward the lake. His boots crunched through the fresh powder as he veered off the trail, cutting across low brush and wind-flattened grass. The arthritis in his knee screamed protest. He ignored it. His lungs burned in the cold air. He pushed through it. The sound came again, a broken moan that rose up and faded like wind through a cave. He didn't stop. The edge of the lake met him like a silent dare. He hesitated only a moment, scanning the ice for cracks, for that telltale sag that meant thin spots. Rescue training from 40 years ago surfaced like muscle memory. Never run onto ice. Distribute your weight. Have a rope. Have a plan. He grabbed a long pine branch from the snowbank, maybe 8 feet long, tested its strength. Good enough. He unwound 50 feet of climbing rope from his pack, another relic from his firefighting days, something he'd carried out of habit more than need. He tied one end of the rope to the branch, looped the other around his waist with a bowline knot his father had taught him when he was 8 years old. Some things stick. Some things become the bones you build yourself around. The creature was far. Too far. Maybe 80 yards out. Close to where the lake's natural spring kept the ice thin even in deep winter. Dangerous water. The kind that killed quick if you went through. He dropped to his knees, then to his belly, distributing his weight like they'd taught him in water rescue training back in '79. He began to crawl. Every push forward sent the ice groaning under his chest, not cracking, just complaining, like old wood in a windstorm. Don't think. Don't listen. Just go. The wind came in low from the west, hissing across the lake's surface, stinging his eyes. His breath turned to steam that clung to his beard, froze there, made his face feel like leather stretched too tight. The creature wasn't crying out anymore. It was just watching him. It had stopped flailing, its head tilted, waiting. He inched closer. 30 yards. He could see details now, the way its chest heaved with each breath, the way its fingers, Christ, they looked like fingers gripped the edge of the ice hole, trying to find purchase. 15 yards. The creature's eyes found his, deep set, glassy. Something in them made his throat tighten. 10 yards. A fresh crack whipped beneath him, long and jagged, like lightning frozen in glass. Walter stopped breathing. The ice sagged under his chest. Then another shift, louder, closer. He felt the fracture lines spiderwebbing under his ribs, felt the cold water somewhere far below, waiting. He planted the branch forward, slid his weight over it, and tossed the loose rope end toward the creature. It didn't take it. It didn't move, just stared. Walter cursed under his breath, words his mother would have slapped him for, even at 74, and tried again. The rope fell short. He gathered it, threw harder. The third throw landed near its hand. The creature looked at it, then at him. Then, slowly, so slowly, Walter thought time had stopped. It reached. Its fingers closed around the rope. Not a paw, not a claw. Fingers, long, thick, covered in coarse hair, but unmistakably fingers with opposable thumbs and knuckles that bent like a man's. Walter pulled, gently, steadily, murmuring things he hadn't said out loud in over a decade. Not prayers, not really, just the kind of low, calming words you say when you're trying to keep someone from panicking. That's it. Easy now. Got you. You're okay. Just hold on. The rope tightened. The creature groaned low in its chest, a sound that vibrated through the ice and into Walter's bones. Its trapped leg slid free with a splash, and for a moment Walter saw it clearly. A child's leg, proportions wrong but close enough to human that his breath caught. Another snap. The ice gave way under the creature's side, and suddenly it was thrashing, going under. Walter pulled harder, dragging it inch by inch, feeling every fracture ripple under him like nerves on fire. One final heave. The creature's torso came free, then its other leg. Walter kept pulling, kept murmuring those useless, necessary words, kept moving backward across the ice that screamed beneath him. Then they were both flat on solid ice, soaked, wheezing, silent. Walter turned to look at it properly for the first time. It was small, maybe 4 feet tall, covered in ash-gray fur that clung to its body in wet clumps. Its face was broad, flattened, with a heavy brow and a nose that was somewhere between human and ape. Its chest rose and fell with ragged breaths. Steam poured off its body in visible waves. But it was the eyes that undid him. They were too large, too dark. But in them, somewhere beneath the mud and cold and fear, he saw something else. Recognition. No, not recognition. Memory. The creature blinked slowly, its pupils focused on his face, with an intensity that made his skin prickle. And in that moment, Walter was somewhere else. He was in a hallway of smoke, in a house on fire, watching a beam collapse. He was reaching through flames that had no mercy, screaming a name that echoed through 11 years of grief. He was seeing his daughter's eyes, 8 years old, terrified, waiting for him to save her, and he was too slow, too late, too fucking human to be the hero she needed. The lake faded around him. His knees buckled on the ice. The cold didn't matter anymore. Nothing mattered, except those eyes staring at him like they knew, like they remembered. Like they'd been waiting for him. He touched the creature's face without thinking, not to comfort it, but to make sure he wasn't dreaming. His gloved fingers pressed against fur and skin and bone that was warm despite the freezing water. Real, solid, impossible. The creature blinked slowly. Then it leaned in, not aggressive, not fearful, and exhaled. A long, shuddering breath that sounded like letting go of something heavy. Walter let the rope fall from his hands. The silence returned, but it wasn't empty now. It was holding something, and that something had claws and breath and eyes that remembered things he wished he could forget. He knelt there on the ice, hand still on the creature's shoulder, and for the first time in 11 years, Walter Greaves cried. Not from fear, not even from sorrow. He cried because in a world of frozen things, something had reached out and taken his hand. The creature didn't cry. That was the first thing Walter noticed as he bundled it into his old jacket, the same one Margaret used to wear when she sat on the porch with a coffee mug and their daughter curled beside her. He hadn't touched that jacket in over a decade. Now it was wrapped around something he didn't even have a name for. No whimpers, no shrieks, not even a wounded growl. Just the faint, uneven rasp of breath and the soft hiss of wet fur against wool. The walk back to the cabin was slow. Walter's knee complained with every step. That grinding pain that said he'd pushed too hard, moved too fast for a body that had earned its rest. But he kept going. The creature stayed limp in his arms, heavy as a child but wrong in ways that made his brain skip trying to categorize it. Its head rested against his chest. Its breath fogged the air near his collar. And every few minutes, it would shudder full-body tremors that had nothing to do with cold and everything to do with shock. Walter knew shock. He'd pulled enough people from fires, from car wrecks, from situations where the body realized it had almost died and didn't quite know what to do with that information. Shock made people quiet, made them compliant, made them shut down everything except survival. This was that. The cabin welcomed them like a cold mouth. Dark, stale, hollow. Walter shouldered the door open with a grunt, a swirl of snow curling in behind him. The place smelled like old pine resin, and stove ash, the ghost of fires he'd never lit, the memory of warmth he'd denied himself. The floor moaned under his weight as he crossed to the hearth. The logs from 3 nights ago still sat there, untouched, grey with soot. He'd set them up by habit, by muscle memory, but never struck the match. 11 years. 11 years without fire. But he struck it anyway. The flame caught slow, reluctant, like it knew what it meant to him. Then it climbed, amber and orange, licking the silence until the shadows stepped back. Walter crouched beside the hearth and eased the creature down onto a folded wool blanket. Its breathing was shallow but steady. He unwrapped the wet jacket carefully, like undressing a child, and paused. The creature's arms were long and sinewy, more human than not. Its skin beneath the fur was mottled, bruised from cold, raw from the ice. Its chest rose and fell in a rhythm that was too familiar, too close to the way his daughter used to breathe when she was sick. He grabbed towels threadbare, yellowed, older than his exile, and began to dry the fur. Gently, the way you'd dry a dog, except this wasn't a dog. This was something else entirely. The creature's eyes opened, just a crack, focused on him. Walter froze. For a long moment, neither moved. The fire crackled. The wind rattled the cabin windows. And in that silence, something passed between them that wasn't words, wasn't understanding, but was recognition all the same. Easy, Walter murmured. His voice sounded strange, rusty from disuse. He hadn't spoken to another living thing in months. You're okay. Just stay still. The creature blinked, slow, deliberate, then closed its eyes again. Walter dried it as best he could, then wrapped it in a quilt Margaret had stitched 20 years ago. Blue and white squares, edges frayed, smelling faintly of cedar from the trunk where he'd stored it. He propped the creature near the fire, close enough for warmth, but not so close it'd burn. Then he sat back against the wall and stared. His hands were shaking, not from cold, from adrenaline draining away, leaving behind the raw edges of reality. He'd just pulled something out of the ice, something that shouldn't exist, something with human eyes and impossible proportions, and a way of looking at him that made his chest ache. The fire burned, the cabin warmed, and Walter sat there, watching this creature breathe, wondering what the hell he'd just done. Outside, the wind picked up, snow hissed against the windows, and somewhere deep in the forest, something answered. A low sound, long, mournful, not quite a howl, not quite human. Walter's spine went cold. The creature's eyes opened. It turned its head toward the window, toward that distant cry, and made a sound in return, soft, weak, but unmistakable. An answer. Walter looked at the door, at the window, at the darkness, pressing against the glass like it wanted in. Then he looked at the creature wrapped in his dead wife's quilt, eyes still on that window, waiting for something he couldn't see. "What the hell did I bring home?" Walter whispered. The fire gave no answer. But outside, that sound came again, closer this time. He named it Ash, not because of the color of its fur, though that fit, not because of any grand meaning or metaphor. He named it Ash because when he looked into those eyes, all he could see were the ashes of everything he'd lost. And somehow, that felt right. 3 days passed before Ash moved on its own. 3 days of Walter sitting watch, feeding the fire he'd sworn never to light, checking breath and pulse with fingers that remembered how. The creature's heartbeat was slow, deep, powerful, like something built to survive. On the 4th morning, Walter woke to find Ash sitting up, watching him. No sudden movements, no alarm, just sitting there cross-legged on the floor, quilt pulled around its waist, staring at Walter with an intensity that made his skin prickle. "Morning," Walter said, "because what else do you say to an impossible thing in your cabin?" Ash tilted its head, a slow, bird-like movement that seemed too deliberate to be animal. Walter pushed himself up from his cot, every joint protesting, back cracking like old floorboards, and crossed to the stove. His morning ritual hadn't changed in 11 years. Coffee, black, strong enough to strip paint, the kind of coffee Margaret used to complain about, saying it gave him an ulcer, saying he was too stubborn to live past 60. He'd outlived her by 14 years. Stubborn didn't cover it. He poured a cup, turned back. Ash hadn't moved. Still watching, those dark eyes tracked every motion like it was studying him, learning him, figuring out what he was. Fair enough. Walter was doing the same. He set the coffee on the table, pulled out a chair. His knees screamed sitting down. "You hungry?" Ash didn't respond, but its nostrils flared, scenting the air, processing. Walter opened a tin of smoked trout, his own catch from last autumn, salt cured and stored, and set it on a plate between them. Then he waited. Ash's eyes moved from Walter to the fish, back to Walter. Then, slowly, it unfolded itself and moved closer, not walking, not exactly, more like a controlled fall forward. Arms too long, knuckles brushing the floor, body moving in a rhythm that was almost human but not quite. It stopped at the edge of the table, reached out one hand. Walter held his breath. Ash took a piece of fish, sniffed it, then ate, deliberate, careful, watching Walter the whole time like it was waiting for permission, or maybe for him to take it back. "Go ahead," Walter said quietly. "It's yours." They ate in silence, Walter with his coffee and stale bread, Ash with the smoked trout, methodical and focused. And in that silence, something settled. Not trust, not yet, but the first tentative threads of understanding. When the food was gone, Ash stood, still wobbly, still weak, but upright now. It crossed to the window and pressed one palm against the glass, looking out at the forest. Walter followed its gaze. The trees stood quiet, snow-laden. Nothing moved out there except wind and shadow. But Ash stared like it could see something he couldn't. Like the forest was speaking a language Walter had never learned. Then Ash made a sound, low, resonant, a vocalization that rumbled in its chest and filled the cabin with something ancient. And from somewhere in the woods, something answered. Walter's coffee cup hit the table too hard. Ash didn't flinch, just kept staring out that window, palm flat against the glass, waiting. "They're looking for you," Walter said. Not a question. Ash turned, met his eyes, and nodded. Just once. Slow, deliberate. Holy hell. It understood him. Walter's heart kicked into a higher gear. How many? Ash held up fingers. One hand, 5. Then the other, 5 more. 10. Walter swallowed hard. What do they want? Ash looked at him for a long moment. Then it pointed at itself, at the door, and made a gesture Walter recognized from 20 years of emergency work, the universal sign for "come with me." They wanted Ash back, and if I don't let you go. Ash's expression didn't change, but something in those eyes flickered. Not fear, not quite. More like resignation, like it had seen this play out before and knew how it ended. Walter stood, his chair scraped against the floor. "I didn't pull you out of that lake just to hand you over to..." He stopped. "To what? What the hell were they? I need time to think." Ash watched him, waiting. Walter paced. 3 steps to the window, 3 steps back. The cabin was too small for this. His whole life was too small for this. "Why'd you fall through the ice? You running from them?" Ash shook its head, then made a walking motion with 2 fingers, pointed to itself, then to the ground. A gesture that looked like falling. "You were walking on the ice and fell through." Nod. "Why were you out there alone?" Ash went still. Then it touched its chest, made a circular motion over its heart, and pointed to the woods, looking for something, or someone. Walter felt his breath catch. "Your family?" Ash's head lowered, just slightly. But it was answer enough. "Where are they?" No response, just that same stillness. That same weight of something lost pressing down. Walter knew that weight, had carried it for 11 years. It had a gravity all its own, the kind that bent your spine and grayed your hair and made every breath feel like climbing stairs that never ended. "All right," he said finally. "We'll figure it out. But you're not going anywhere until you're stronger. And they're not taking you by force. Not from me." Ash looked up, met his eyes, and in that moment, Walter saw something he recognized. Hope. Fragile, tentative, but there. The kind of hope that only shows up when you've lost everything and someone decides to stand between you and the void anyway. The stones appeared on the 5th night. Walter woke to a sound he couldn't place. Not wind, not animals, something else. He grabbed the flashlight by his cot, shrugged into his coat, and stepped onto the porch. The temperature had dropped. His breath came out in thick clouds. The stars were scattered across the sky like broken glass, sharp and cold and distant. And arranged in a perfect spiral in front of his cabin were stones, 13 of them. Each one maybe the size of a fist. Smooth, river-worn. Placed in a pattern that was too deliberate to be accident, too strange to be random. Walter played the flashlight beam across them. No footprints in the snow, no sign of who or what had left them. He heard movement behind him, turned. Ash stood in the doorway, backlit by the hearth fire, staring at the stones. "You know what this is?" Walter asked. Ash nodded. Stepped forward carefully, bare feet crunching through snow like it didn't feel cold. It knelt beside the spiral and touched one stone, then looked up at Walter. "What does it mean?" Ash picked up the centermost stone, held it out to him. Walter took it. It was warm, not from body heat, just warm, like it had been sitting in sunlight, even though the sun had set hours ago. Ash pointed to the stone, then to Walter, then placed both hands over its own heart. Gift? Protection? Walter couldn't tell, but Ash's expression was clear. This was important. "They left this for you?" Walter asked. Nod. "The others? Your family?" Pause. Then a slow, uncertain nod. Walter looked back at the spiral, at the perfect geometry of stones that couldn't exist, at the absence of tracks that should have been there but weren't. "What are you people?" he whispered. Ash didn't answer, just took the stone back, placed it in the center of the spiral, and stood. It raised one hand toward the forest, held it there, waiting. and from the darkness between the trees, something moved. Not stepping forward, just shifting. A shadow among shadows, tall, broad, watching. Walter's hand went to his belt, where his old fireman's knife hung. Habit. Useless, probably, but habit was all he had. The shadow didn't approach, just stood there, massive and patient, like a mountain that could wait centuries. Then it turned and melted back into the forest. Ash lowered its hand, looked at Walter, and pointed to the cabin. "We going inside?" Walter asked. "Nod. They're not coming tonight." Shake of the head. "When?" Ash held up fingers. 2. Then made a circular motion like the sun crossing the sky. 2 days. Walter felt his stomach drop. "What happens in 2 days?" Ash looked at him with those impossible eyes, then touched Walter's chest, touched its own, and pointed toward the forest. "A choice." In 2 days, a choice. Walter didn't sleep that night. He sat by the window with his flashlight and knife, watching the trees, watching for movement that never came. And when dawn finally broke, gray and cold, the stones were still there. But the center stone, the one Ash had given him, was glowing faintly, a soft amber light, like embers buried in ash. Walter picked it up. It pulsed in his palm like a heartbeat, like it was alive, like it was counting down. Ash spent the daylight hours teaching him, not with words it didn't speak, couldn't or wouldn't. Walter wasn't sure which, but with gestures, with demonstration, with a patience that reminded Walter of his father teaching him to tie fishing knots when he was 6 years old. The stone, Ash explained through mime, was a compass of sorts, not north and south, something else. It pulsed stronger when pointed toward the forest, dimmer when turned away, like it was pulling toward something, or someone was pulling it. "They're calling you home," Walter said. Ash tilted its head, neither agreement nor denial, just that same unsettling stillness. Walter set the stone on the table and poured more coffee. His hands weren't shaking anymore. Somewhere in the last 5 days, he'd crossed from fear into something else. Acceptance, maybe, or just exhaustion. When you've already lost everything that mattered, the impossible stops feeling quite so impossible. "Tell me about them," he said. "Your people." Ash sat cross-legged on the floor. It preferred the floor, avoided chairs, like they were traps, and began to draw in the dust near the hearth. Long fingers traced lines, circles, symbols that Walter couldn't read, but could feel in his chest somehow. It drew a large figure, then smaller ones around it. Family groups, Walter guessed. Then it drew something else, lines connecting them all. A web, a network. "You're connected," Walter said. "All of you." Nod. "How many?" Ash paused, looked at its hands like it was counting something invisible. Then it made a gesture that Walter recognized from his firefighting days, the sign for too many to count. "Dozens, maybe hundreds, and they're all out there." "In these mountains?" Nod. Walter felt something cold settle in his stomach. All those years alone in this wilderness, thinking he'd found the emptiest corner of Idaho, and he'd been surrounded the whole time, watched, observed, part of a world he couldn't see, but was absolutely there. "Why show yourself now?" he asked. "Why'd you fall through that ice, where I'd find you?" Ash went very still. Its eyes found his, and for the first time, Walter saw something that looked like shame. It drew in the dust again, a small figure itself. Then it drew a line leading away from the others. Broken, separated. "You left them," Walter said quietly. Nod. "Or they kicked you out?" Shake of the head. "No, it left on its own." "Why?" Ash's hand hovered over the dust. Then it drew something new. A small figure, even smaller than itself. And around that figure, flames. Walter's breath stopped. Fire. Ash looked at him, pointed to the drawing, then to itself, then covered its eyes with both hands. "You saw someone burn," Walter whispered. "Yes, and you couldn't stop it." The hands dropped. Those dark eyes were wet now. Not crying. Walter wasn't sure it could cry, but wet with something that looked like grief carved into stone. Walter's vision blurred. His chest felt like someone had reached inside and squeezed. How long ago? Ash held up fingers. One hand. 1 year. And you've been alone since then? Nod. Walter stood slowly, crossed the room, knelt in front of Ash with knees that protested every movement. And he did something he hadn't done in 11 years. He reached out and touched another living thing with gentleness. His hand rested on Ash's shoulder. Rough fur, warm skin beneath, solid and real and grieving. I lost my daughter in a fire, Walter said. His voice cracked. 11 years ago. House fire. I was the one who was supposed to save her. I'm a firefighter. Was a firefighter. And I couldn't get to her. The beam came down, and I couldn't. He stopped, swallowed. She was 8. Her name was Lily. Ash's hand came up, covered Walter's. The grip was gentle but strong. Understanding passed between them without words. Two broken things, finding each other in the middle of frozen nowhere. Is that why you left? Walter asked. Because you couldn't save them? Nod. And they want you back. Ash's expression shifted. Uncertain now. Or maybe, Walter said slowly, maybe they're just looking for you. Maybe they're worried. Maybe they miss you. Ash pulled back, shook its head hard, made a pushing motion with both hands. No. They pushed me away. Or I pushed them away. Or both. Walter knew that feeling. The weight of it. The way guilt makes you run from the people who'd forgive you if you'd just let them. What happens in 2 days? He asked. When they come? Ash pointed to itself, then to the door, made a walking motion. You go with them. Yes. And if you don't want to? Ash's face was unreadable, but its silence spoke volumes. There was no choice. Not really. You couldn't run from your people forever. Eventually, the world brings you back to the place you left, whether you're ready or not. Walter knew that too. The whispers started that night. Walter lay in his cot, staring at the ceiling beams where shadows danced in the firelight. Ash was curled near the hearth, breathing steady and deep. Everything should have been quiet, but the forest was talking, not whined through trees, not the usual creaks and groans of winter settling in. This was different. This was voices, low, rhythmic, rising and falling like a song in a language Walter's brain couldn't process, but his spine understood perfectly. He sat up. The whispers grew louder. Ash's eyes opened. It lifted its head, listening. Then stood in one fluid motion and crossed to the window. Walter joined it. Together they looked out into the darkness. The forest was full of shapes, not moving, just standing, between the trees, beyond the clearing, dozens of them. Tall silhouettes, broad-shouldered, motionless as stones. And they were all facing the cabin. Jesus Christ, Walter breathed. Ash made a sound. Not afraid, more like greeting, recognition. One of the figures stepped forward, just one step, into the edge of the moonlight. It was massive, had to be 8 feet tall, maybe more, covered in dark hair that seemed to absorb light. Its face was like Ash's but older, broader, marked with what looked like scars or ritual patterns Walter couldn't make out at this distance. It raised one hand, not threatening, just there, raised, waiting. Ash raised its hand in return. Palm out, fingers spread. They stood like that for a long moment. The giant figure and the small one, the forest and the cabin, the wild and the tame. Then the figure lowered its hand, turned, and melted back into the trees. The whispers faded, the shapes dispersed. Within minutes, the forest was empty again, or seemed empty. Walter knew better now. That was your father, he said. Not a question. Ash nodded. And he's waiting for you to come home. Another nod. But something in Ash's posture had changed. Shoulders hunched, head down. The body language of a child who'd disappointed someone they loved. Walter knew that posture, had worn it himself for 11 years. You think he's angry at you, Walter said. Ash looked at him, then nodded slowly. Maybe he is, maybe he's not. But I'll tell you what I learned. Too late, Walter's voice caught. He pushed through. The people who love you don't stop loving you when you fail them. They just wait, and hope you'll come back. Margaret had waited. 3 years after Lily died, while Walter drowned himself in work and guilt and silence. She'd waited for him to come back to her, to come back to the marriage, to come back to living. He never did. She died waiting. That was the part that kept him up at night. Not Lily's death. He'd learned to carry that. Barely, but carry it. No, it was Margaret dying while he was still alive, but gone. That was the knife that twisted. Don't make my mistake, Walter said. Don't wait until it's too late to go home. Ash looked at him with those two human eyes. Then it did something Walter hadn't seen before. It reached out and hugged him. Arms too long, hands too broad, but unmistakably a hug. The kind a child gives when they understand you've told them something true and important and painful. Walter's throat closed. His eyes burned. And for the second time in 11 years, he let himself cry while someone held him. The fire crackled. The night deepened. And outside, the forest kept its vigil. Morning came with snow. Big flakes, falling slow and thick, covering the world in fresh white, making everything look new, making everything look forgivable. Walter made breakfast eggs from the chickens he kept in a small coop out back. Bread he'd baked 3 days ago. Coffee strong enough to wake the dead. Ash ate with focus, the way it did everything. Deliberate, present. One more day, Walter said. Ash nodded. You scared? Pause. Then another nod. Me too. They sat in comfortable silence. Outside, the snow kept falling. Inside, the fire burned warm and steady. And Walter realized something that should have been obvious days ago. He didn't want Ash to leave. Not because it was interesting, or impossible, or because it validated his hermit existence, but because in 5 days, this strange, grieving creature had become something he hadn't had in 11 years. Family, not replacement family. Not a band-aid over the hole Lily left. Just someone who understood. Someone who sat across from him and didn't need words to know what the silence meant. I'm going to miss you, Walter said. Ash looked up, tilted its head. When you go back to your people, I'm going to miss you. Ash set down its fork, crossed the space between them, took Walter's weathered hand in its own, and held it, just held it. Like that was answer enough. Maybe it was. Walter squeezed back. Let me ask you something. When you go back, what are you going to tell them? About what happened? About the fire? Ash's grip tightened. It looked down at their joined hands. Then slowly, it mimed flames with its free hand, then pointed to itself, to its chest, made a gesture like opening a door. You're going to tell them the truth, Walter said. Nod. That's brave. Braver than I ever was. Ash looked at him, questioning. I never told anyone what really happened that night, Walter said. The words came slow, dragged up from a place he'd locked tight for over a decade. The fire started in the kitchen, electrical short, but I'd been meaning to fix that outlet for months. Margaret asked me 3 times. I said I'd get to it. His voice steadied. Facts were easier than feelings. I got Lily out first, set her on the lawn, safe. Then I went back for Margaret. But Lily, she must have gotten scared. Must have thought Margaret was still inside. She ran back in before I could stop her. The memory played out in perfect clarity. The way it always did. Every detail sharp as broken glass. By the time I realized she'd gone back, the hallway was full of smoke. I tried. God knows I tried. But the beam came down, and I couldn't reach her. Couldn't get through. And she just stood there looking at me, waiting for me to save her. And I couldn't. Ash's grip on his hand was almost painful now. Grounding. Margaret never blamed me, Walter continued. Not out loud, but I saw it in her eyes. Every day after. The question, why didn't you hold on to her? Why didn't you make sure she stayed safe? He looked at Ash. I never answered that question. Not to Margaret, not to the investigators, not to anyone. I just left, came out here, stopped lighting fires, stopped living. Mostly, Ash made a sound, low and mournful. But you, Walter said, you're going back. You're going to face it. And that takes more courage than I ever had. Ash shook its head, pointed to Walter, made a motion like he was holding something heavy. I'm not brave. I'm just tired. Ash shook its head harder. Then it stood, pulled Walter to his feet, and led him to the window. The snow had stopped. The sun was breaking through clouds, hitting the white landscape in beams that made everything sparkle. And in the clearing in front of the cabin, something had appeared. A structure, made of branches and stones and pine boughs, maybe 6 feet tall, circular, with an opening at the top. What is that? Walter whispered. Ash pointed to it, then to Walter, then placed both hands over its heart. A gift, a tribute, a something. For me? Nod. Walter grabbed his coat and boots. Ash followed him outside, bare feet in snow that should have been painful but didn't seem to bother it at all. Up close, the structure was more impressive. The branches were woven together with incredible precision. The stones fitted perfectly, no gaps, and inside, at the center, was something that made Walter's breath catch. A small carved figure. Wood, smooth and detailed. A man holding a child's hand. Walter knelt, picked it up with trembling fingers. Did you make this? Ash nodded. When? Ash pointed to the darkness, to the night, to the hours Walter had slept. You made this for me in one night. Nod. Walter turned the carving over in his hands. The detail was extraordinary. The man's face was his own older, worn, but unmistakably him. And the child was looking up at him with trust in her eyes. Walter's vision blurred. This is what I wish I could have been, what I should have been. Ash made a sound, touched Walter's shoulder, then took the carving and placed it back in the center of the structure. It arranged pine boughs around it, added stones in that same spiral pattern. A shrine, not just a gift, a shrine for remembering. You're telling me it's okay, Walter said, that what happened wasn't my fault. Ash nodded, but it was. I should have died. Ash grabbed his hand, shook its head firmly, then it mimed fire again, spread its hands, made a gesture that Walter understood meant no control. Fire takes what it wants. You can't hold back the flames with guilt, or wishes, or regret. How'd you get so wise? Walter asked. Ash pointed to its eyes, then to the forest, then drew in the snow one figure watching others, alone, observing. You've been watching people, Walter said, learning from us. Yes. How long? Ash held up fingers. Multiple hands. Too many to count quickly. Years. Maybe decades. You've been watching humans for years, and you chose to reveal yourself to me. Why? Ash looked at him for a long moment. Then it reached out and touched Walter's chest, right over his heart, held it there. Because you needed someone. And so did I. Walter's throat closed. He pulled Ash into a hug, awkward, unpracticed, but real. And Ash hugged back with those long arms that could probably crush a man but were gentle now. Careful. They stood like that in the snow, beside the shrine, while the sun climbed higher and the day burned bright and cold. Tomorrow they would leave. Tomorrow Ash would go back to its people, and Walter would be alone again. But today, right now, neither of them was broken, just held. The last night came too fast. Walter cooked everything he had left, smoked fish, roasted vegetables, bread with the last of the honey. A feast, by hermit standards. Ash ate with enthusiasm, and Walter found himself smiling. Actual smiling. His face felt strange doing it. After dinner, they sat by the fire. Ash had been teaching Walter its language, not words, but gestures, signs, a whole vocabulary of meaning passed through hands and expressions. Walter was a slow student. His fingers didn't bend like Ash's. His face didn't have that range of motion, but he tried. And Ash was patient. What happens tomorrow? Walter asked. signing as he spoke. When they come for you, Ash signed back. They gather. They welcome. They forgive. You're sure about that last one? Ash's hands hesitated. Then, hope, not sure. But you're going anyway? Yes. Time to stop running. Walter nodded. Will I see you again? Ash looked at the fire. The flames reflected in its dark eyes, dancing. Then it signed, maybe, if you stay. I'm not going anywhere. Then yes. They sat in silence. The fire crackled. Outside, the night deepened, and Walter realized he'd been wrong about something. He'd thought these 11 years of exile were punishment, penance for failing Lily, but maybe they'd been preparation. Maybe he'd needed to become this empty, quiet, open before he could understand what Ash was offering. Not forgiveness. You couldn't receive forgiveness until you gave it to yourself. But companionship, witness, the simple fact of not being alone in your grief. Thank you, Walter said. Ash tilted its head, questioning. For pulling me out of my ice, Walter clarified. Ash's mouth opened in what might have been a smile. Its teeth were too large, too many, but the expression was warm. It signed, you pulled me first. Fair trade, then. Fair trade. The fire burned down to embers. They didn't add more wood. Just let it fade naturally, the way all things do. Eventually, Ash stood, stretched. Its joints popped and cracked so human it was unsettling. Then it crossed to Walter's bookshelf and pulled down something Walter hadn't looked at in years. A photo album. Old, leather-bound, spine cracked. Ash brought it to Walter. Pointed. You want to see? Walter asked. Nod. So Walter opened it. And for the first time in 11 years, he looked at pictures of his daughter, Lily at 3, covered in mud from the garden. Lily at 5, missing both front teeth. Lily at 7, holding the trout she'd caught on their camping trip, grinning like she'd conquered the world. And Lily at 8, the last photo ever taken, 3 days before the fire, standing on the porch with Margaret, both of them laughing at something Walter had said off camera. He'd forgotten she looked like that. Forgotten the way her nose crinkled when she laughed. Forgotten the gap between her 2 front teeth that had grown back in crooked. Forgotten the freckles across her cheeks that only showed up in summer. She was beautiful, Walter whispered. Ash touched the photo. Gentle. Then it signed something Walter didn't know. What's that mean? Ash signed it again, slower. Then pointed to the photo, to Walter's heart, to the shrine outside. Walter understood. Lives in memory. Never gone. Yeah, Walter said. His voice broke. Yeah, she does. They looked through the whole album. Every photo, every moment, captured and frozen in time. And Walter told Ash stories. About the time Lily tried to climb the oak tree and got stuck. About her obsession with dinosaurs when she was 6. About the way she'd sneak into their bed during thunderstorms and fall asleep between them. Little furnace of a kid, always warm. Ash listened, watched. And when Walter's voice gave out, Ash took his hand and just held it. No words, no signs, just presence. That was enough. Dawn broke clear and cold. The sky was that particular shade of blue that comes in late winter, sharp, crystalline, promising nothing but more cold. Walter dressed carefully. His good flannel, the one Margaret bought him for their 20th anniversary. His wool coat, mended where the moths got it. His father's watch, even though he rarely checked the time anymore. He wanted to look like someone worth remembering. Ash stood by the door, ready. It had groomed its fur, cleaned the mud from its feet. It looked healthier now, stronger. 5 days of food and warmth and rest had done their work. You ready? Walter asked. Nod. Me neither. Ash's mouth twitched. That almost smile again. They stepped outside together. The air bit hard, but Walter barely felt it. He was too focused on the forest edge, where shapes were gathering. Dozens of them, maybe 50. Tall figures moving between the trees, stepping into the clearing with the careful grace of things that belonged to the wild. They formed a semicircle around the cabin, and Walter's first instinct was to run inside, bar the door. But he stood his ground. because Ash was standing too, and if this small creature could face its fear, so could Walter. The largest figure stepped forward, the same one from the window. Ash's father Walter was sure of it now. The way it moved, the way its eyes went immediately to Ash and stayed there. It stopped 10 feet from them, raised one hand, and spoke. Not words, not human language, but sound that had structure, rhythm, meaning, deep and resonant and old. A voice like rock slides and thunder and the groan of glaciers. Ash responded. Its voice was higher, uncertain, but it spoke in the same language. Back and forth they went, call and response, while Walter stood there understanding nothing but feeling everything. He caught emotions, if not words. Question and answer. Accusation and apology. Grief acknowledged and shared. Then Ash's father did something Walter didn't expect. It knelt. This massive creature, this thing of legend and nightmare, dropped to both knees in the snow and bowed its head. Ash froze, stared. The other figures around the clearing did the same. One by one, they knelt. 50 creatures, each easily capable of tearing Walter apart, kneeling in the snow like supplicants. Ash made a sound. High, broken, almost a sob. Then it ran, not away toward. It crossed the distance between them and threw itself into its father's arms. Those long arms wrapped around the small body, pulled it close, and held on like it would never let go. Walter's vision blurred. He looked away, giving them privacy in a moment that wasn't meant for human eyes. But he heard it. The sounds of reunion, of family broken and mended, of forgiveness flowing both ways. When he looked back, Ash's father was standing, Ash still in his arms. He was looking at Walter now. Those dark eyes, ancient and knowing, studying him with an intensity that made Walter's skin prickle. Then he walked forward, each step deliberate, stopped 5 feet away. He set Ash down gently, signed something to it. Ash signed back. Then Ash's father looked at Walter and did something impossible. He bowed. Not kneeling, just a bow from the waist, deep, respectful. Walter stood frozen. What the hell do you do when a Sasquatch bows to you? Ash tugged his coat, signed, bow back, you saved me, he honors this. So Walter bowed, stiff and awkward, his back protesting, but he bowed with as much dignity as he could muster. When he straightened, Ash's father was reaching into the fur at his chest. He pulled out something small, wrapped in what looked like leather. He held it out to Walter. Walter took it, unwrapped it carefully. Inside was a stone. Not like the glowing one, this was different. Carved with symbols Walter couldn't read. Worn smooth from handling. Old, important. Ash signed. Family stone. Great honor. Your friend. Your pack. Walter's hands shook. I don't deserve this. Ash's father made a sound. Then he did something even more impossible. He spoke, in English. The words were rough, shaped by a throat, not meant for human language, but understandable. You saved my child. You are worthy. Walter's knees almost buckled. You can speak? A nod. Some words. Learned. Watching. Long time. How long have you been watching us? Humans? Always. Since. Your kind. Came. Jesus. Centuries. Maybe millennia. Why reveal yourself now? Ash's father looked at Ash, then back to Walter. Time for secrets. End. Time for understanding. You start this. You choose kindness, not fear. He reached out one massive hand, slowly, giving Walter time to refuse. Walter didn't refuse. He took the hand. It engulfed his own, rough as tree bark, strong enough to crush stone, but the grip was gentle. Thank you, Walter said, for letting me help. No, Ash's father's voice was firm. Thank you for seeing us, for seeing him. Not monster, child, lost, hurting. You saw this. They stood like that, hands clasped, while the forest watched. and Ash watched, and 50 creatures bore witness to something that shouldn't exist, but absolutely did. A bridge between worlds, between species, between the wild and the civilized, built on nothing but kindness and shared grief. Finally, Ash's father released his hand. He turned to Ash, signed something long and complex. Ash nodded, signed back, then turned to Walter. Time to go, but not forever. I know, we'll visit in spring. When snow melts, I'll be here. Promise? Walter looked at this creature that had pulled him back from the edge of something darker than death. Yeah, kid, I promise. Ash hugged him one more time, hard. Then it stepped back, signed, thank you for everything. You too. Ash turned to its father, took his hand, and together they walked toward the forest, toward the waiting others. Walter watched them go, watched the group close around Ash, touching it, welcoming it home, watched them melt into the trees like they'd never been there at all. The clearing was empty in seconds, the forest silent again. But it was a different silence now, not empty, full, alive with things Walter could feel but not see. He stood there until the cold drove him inside, and when he looked out the window one last time, he saw something on the porch. A bundle, wrapped in leather, tied with sinew. He brought it inside, opened it carefully. Food, enough smoked meat and dried berries and nuts to last him a month. And beneath that, something else. A carving, larger than the one Ash made, more complex. It showed a man and a child walking hand in hand, but in this one, they weren't alone. Behind them, watching over them, was a large figure, protective, gentle. Family, Walter realized. The carving showed family. His eyes burned. He set the carving on the mantel, next to the photo of Lily. 2 daughters now, one gone, one wild, both teaching him the same lesson. Love doesn't end, it just changes form. Spring came late that year. Walter spent the winter preparing. He repaired the cabin, fixed the roof, replaced boards that had rotted through. He carved, whittled figures in wood animals, people, memories made solid. He kept the fire burning every night, not running from it anymore, just letting it be what it was. Warmth, light, life. He walked the forest more. Left offerings where Ash had showed him stones in patterns, food wrapped in bark. Sometimes the offerings were gone by morning. Sometimes new things appeared in their place. A carving, a bundle of medicinal herbs, a feather from a bird he didn't recognize. Conversations without words. Relationships maintained across the species divide. The snow melted slowly, then all at once. By April, the world was green again. Flowers pushed through the wet earth. Birds returned. The lake thawed, and Walter stood at the edge where he'd found Ash, remembering. And on a warm afternoon in May, they came. Not just Ash. All of them, dozens of them, emerging from the forest like they'd been invited to a party. Ash ran ahead, arms waving, calling out. In that language Walter still couldn't speak but was learning to understand. They spent the day together, all of them, in the clearing, around the cabin, by the lake. The adults kept their distance, respectful, but curious, watching Walter the way scientists watch a new discovery, fascinated, but cautious. But the young ones had no fear. 3 of them, Ash's siblings, Walter guessed, came right up to him, touched his hands, his face, his clothes, made sounds that might have been laughter. Ash signed introductions, and Walter tried to remember the names even though he couldn't pronounce them. They played. That was the only word for it. Walter found himself teaching them games, toss the pine cone, hide and seek, follow the leader. They learned fast. Faster than human children, and they taught him their games in return, games that involved impossible climbing and strength. Walter couldn't match, but tried anyway. He was sore for a week after. Worth it. As the sun set, Ash's father approached, sat beside Walter on the cabin steps. They didn't speak for a long time, just watched the young ones play, Watch the adults gather and talk in their rumbling language. Watch the day fade into dusk. Finally, Ash's father spoke. "You changed." "Yeah," Walter said. "I guess I did. No longer alone. No, thanks to your kid. He changed too. Because of you." They sat in comfortable silence. "What happens now?" Walter asked. "We watch, we wait, we learn. Maybe, someday, more humans like you see us. Not fear, understand." That's a hell of a maybe. A sound that might have been laughter. "Yes, but hope, first time, in long time." Walter nodded. "Hope's dangerous, gets you hurt. Yes, but also gets you saved." They watched Ash chase the other young ones through the trees. Free, happy, home but changed. Better for having left and come back. "Thank you," Ash's father said, "for giving back. My son, thank you for sharing him." Another comfortable silence. Then Ash's father stood. Made a gesture that Walter now knew meant time to go. The group gathered. Ash hugged Walter one more time, promised to return before winter, signed family with hands over heart. And they left, melted into the forest, gone, but not gone. Never really gone. Walter stood on his porch as darkness fell. The stars came out, bright and sharp and cold. The forest breathed around him, alive with secrets. He thought about Margaret, about Lily, about all the years he'd wasted running from grief instead of carrying it. He thought about Ash, and the family that had come looking, and the stone he now wore around his neck. And he realized something. He wasn't alone, had never really been alone. The forest had been watching him for 11 years, waiting, seeing him, letting him heal at his own pace. And when he was finally ready, when he'd carved out enough space in his grief for something new, they'd given him a gift, a second chance, at family, at purpose, at understanding that love doesn't end just because someone's gone. It just changes, adapts, finds new forms. Walter went inside, added wood to the fire, pulled out his journal, the one he'd started keeping again, documenting everything. Not for publication, not for proof, just for remembering. He wrote, "Day 127 since finding Ash. They came today, all of them. It was beautiful. Lily would have loved it. Margaret too. I think they would have understood this better than I did. They always were smarter about love. Ash is thriving. Back with family but not forgotten what we had. Neither have I. I'm staying here. This cabin, this forest, this strange new life. It's not the life I planned, not the life I thought I'd have, but it's the life I was given after losing everything else. And it's enough, more than enough. It's home." He closed the journal, set it aside, looked at the carvings on the mantel, Lily's photo, Ash's gifts, the stone from Ash's father, a collection of memories and promises, of what was lost and what was found. The fire crackled, the night deepened, and Walter Graves, 74 years old, former firefighter, former hermit, sat in his warm cabin and smiled, because grief had carved him hollow. But love, wild, unexpected, impossible love, had filled that hollow space with something new. And for the first time in 11 years, Walter was home, not in spite of his losses, but because of them, because sometimes the things that break us are exactly what prepare us for the healing we never knew we needed. Some stories don't end. They just find places to rest. This is one of those stories. Walter lived 5 more years in that cabin. 5 good years. He saw Ash regularly spring, summer, fall. In winter, when the snow got too deep, they communicated through signs left in the forest, stones arranged in patterns, carvings left on stumps, a language of presence that didn't need words. He taught Ash to read, brought books from town on his rare supply trips, watched this impossible creature, learn human stories, human history, sitting by the fire, sounding out words with that rough, not quite human voice. And Ash taught Walter things no book could contain. How to move through forest without sound. How to read weather in the way trees bend. How to understand that intelligence comes in forms we're not taught to recognize. They built bridges, not just between them, but between worlds. Other humans started to notice. Hikers who reported strange sightings. Rangers who found offerings they couldn't explain. Scientists who detected patterns in the data that suggested organized intelligence in these mountains. Walter never confirmed anything, never denied it either, just smiled and changed the subject. Some secrets weren't his to tell, but he wrote everything down. In journals, he kept locked in a metal box, documentation for after, for whoever might need proof someday that this was real, that it mattered. That kindness between species wasn't just possible, but necessary. He died on a February morning, 5 years to the day after he'd found ash on the ice. Peaceful, in his sleep, the fire still burning in the hearth, a smile on his face. They found him 3 weeks later, when the mail carrier noticed the uncollected packages. The sheriff came up, young guy named Tom, who'd heard rumors about the hermit in the woods, but never believed them. He found the cabin in perfect order, the fire cold but recently tended, food put away, bed made, and outside, in the snow, 2 sets of footprints. One human, leading to the cabin, one not, leading away. Tom didn't mention that in his report, just wrote natural causes, died alone, let the mystery be. But he found the journals, read them, all of them, and kept them, instead of filing them as evidence. Some stories need protecting. Some truths need time to be understood. The journals are still out there, locked away, waiting, and in the forests of Idaho, in the deep places where humans don't go, a family tells stories around their fires. Stories of an old human who saved one of their own, who saw them as family instead of monsters, who built a bridge that still stands. They tend a shrine now, in a clearing by a lake, made of stone and wood and memory, and every year, on a February morning, they gather there, to remember, to honor, to promise they won't forget, because some bonds transcend species. Some love doesn't need words, and some fire like the kind Walter finally learned to keep burning lights, the way for everyone, human and not, lost and found, broken and healing, together. That's the real story. Not about monsters, or mysteries or things that hide in shadows, but about what happens when you choose to see. When you reach across the impossible distance between different worlds and say, simply, I see you, and you matter. Walter Greaves did that. One cold morning, for one small creature who needed saving, and in return, that creature saved him right back. That's how it works. Maybe. How it's always worked. We save each other across every divide, until the gaps between us don't feel quite so wide, until we're not alone anymore, until we're home. If this story moved you, if it made you feel something true about loss or love or the weight of second chances, we'd be honored if you'd share your thoughts below. Every comment adds warmth to this fire we're all gathered around. And if you want more stories like this, stories that dig into the deep places where the real and the impossible meet, hit that subscribe button, ring the bell, walk with us into the woods where mystery lives and meaning waits. Because the forest is full of things we don't understand yet, and maybe, just maybe, some of them are waiting for us to be ready, to be kind, to be brave enough to see them as they really are. Not monsters, just family we haven't met yet. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Now go, live your life knowing that bridges can be built anywhere, between anyone. All it takes is one person willing to reach across the ice when something's drowning. Be that person. The world needs more Walter Greaves, more people willing to save the impossible, and let the impossible save them back. I'll take a look at the files you've uploaded to see what you need help with. I'll transform this story into a 20,000-word thriller, divided by mystery with poetic resonance for your YouTube audience. Starting round 1 now. What would you do if you woke up one winter night, alone in the deep woods, and heard 3 knocks at your door? Not the frantic pounding of someone in trouble. Not the tap-tap of a branch in the wind. 3 deliberate knocks. Measured. Patient. Like someone or something had been standing there a long time, working up the courage to ask for help. And what if, when you opened that door, you found yourself face to face with something that shouldn't exist? In the winter of 1991, a woman named Margaret Whitmore did exactly that. She opened her door, and what walked into her cabin that night changed everything she thought she knew about grief, about solitude, and about the line between the living and the lost. Now, before we go any further, I need you to do something. Hit that subscribe button right now, because what you're about to hear, this isn't folklore. This isn't campfire nonsense. This is based on journals, on testimony, on evidence found decades later in a place called Timber Creek, Montana. And if you stick with me through this story, by the end, you'll understand why some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. The cold had teeth that winter. It came down from the mountains in December and settled into the valley like it planned to stay till spring. The kind of cold that finds the cracks in your walls, the spaces between your ribs, the hollow places in your chest where warmth used to live. Margaret Whitmore knew that kind of cold. Not just the weather kind, the other kind. The kind that moves in after someone dies and makes every room in your house feel too big and too small at the same time. She was 68 that winter. Small woman, spine bent slightly from decades of leaning into work, hands gnarled from arthritis that flared up worse each year. Her hair had gone white in the 5 years since Frank died, not gradually, but all at once, like her body had decided there was no point pretending anymore. The cabin sat 12 miles outside Timber Creek, accessible only by logging road, and even that was more suggestion than certainty once the snow got deep. Frank had built it with his own hands back in '62, every board chosen, every nail driven with the kind of attention you give to things you plan to die in. And he had. Right there in the bedroom, in his sleep, peaceful as you please. Heart just stopped one October night, in '86, like a watch that had finally wound down. Margaret had found him in the morning, still warm. She'd sat with him for 3 hours before she walked down to the road and flagged down Earl Jensen's pickup to get word to the county. She hadn't cried. Not then. Not at the funeral. Not in the 5 years since. Some grief is too big for tears. It moves into your bones instead, becomes part of your structure, holds you up, and weighs you down at the same time. The cabin had been their whole world. Frank had retired from the mill in '78, and they'd come up here to live the quiet life they'd always talked about. No kids they'd tried. Lord knows they'd tried. But some things aren't meant to be. It was just the two of them, and the woods and the seasons rolling past like a wheel they were tied to. After he died, people kept asking when she'd move back to town. Easier, they said. Safer. A woman alone, her age, that far out. But Margaret had stopped listening to what was easier or safer a long time ago. This was home. Frank was buried under the big pine tree out back. Headstone she'd carved herself from a piece of granite she'd hauled up from the creek bed. Took her 6 months, working a little each day with a chisel and hammer, her hands screaming, but she got it done. She wasn't leaving him, not for easier, not for safer, not for anything. So she stayed. Through 5 winters alone, learning the rhythms of solitude, how silence has different weights in different rooms, how you can go days without speaking and forget what your own voice sounds like, how memory becomes more real than the present, clearer, more solid, like you're living backwards, through time. The present was thin as tissue paper. The past had weight. Now look, I'm telling you all this because you need to understand who Margaret was before that night. She wasn't some flighty woman prone to seeing things. She'd lived a hard life. Depression, baby. Father gone to the Pacific and never came back. Mother worked herself to death in a laundry by the time Margaret was 16. She'd known hunger, real hunger, not the skip lunch kind. She'd buried everyone she'd ever loved. She'd survived polio as a kid, left her with a limp she'd carried for 60 years. She was not a woman who spooked easy. But that night, something changed. It was the 14th of January, 1991. She remembered the date because it was Frank's birthday. He would have been 73. She'd spent the day the way she always spent it, pulling out the photo albums, touching his face through the plastic, talking to him like he was still in his chair by the stove. "Happy birthday, you old fool," she'd said that morning. "Wish you were here to blow out your candles." She'd made his favorite dinner pot roast, potatoes, carrots swimming in gravy, and set a place for him at the table. Let it go cold, threw it out. Washed the dishes. Same ritual every year. By 9 o'clock, the temperature had dropped to 6 below zero. The wind was working itself into something serious, rattling the shutters, making the whole cabin creak like an old ship at sea. She sat in Frank's rocking chair, her chair now, she supposed, though it still felt like borrowing wrapped in the quilt her mother had made in 1934, sipping chicory coffee that had gone lukewarm an hour ago. The radio on the shelf played nothing but static. Power had gone out around supper time, but she had candles, oil lamps, the wood stove keeping things bearable. She'd been through worse. Outside, the storm was building itself into something biblical. Snow came down in sheets, visible in the lamplight through the window, accumulating on the sill, on the porch rail, on the branches of the trees until they bowed low under the weight. The forest was alive with sound wind screaming through the pines, branches cracking under ice, that peculiar silence that comes between gusts when even the air seems to hold its breath. She wasn't afraid. Fear was for people who still had something to lose. At 10:47, she checked the clock on the mantel, an old wind-up that had belonged to Frank's father. She heard it. One knock, not loud, not soft, deliberate. A knuckle on wood, maybe, or something harder, clear as daylight despite the wind. She froze. The rocking chair stopped mid-creak. Her coffee cup paused halfway to her lips. Nobody came up here. Not in winter, not at night, not in a storm like this. She set the cup down slowly, listening. Maybe a branch, maybe the wind throwing debris, maybe. The second knock, lower, heavier, like something big had shifted its weight and tried again. Her heart, which had been ticking along steady as that old clock for 68 years, suddenly remembered how to race. Not from fear, not yet, but from something else. Recognition, maybe, or memory. Because Frank used to knock like that. 3 times, always 3. His way of letting her know it was him coming in from the shed, from the woods, from wherever. Their signal. 1, 2. She waited. The third knock came softer than the first 2. Almost gentle, almost apologetic. She sat there in the lamplight, snow piling up outside, the cabin creaking, and thought about Frank, about the journal he'd kept, the one she'd found after he died, hidden behind a loose board in the bedroom. Pages and pages of entries she'd never known about. Most of it was ordinary weather, work, observations about the woods. But there were other entries, strange ones, about things he'd seen in the forest, tracks that didn't match any animal he knew, sounds that moved wrong, a feeling of being watched, and one entry, dated June 1971, that she'd read so many times she had it memorized. Found a child today up by Widow's Creek. Not human, don't know what it was, caught in a trap, leg torn bad, could have left it. Should have, probably. But I kept thinking of the son we never had. I freed it, carried it to the deep woods. It looked at me before it disappeared into the brush. I swear to God, Margaret, it looked at me like it understood, like it was grateful, like it would remember. She'd thought he was losing his mind when she first read it. Old man losing his grip, seeing things. But she'd kept the journal, hidden it in the same spot he had. Never told anyone. Now, sitting in the dark with those 3 knocks echoing in her ears, she thought about that entry again. The measure of a soul is how it answers the knock. Frank had written that in the front of the journal. She'd always thought it was some philosophical nonsense. But now, she stood up. Her knees protested. Arthritis, always worse in the cold, but she moved to the door. The shotgun was right there. leaning against the wall where she kept it. Had been since Frank died. She'd never needed it, but Montana winters taught you to be ready for anything. Her hand touched the stock. Cold metal. Solid. Real. Then her fingers moved away, reached instead for the deadbolt. "Frank," she whispered to the empty room, "if this is you playing some kind of joke from the great beyond, I'm going to be very upset." She slid the bolt. The wind immediately tried to rip the door from her hand, but she held firm, pulling it open against the gale. Snow spiraled in, wild and white and stinging. For a moment, she couldn't see anything but winter. Then they stepped into the lamplight. Two of them, shapes, figures, not quite right. They were small, child-sized, maybe 4.5 feet tall, but there was nothing childlike about the way they moved. Hunched, cautious, covered head to toe in dark, matted fur that was crusted with ice and snow. The taller one had its arm around the smaller one, holding it up like it might collapse without the support. Both were shaking from cold or fear. Margaret couldn't tell. Maybe both, and they were looking at her. The eyes, that's what got her. Not animal eyes, not human either. Something in between. Dark, vet, intelligent, pleading. The smaller one held something in its hands. A branch. No, a sprig of cedar, still green, tied with what looked like dried grass into a small bundle. An offering. Margaret stood in the doorway, wind howling around her, snow piling up on her slippers, staring at these impossible things on her porch, and 1,000 thoughts ran through her head. Close the door. Grab the gun. This isn't real. This is hypothermia. This is a stroke. This is. But underneath all that noise was something quieter. Something that sounded like Frank's voice. The measure of a soul is how it answers the knock. She'd been alone for 5 years. 5 years of talking to ghosts and photographs. 5 years of waking up cold and going to bed colder. 5 years of being the only warm-blooded thing in this entire God-forsaken cabin. And now here were two creatures, shaking and desperate, and offering her cedar like some kind of ancient gesture she didn't understand but felt in her bones. She should have been terrified, should have slammed the door, grabbed the gun, called for help, except the phone lines were down and the nearest neighbor was 8 miles away, and help was a fantasy in weather like this. But the thing is, when you've buried everyone you love, when you've spent half a decade learning how to be lonely, when you wake up every morning and make a choice to keep breathing even though you're not sure why fear stops being the thing that drives you. Margaret Whitmore looked at these impossible, trembling creatures and thought about Frank's journal, about the child he'd saved 40 years ago, about debt and kindness and the strange mathematics of mercy. And she stepped aside. "Well," she said, voice rough from disuse, "you'll freeze to death out there. Come on then." They didn't move at first, just stood there, snow piling on their shoulders, looking at her like they couldn't believe what they were hearing. "I mean it," she said, softer now. "Come inside. You're letting all the heat out." The taller one moved first, slowly, pulling the smaller one with it. They shuffled across the threshold, tracking snow and mud and something that might have been blood across her clean floor. She shut the door behind them. The wind screamed its protest, but she threw the bolt and shut it out. For a moment, they all just stood there in the lamplight. Margaret in her threadbare nightgown and slippers, arthritis screaming, heart pounding. These two creatures, dripping and shaking, and smelling like wet animal and pine and something else, something wild and old. The smaller one held out the cedar sprig, arm trembling. Margaret took it. The needles were soft, fresh. Something had cut this carefully, bound it with intention. A gift, a plea, a promise. "Thank you," she said, "because that's what you say when someone gives you something, even if you don't understand what it means." The cedar was still in her hand when she led them to the wood stove. They moved slow, limping, the smaller one making a sound that might have been whimpering if it had come from a dog. She grabbed Frank's old quilt from the chair, the heavy wool one that smelled like tobacco and cedar and him, and spread it on the floor near the stove. "Sit," she said. "Get warm." They sank down together, huddled close, steam already rising from their soaked fur. She could see them better now in the lamplight. Not monsters, not bears, something else entirely. Their faces were broad, flat, almost human but not quite. Covered in dark hair, yes, but underneath the structure was different. Eyes set too far apart, noses too flat, mouths that looked like they could speak if they wanted to but chose not to. The smaller one's leg was injured. She could see it now, the way it held it at an angle, the fur matted with something dark. In the kitchen, Margaret moved on autopilot. Bread from the box on the counter, honey from the jar she kept above the sink. She made thick slices, drizzled honey until it dripped, brought them back on a plate. She set the plate on the floor between them and backed away, giving them space. They looked at the food, looked at her, looked at each other. Then the taller one reached out, took a slice, sniffed it, broke it in half, gave half to the smaller one. They ate like they'd been starving for days. No sound except breathing and chewing and the pop of the stove. Margaret stood against the wall, still holding that cedar sprig, watching two creatures that shouldn't exist eat honey bread in her dead husband's cabin, and thought, this is what losing your mind feels like. Except she didn't feel crazy. She felt. The word that came to mind was needed. For 5 years, nothing had needed her. The cabin didn't need her, it would stand or fall regardless. The woods didn't need her. Frank sure as hell didn't need her anymore. But these creatures, whatever they were, had come to her door in a blizzard, had knocked 3 times, had offered cedar, had looked at her with those eyes that understood something about desperation and hope. They needed her. And maybe God help her, maybe she needed them too. The smaller one finished its bread first, licked the honey from its fingers, proper fingers, she noticed, not paws, and then curled up on the quilt. Within minutes, it was asleep, chest rising and falling, one hand still clutching the edge of the wool. The taller one stayed awake longer, watching her. Not threatening, just watching, alert, protective of the smaller one. Margaret pulled Frank's chair closer to the stove and sat down slow, joints protesting. She kept the cedar sprig in her lap, turning it over in her hands. I don't know what you are, she said quietly. I don't know if you understand me, but you're safe here tonight. Storm's not fit for man or beast out there. And I guess that includes whatever you two are. The creature's eyes followed her words. Maybe it understood, maybe it didn't. But it nodded once, a clear, deliberate gesture, and then it too curled up next to the smaller one, wrapped an arm around it, and closed its eyes. Margaret sat in Frank's chair and watched them sleep. Outside, the storm raged on. Inside, the fire ticked and popped, and somewhere in the space between, Margaret Whitmore felt something shift. The walls of the cabin seemed less empty suddenly, the silence less heavy, the cold less absolute. She thought about Frank's journal, about the child he'd saved 40 years ago, about debt and memory, and the strange way the universe sometimes balances its books. Frank, she whispered to the darkness, I don't know what you started, but I think it just came home. She didn't sleep that night. Couldn't. She sat in that chair watching them, the lamp burning low, the fire needing feeding every couple of hours. Each time she stood to add wood, her knees cracked loud enough she worried it would wake them. But they slept like the dead, both of them, breathing deep and even. The storm broke around 4 in the morning. The wind dropped off sudden as a slap, and the silence that followed had a different quality. Heavy, expectant, like the world was holding its breath to see what happened next. Margaret must have dozed off sometime after that, because when she opened her eyes, grey dawn was seeping through the windows, and the 2 creatures were gone. She jerked upright, heart hammering, scanning the room. The quilt was folded neatly by the stove. The plate was clean, licked spotless. And on the kitchen table, arranged with care, were 3 things that hadn't been there before. A circle of braided cedar, woven tight and perfect. A small carved figure, crude but deliberate, maybe a bird, maybe something else. And a single white stone, smooth as glass, with a hole worn through the center. Margaret stood slowly, bones protesting. and walked to the table, picked up the stone. It was warm. Shouldn't have been, but it was. The door was still locked from the inside. She looked at the ceiling, the walls, the windows, all closed, all secure. What in God's name, she started, then stopped. Because there, in the ash dust that had settled on the floor near the stove, were tracks, not boot prints, not paw prints, something in between. 5 toes, but the proportions were wrong. Too long, too articulated. They led from the quilt to the back window. She followed them, heart in her throat. The window was closed, but not locked. She tried the latch. It moved smooth and silent. Frank had oiled all the hinges obsessively, and even 5 years later, they still worked perfect. She opened it, looked out. The snow had stopped. The world was white and still and impossibly bright. And there, leading away from the cabin toward the tree line, were tracks. 2 sets, one larger, one smaller. They didn't sink deep like human tracks would. More like they barely touched the surface. Like they weighed less than they should. She watched them disappear into the pines, and something in her chest, something that had been clenched tight for 5 years, loosened just a fraction. They'd come to her door. She'd let them in. They'd slept safe in her home. And now they were gone, but they'd left gifts. Margaret closed the window and turned back to the table. The cedar circle, the carved figure, the stone with its worn-through hole. She touched each one, feeling the care that had gone into their making. This wasn't random. This was intentional. This was. The word came to her sudden and certain. Gratitude. She thought about Frank's journal again. The entry from 1970, the child he'd saved 20 years ago. These creatures were young. Not children, exactly, but not full-grown either. Juveniles, maybe. And they'd come here, to this specific cabin, in a storm that could have killed them. Not by chance. They'd been looking for something, or someone. Her hands were shaking now, but not from cold. She set the stone down and walked to the bedroom, her limp more pronounced than usual. Behind the loose board in the wall, the same spot Frank had used was his journal. She pulled it out, carried it back to the kitchen table, and opened it to that entry from June 1971. Frank's handwriting was steady, precise. The hand of a man who'd spent 40 years keeping mill records and didn't trust anything that wasn't written down. The 12th of June, 1971. Up by Widow's Creek, checking the trap lines, found something caught in number 7. At first I thought bear cub, but wrong size, wrong shape. Took me 20 minutes to get close enough to see clear. Not a bear. Not anything I've got a name for. Looked like a child, maybe 3 years old, covered in dark hair. Leg torn bad where the trap got it. It didn't fight me when I approached. Just looked at me with these eyes. Christ, Margaret, those eyes, human eyes, terrified and trusting all at once, like it knew I could kill it or save it, and was hoping for the latter. I freed the trap. Leg was broken, bleeding. I carried it about 2 miles into the deep woods, past the fire break, where nobody goes. Set it down gentle as I could. It didn't run, just sat there looking at me. Then something moved in the trees. Something big, adult, I guess. It came to the edge of the clearing, and I swear it looked at me too. The child pup, whatever you call it, crawled toward the big one, before it disappeared. It turned back and made this sound. Not words, but not animal either. Somewhere in between. And I just knew it was saying thank you. I don't expect anyone to believe this. I'm not sure I believe it myself, but I keep thinking about the son we never had, the one who didn't make it. I keep thinking how I'd want someone to show mercy if our boy had been the one caught in a trap somewhere, scared and hurt and alone. Maybe this is God giving me a chance to be the father I never got to be. I don't know. But I marked the spot where I left it, 3 cedars growing in a triangle, north side of Widow's Creek. If I ever need to find it again, I'll know where to look, and if they ever need to find me, well, I guess they know where I live. The measure of a soul is how it answers the knock. Margaret read it 3 times, then looked at the gifts on her table. 20 years. That child Frank saved would be an adult now. And these 2 young, lost, injured, they'd come here. To Frank's cabin, in a storm that would have killed them. They weren't random travelers. They were family. The child Frank saved had grown up. Maybe had children of its own. And when those children got lost, got hurt, got desperate, it remembered. It sent them here. To the place of mercy. To the man who'd chosen kindness over fear. Except Frank was dead, so they'd found her instead. Margaret sat at that kitchen table as the sun climbed higher, turning the snow outside into a field of diamonds, and felt the weight of it settle over her like a blanket. This wasn't coincidence. This was inheritance. Frank had made a promise, even if he didn't know it at the time, and the universe was holding her responsible for keeping it. She should have been angry, should have resented being pulled into something she didn't ask for, but she wasn't. Because the truth was, she'd been alone so long she'd forgotten what it felt like to be part of something larger than her own grief. Now she remembered. The days after that were quiet. She went about her business chopping wood, melting snow for water, rationing the canned goods she'd stocked before winter set in. The isolation that had felt like a tomb now felt like a fortress, safe, protected, hers. But every night, just after sundown, she'd hear them. 3 knocks, never at the door anymore. Sometimes on the side of the cabin, sometimes on the window frame. Once, impossibly, on the chimney she'd heard it clear as day, 3 distinct knocks on brick, and when she'd gone outside to look, there were tracks on the roof. They didn't come in again, but they were there, watching, checking on her, and she'd knock back. 3 times. Frank's signal. Her signal now. A promise answered with a promise. Thing is, when you live alone long enough, you forget how to trust your own mind. You start questioning everything. Was that real? Did I imagine it? Am I losing it? Margaret had been asking herself those questions for 5 years, ever since Frank died and the silence moved in. But now, she had proof. The cedar circle hung above her kitchen window. The carved figure sat on the mantel next to Frank's picture. The stone with its worn-through hole was in her pocket, smooth and warm against her hip. Real things, solid things, evidence. She wasn't crazy. She was chosen. 3 weeks passed. The snow kept falling, then melting, then falling again. January in Montana was like that. Couldn't make up its mind whether it wanted to kill you or just make you wish it would. Margaret's supplies were getting low. The truck hadn't started since November. Battery was dead, and she didn't have the strength to replace it herself. She'd have to wait for the thaw, then walk the 12 miles to town. She'd done it before. She'd do it again. But one morning in early February, she woke to find something new on her porch. A deer. Whole. Freshly killed. Throat torn clean. Still warm. She stood in the doorway in her nightgown. Dawn light, painting everything pink and gold. Staring at 100 pounds of fresh meat she hadn't killed, hadn't trapped, hadn't earned. The tracks around it told the story. They'd brought it, dragged it up onto her porch in the night, left it like a cat, leaving a mouse for its owner. An offering, or payment, or both. Margaret looked at that deer and thought about Frank's journal again, about the child with the broken leg, about mercy and debt, and the strange accounting that happens between souls. She'd fed them honey bread. They were feeding her venison. The scales were balancing. She butchered that deer herself over the next 3 days. Her hands weren't what they used to be. Arthritis made every cut an agony, but she knew the work. Frank had taught her 40 years ago, back when they were young and strong and thought they'd live forever. She saved the hide, scraped it clean, stretched it on a frame Frank had built. She'd tan it come spring, make something useful, waste not, want not. The meat she portioned out, wrapped in butcher paper, stored in the snow packed against the north wall of the cabin where it stayed frozen solid. And when she was done, when every usable piece had been claimed and the bones had been buried under the big pine where Frank rested, she stood on the porch in the twilight and knocked 3 times on the railing. Waited. From the trees, distant but clear, 3 knocks in return. Wood on wood, deliberate, understood. A conversation without words. Margaret smiled for the first time in 5 years. February bled into March. The days got longer by inches. The snow turned to slush, then froze again at night, creating a crust that cracked under her weight when she walked. She started leaving things out, little gifts of her own. A jar of honey on the porch step, a stack of clean cloth strips that might work as bandages, a bar of soap, probably useless to them, but it felt right to offer. By morning, they were always gone, and new things appeared in their place. Pine cones arranged in careful spirals, feathers bound with grass. Once, a small leather pouch filled with something that smelled sharp and medicinal. She rubbed it on her hands one night when the arthritis was bad, and I'll be damned if the pain didn't ease. They were communicating, trading, building something that didn't have a name in any language she knew but felt ancient as stone. Then, one night in late March, everything changed. She was sitting at the kitchen table, working on Frank's journal. Not reading it anymore, she'd read every page a dozen times. Now she was writing her own entries, documenting what was happening. The gifts, the knocks, the deer, creating a record in case something happened to her. In case someone found this place someday and needed to understand. The knock came at 9:30. 3 times. But different. Faster. Urgent. Margaret stood, grabbed the lantern, and opened the door. The smaller one was there. Alone. Blood on its hands. Terror in its eyes. It made a sound low, desperate, and grabbed her wrist with surprising strength. Pulled. "What is it?" Margaret asked. But she was already moving, grabbing her coat, pulling on Frank's old boots that were too big but still worked. The creature pulled her off the porch, into the snow, toward the tree line, moving fast despite its limp, looking back every few seconds to make sure she was following. Margaret's heart hammered, her lungs burned in the cold air, her hips screamed in protest. But she followed, because somewhere out there in the dark, something was wrong. And for reasons she didn't fully understand, she'd been called to help. They moved through the forest, snow crunching, branches whipping past. The moon was half full, giving just enough light to see by. The creature led her along paths she didn't recognize, through parts of the woods she'd never explored even in 40 years of living here. After maybe 20 minutes, felt like hours, they came to a clearing. And there, lying against a fallen log, was the taller one. Even in the moonlight, Margaret could see the wound. Its side was torn open, bleeding black in the dim light. It was conscious but barely, breathing in shallow gasps. The smaller one made that sound again, desperate, pleading, and looked at Margaret like she could fix this, like she had the power to make things right. Margaret knelt in the snow, her knees screaming, and looked at the wound. Deep, wide, claw marks, maybe, or something worse. "Okay," she heard herself say. "Okay, I'm here. Let me help." She'd done field medicine before. Frank had been accident-prone, and living this far out meant you learned to handle emergencies yourself, or you died trying. She knew about pressure, about cleaning, about the difference between bleeding that stops and bleeding that kills, but she'd never worked on anything like this. Still, blood was blood, pain was pain, and Mercy didn't ask for taxonomy. She stripped off her coat, wadded it against the wound, pressed hard. The creature made a sound low, pained but didn't fight her. "I know," she said. "I know it hurts, but I need you to stay still." The smaller one crouched beside her, making soft sounds, touching the taller one's face with surprising gentleness. Margaret held pressure for what felt like forever. Her arms shook. Her hands were soaked with blood that steamed in the cold air. But slowly, gradually, the bleeding slowed. When she finally pulled the coat away, the wound was still there, still bad, but not actively gushing anymore. She tore strips from her flannel shirt, wrapped them around the creature's torso as tight as she could manage. It wasn't good medical care by any standard, but it was better than nothing. "Can you walk?" she asked. The taller one nodded, barely. Between the three of them, Margaret pulling, the smaller one pushing, the injured one struggling, they got it to its feet. Then they began the slow, painful journey back to the cabin. It took over an hour. By the time they reached the porch, Margaret was shaking so hard her teeth chattered. Her hip felt like someone had driven a spike through it. But they made it. She got them inside, got the injured one settled by the stove, added wood until the fire roared. Then she boiled water, cleaned the wound properly, and used the entire bottle of iodine Frank had kept in the medicine cabinet. The creature endured it all without complaint. Just watched her with those strange, intelligent eyes. When she was done, when it was bandaged as well as she could manage, when both creatures had been given water and bread and honey, Margaret collapsed in Frank's chair and let the exhaustion take her. She woke to find both of them asleep by the stove, the smaller one curled against the larger one protectively. And on the table, something new, a small bundle of dried plants tied with sinew, the same sharp-smelling herb they'd given her before. Medicine for medicine, care for care. The scales balanced again. The injured one stayed with her for 3 weeks. The smaller one too, unwilling to leave. They slept by the stove, ate the food she provided, healed slowly under her watch. Margaret changed the bandages every day, cleaning the wound, applying the medicinal herbs they'd given her. And damn if it didn't work. The wound closed cleaner and faster than any injury she'd ever treated. During those weeks, something shifted. They weren't guests anymore. They were, well, family was the word that kept coming to mind. The smaller one started helping with chores, bringing in wood before she had to ask, melting snow for water. Small things, but meaningful. The larger one recovered its strength gradually. By the end of week 2, it could stand without help. By week 3, it was moving around the cabin with only a slight hitch in its gait. And they started making sounds. Not language, exactly, but communication. Low rumbles, soft chirps, the occasional gesture that clearly meant something. Margaret found herself responding in kind, pointing, nodding, using her hands more than words, learning a grammar that had no dictionary. One evening, the larger one approached her as she sat in Frank's chair. It reached into a pouch Margaret hadn't noticed before and pulled out something wrapped in leather. A knife. Small, crude, but the blade was stone and sharp as hell. It had been worked with care, shaped, and honed until the edge could split a hair. The creature held it out to her, handle first. Margaret took it, feeling the weight, the balance. It was beautiful in its simplicity, functional, perfect for what it was meant to be. "Thank you," she said. The creature nodded. Then it did something that nearly stopped her heart. It spoke. Not words, not quite, but a sound that was shaped, intentional, aimed at meaning. Mag, Ret, her name, or close enough. She stared at it, the knife forgotten in her hands. You just said my name." It nodded again, slow, deliberate. Then it touched its own chest, made another sound. Ka, a name. Its name. The smaller one stepped forward, touched its own chest. Sue, Ka and Sue. Margaret felt tears on her face and didn't know when they'd started. Ka, she repeated. Sue, both creatures. No, not creatures, beings. People, in whatever form people could take, both nodded. And in that moment, Margaret understood something Frank had known 20 years ago. The line between human and other was thinner than anyone thought. Intelligence wasn't about language or tools or walking upright. It was about recognition, understanding, the ability to see suffering and choose mercy. These beings had seen her through her window. They'd seen an old woman, alone, aging, trapped in grief, and they'd decided she was worth protecting, worth providing for. They'd been watching over her all winter, not just because of what Frank did 20 years ago, because she'd opened her door. That was the test, she realized. The real one, not whether she could fight or run or defend herself, whether she could choose trust over fear when the impossible came knocking. She'd passed. And this this strange, beautiful, inexplicable connection was her reward. By mid-April, Ka was well enough to leave. The wound had healed to a pale scar under the dark fur. Both of them were stronger, healthier, ready to return to whatever life they'd left behind. The night before they left, the three of them sat by the stove together. Margaret in Frank's chair, Ka and Sue on the floor, close enough to touch. She thought about trying to explain to someone. To Lois, maybe, next time she came by. To the folks in town. But who would believe her? And more importantly, why would she tell them? This was hers. Hers and Frank's and theirs. A secret held between souls who understood that some things mattered more than proof. "You'll be okay?" she asked, not expecting an answer. But Ka nodded, reached out, and touched her hand with surprising gentleness. Mag. Rhett. Safe. It took her a moment to understand. It wasn't a question, it was a promise. She was safe. They'd see to it. "You too," she said. "You and Sue. Stay safe." In the morning, they were gone, but on the table were gifts. The cedar circle, woven fresh and perfect. 3 white stones, each with a hole worn through. And something new, a piece of bark with marks carved into it. Not writing, not exactly, but symbols. Circles and lines and triangles that seemed to mean something. Margaret studied it for hours, turning it over, tracing the marks with her finger. Then she took it to the bedroom, opened Frank's journal, and tucked it inside. Evidence. Record. Proof that she wasn't crazy, wasn't imagining things, wasn't losing her grip. Proof that mercy, once offered, comes back around. The shape of it might change. The timing might be unexpected. But it comes back. Always. Spring came hard that year. The snow melted fast, turning the paths to rivers of mud, the creeks to torrents. Margaret's hip got worse infection, settled in after all that scrambling through the woods, and she spent 2 weeks barely able to walk. But every morning, there was fresh water on the porch. Every evening, firewood stacked neat and dry. Once, when her fever spiked so high she couldn't get out of bed, she woke to find the stove fed, the cabin warm, and a clay bowl of something that smelled like pine and mint steaming on the table beside her. She drank it, slept, woke the next day with the fever broken. They were watching, always watching, keeping her safe the way she'd kept them safe. The scales stayed balanced. May brought Lois back up the road, truck loaded with supplies. She took one look at Margaret's limp and started fussing. "You been walking on that?" "Jesus, Mag, you should have come to town." "Been managing," Margaret said. "Managing to kill yourself. More like." Lois hauled supplies inside, chattering the way she did, filling the cabin with noise and life. "Half the town thinks you're dead up here. I keep telling them you're too stubborn, but they keep asking, should someone check? What the hell is that?" She'd spotted the cedar circle above the window. Margaret felt her heart jump. "Nothing. Just decoration." "Since when do you decorate?" Lois stepped closer, squinting. "That's good work. Where'd you get it?" "Found it." "You found it?" "In the woods. Someone must have dropped it." Lois gave her a look that said she didn't believe a word, but wasn't going to push. That was Lois, practical to a fault, but smart enough to know when to leave things alone. After she left, Margaret sat at the kitchen table and thought about secrets, about the weight of knowing something nobody else believed, about the loneliness of truth. Then she thought about the 3 knocks every night, about the gifts traded, about Ka and Sue, and the strange language they'd built between them. And she thought, I'm not lonely at all. That summer was good. She tended Frank's grave, pulled weeds, planted wildflowers she gathered from the meadow. Her hip healed slowly, imperfectly, but enough to get around. Every few days, she'd find offerings on the porch. Sometimes food, a rabbit, cleaned and gutted. Sometimes just arrangements of stones or feathers or pine cones. Art, maybe. Beauty for beauty's sake. She'd leave offerings too. Jars of preserves. Bread when she had the strength to bake. Once, a leather-bound notebook and a pen. though she wasn't sure what they'd do with it. By morning, always gone, always replaced with something new. They were building a language more comprehensive than words, a grammar of gratitude and trust that transcended species. In August, she found the box. She'd been cleaning behind the stove, a job she'd put off for years, when her hand hit something solid wedged in the gap between the stove and the wall. A tin box. Rusted. Hidden. She pried it out, heart pounding. Inside, more journals. Frank's journals. Ones she'd never seen. She carried them to the table, opened the first one with shaking hands. The dates went back further than she'd known. To 1965. 6 years before he saved the child in the trap. Page after page of observations, tracks, sightings, strange sounds in the night. Frank had been documenting them for years, long before that day in 1971. The 3rd of April 1965. Something's living in the deep woods past Widow's Creek. Been catching glimpses for weeks now. Too big for bear, wrong shape for moose. Moves different. Intelligent, avoiding the trails. Watching me, watch it. Don't know what to make of it. Don't know if I should be scared or curious. Maybe both. The 12th of November, 1967. Heard them calling to each other last night. Not wolves, not coyotes. Something else. Almost like voices, but not human. Margaret was asleep, thank God. Don't want to worry her, but I'm starting to think we're not as alone up here as we believed. Starting to think the old stories from the loggers weren't just stories. The 8th of February, 1970. Found tracks again, clear as day in fresh snow. Bipedal, 5 toes, too big for a man. Proportions wrong anyway. They've been circling the cabin. Not threatening, I don't think. Just observing. Like they're trying to figure us out, same way I'm trying to figure them. Part of me wants to leave food out. Part of me thinks that's the dumbest idea I've ever had. Haven't decided yet. Margaret read every word, tears streaming down her face. Frank had known. For years. He'd been living alongside them, studying them, trying to understand. And he'd never told her. Not because he didn't trust her, Frank had trusted her with his life, but because he was protecting her. Or maybe he'd been protecting them. She turned to the last journal. The entries stopped in June 1986. 4 months before he died. The 21st of June 1986. Saw the one I saved today, 15 years later, and I knew it was the same one. The way it moved, the pattern of scars on its leg. It had young with it, 2 of them, and it saw me, and it didn't run. Just stood there at the edge of the clearing, watching me. Then it nodded. I swear to God, it nodded and disappeared into the trees. I've been thinking about what happens when I'm gone. Margaret doesn't know about any of this. Should I tell her? Leave her the journals? Or is this burden mine alone to carry? I don't know, but I keep thinking about those young ones. What kind of world are they growing up in? What kind of future? I want them to know not all humans are dangerous. Not all of us shoot first and ask questions never. I want them to know there's mercy out here, even if the rest of the world has forgotten. So I'm leaving a sign. 3 cedars growing in a triangle, north side of Widow's Creek, right where I freed the child back in 71. If they ever need help, if they ever need sanctuary, that's the marker. That's how they'll know where to find safety. 3 cedars, 3 knocks, 3 chances at redemption. The measure of a soul is how it answers the knock. Margaret closed the journal and wept. Frank had built this. All of it. The connection, the protocol, the promise. He'd laid the groundwork 15 years ago, knowing he wouldn't live forever, knowing someone would have to carry it forward, and he'd trusted her to do it. Even if he'd never said it out loud. She sat at that table until the sun set, journals spread around her, and understood the full weight of what she'd inherited. This wasn't just about Ka and Sue. This was about generations. About a promise that extended backward, through time and forward, into a future she'd never see. Frank had saved a child. That child had grown, had children of its own, taught them that this place was safe. And they'd come here, years later, when they were desperate and lost. The cycle would continue. Long after she was gone, long after everyone currently breathing had turned to dust, the memory would remain, encoded in story, in instinct, in whatever way these beings passed knowledge from one generation to the next. Cedar Hollow. That's what Frank had called this place, in one of his journals, not because of the creek or the trees, but because of the promise. A hollow place, a sanctuary, a gap in the fence of fear, where different species could meet without violence. She was the keeper of that sanctuary now, and she would keep it until she couldn't anymore. That autumn, Margaret turned 73, the same age Frank had been when he died. She felt it in her bones, the way time was moving faster now, the way each season felt shorter than the last. Her hands didn't work right anymore. Arthritis had gotten worse, curling her fingers into claws that couldn't grip properly. The limp was permanent now, that hip was never going to heal right, and her heart had developed an irregular rhythm that sometimes made her dizzy, made her have to sit down sudden in the middle of tasks. She was dying. Not today, not tomorrow, but soon. A year, maybe two, she was lucky, and unlucky all at once. The thought didn't scare her the way she thought it would. She'd been ready to die since Frank passed. She'd just been waiting for permission. Now she had it, but there was one thing left to do. She took Frank's journals, all of them, and her own journal, the one she'd been keeping since that night in January when Ka and Sue first knocked. She wrapped them in oilcloth, sealed them in a metal box, and carried them out to the big pine tree where Frank was buried. She couldn't dig anymore, her hands wouldn't allow it, so she found a hollow at the base of the trunk, hidden by roots. She placed the box inside, covered it with stones and dirt, marked it with 3 cedar branches laid in a triangle. If someone found this place someday, if they were curious, if they were willing to look, they'd find the truth. The whole truth. Evidence and story and the bones of something most people would never believe. But belief wasn't required for truth to exist. Winter came back around. Her 7th winter alone. Except she wasn't alone. 3 knocks every evening. Sometimes at the door, sometimes on the window, sometimes just a feeling in the air that said, "We're here, you're safe, you're not forgotten." She'd knock back. 3 times, always 3, and in the darkness beyond her lamp's glow, in the forest that had been her home for 40 years, she'd hear it returned. 3 knocks, wood on wood, promise on promise. The language of mercy, spoken between souls who understood that survival wasn't a solo act, that the strong protect the weak, the healthy tend the sick, the old teach the young. That debt and gratitude were just different words for the same thing, connection. December brought the biggest snow she'd seen in years. The cabin disappeared under drifts, the windows barely visible, the chimney a black finger pointing at a white sky. Her firewood ran out on the 18th. She tried to split more, but her hands couldn't grip the axe. She tried to drag logs from the shed, but her hip gave out halfway. She sat in Frank's chair, wrapped in every blanket she owned, and thought, this is it. This is how it ends. But that night, she woke to the sound of wood being stacked. She got to the door slow, painful, and opened it. The porch was full of firewood, split perfect, stacked neat. More than she could use in a month. And there, at the bottom of the steps, barely visible in the moonlight, Ka, older now, fuller in the shoulders. The scar on its side a badge of survival. It looked at her. She looked at it. "Thank you," she whispered. It nodded. Then it raised one hand, knocked 3 times on the porch railing, and disappeared into the white. By morning, the porch had been swept clean of snow. The path to the shed had been cleared, and inside the shed, someone had repaired the roof where it had been leaking. She wasn't going to die. Not yet. They wouldn't let her. Spring came again, turning the world green and alive. Margaret could barely walk now, spent most of her days in Frank's chair, drifting in and out of sleep. But the cabin stayed warm. Food appeared on the porch. Water was drawn. The garden, which she couldn't tend, grew anyway, tended by hands that came in the night and left before dawn. She tried to pay them back, tried to leave offerings, But everything she set out was returned with something extra, a refusal, a gentle insistence. They didn't want payment anymore. They were just taking care of her, the way family does. One morning in May, Lois came up the road and found Margaret on the porch, wrapped in Frank's quilt, watching the sunrise. "You look terrible," Lois said, dropping into the chair beside her. "I'm dying," Margaret said simply. "I know. You've been dying since Frank passed." "No, I mean really dying. Soon." Lois was quiet for a long time. Then, "You scared?" "No." "Good. Being scared's a waste of time when you're this close to the end." They sat together, two old women watching the light paint the forest gold. "You know what I want on my stone?" Margaret asked. "What?" She answered the knock. Lois snorted. "The hell does that mean?" "Means I did what I was supposed to do. Cryptic as hell, Mag. But sure, I'll make sure it gets carved." Margaret died on June 12th, 1992. 21 years to the day after Frank saved the child in the trap. Lois found her in Frank's chair 3 days later, wrapped in the quilt, the cedar circle from above the window held in her hands. The funeral was small. She was buried next to Frank, under the big pine tree. Lois commissioned the stone with the inscription Margaret requested, never understanding what it meant. But the forest understood. The day they buried her, 3 cedars that had been small saplings in 1971 stood tall and strong in a triangle on the north side of Widow's Creek. And that night, in the darkness, something moved through the trees. Multiple someones, a family, a tribe. They came to the big pine tree where 2 stones stood side by side. And they each placed a gift, cedar circles, white stones with holes worn through, small carvings, a leather-bound book, the one Margaret had left on the porch all those months ago, filled with marks that might have been writing, or might have been art, or might have been both. Then, one by one, they knocked. 3 times. Wood on wood, promise on promise. The measure of a soul is how it answers the knock. And Margaret Whitmore, 73 years old, alone until she wasn't, had answered. She'd opened her door. She'd chosen mercy over fear. She'd honored a promise her husband made before she even knew it existed. And in return, she'd been given something most people never find: purpose. Connection. A reason to keep breathing when all the reasons she'd had before had died. The forest holds its secrets. The trees remember what people forget. And somewhere in the deep woods of Montana, past the fire break where nobody goes, there's a place called Cedar Hollow. It doesn't exist on any map. You won't find it in any guidebook. But it's there. A sanctuary, a promise, a gap in the fence of fear where different souls meet and recognize each other as kin. And every night, when the sun goes down and the darkness settles in, if you listen close enough, you might hear it. 3 knocks. Wood on wood. The language of mercy, spoken between beings who understand that survival is a story we tell together, 1 knock at a time. Margaret and Frank's cabin still stands. Lois kept it maintained for a few years after Margaret died, but eventually stopped. Too far out, too much work. And what was the point? But it doesn't fall down. The roof never leaks. The porch never rots. The chimney stays clear. Every winter, smoke rises from that chimney, though nobody lives there. Every spring, the garden grows, though nobody plants it. And every night, year after year, decade after decade, 3 knocks echo through the clearing. The promise keeps itself. The debt stays balanced. And the souls who understood what that meant, what it cost, what it gave back, they're part of the forest now. Their bones mixed with soil, their stories woven into root and branch. They answered the knock, and the knock answered back. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. You give mercy. Mercy gives back. Not in the way you expect. Not when you expect it. But it comes. Always. 3 knocks. 3 cedars. 3 chances at redemption. Frank took his chance in 1971. Margaret took hers in 1991. The next chance is waiting, somewhere, for someone, when they need it most. All they have to do is listen. And when they hear it, that deliberate knock, that impossible request, that offer of trust from something they don't understand, they have to choose. Close the door, or open it. Fear, or mercy. Death, or life. The measure of a soul is how it answers the knock. How would you answer? Look, I need you to hear this story. Not because it's easy to believe it's not, but because sometimes the hardest truths are the ones that save us. This happened in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, in a place where the trees grow so thick they swallow the light, where the land still remembers things we've forgotten, and where an old woman named Eleanor Brennan refused to leave her home, even when every sensible person told her she should. Eleanor was 73 years old that autumn, and she'd lived alone in her cabin on the edge of Crowley Forest for damn near 40 years. Her husband, Thomas, had been dead for 12. Her son had moved to Phoenix and called twice a year. The cabin was all she had left, and some things, once you've poured enough of yourself into them, become more than wood and nails. They become the only proof you were here at all. This story is about what lives in those woods, what watches, what remembers, and why, on a night when death came knocking at Eleanor's door, it was turned away by something that shouldn't exist but does. Something that owed her a debt from a time before most of us were born. I'm telling you this because the documentation is real. The sheriff's reports, the photographs, the testimony from 3 different witnesses who had no reason to lie and everything to lose by telling the truth. And because if you've ever wondered whether kindness matters, whether the things you do when nobody's watching count for something, well, you're about to find out. Before this video disappears into the algorithm, let me make you a deal. If you stick with me for the next few minutes, I promise you'll see proof that'll make you look at those woods outside your window differently. I'm talking footprint casts that don't match any known animal, audio recordings that shouldn't exist, and a handwritten letter from Eleanor herself, written 3 days before she died, that explains what happened that night in words so simple and true they'll break your heart. So hit that like button if you're ready for this. Subscribe if you want more stories that don't fit in the boxes we're told to check. And turn on notifications, because some truths don't get a second chance to be heard. Now, let me take you back to where it all began. September in the Upper Peninsula comes like a gentle warning. The light turns gold and heavy, the kind that makes everything look like it's already a memory. The birch trees shed their leaves in slow motion, and the air gets that edge to it, sharp enough to remind you winter's coming whether you're ready or not. Eleanor stood on her porch that Tuesday morning, coffee mug warming her hands, and watched the mist rise off Crawley Creek like ghosts coming home. The cold had found its way into her joints overnight. It always did this time of year, and she moved a little slower, a little more carefully, each motion calculated to avoid the sharp bite of arthritis that lived in her knuckles and knees now. The cabin behind her was small, 1 bedroom, a kitchen that doubled as a living room, a wood stove she'd learned to tend the way some people learn to pray. The logs were chinked with moss and old newspapers, and the roof was tin that sang when it rained. Thomas had built it with his own hands back in '63, and every board, every nail, held some piece of him she wasn't ready to let go of yet. She'd been getting visitors lately, not the kind you invite for coffee, the kind that show up with clipboards and concerned expressions, talking about property values and development opportunities, like those words meant something good. The first one had come in August. A man named Richard Salvo, slick as oil in a suit, too expensive for these parts. He'd smiled with all his teeth and none of his eyes and told her about progress, about the future, about how her land, her 40 acres of creek bottom and pine, was worth more than she knew. Mrs. Brennan, he'd said, standing right where she stood now, looking out at the trees like they were dollar signs. You could live anywhere. Florida, maybe. Arizona. Somewhere warm, easy on those bones. She'd thanked him for coming and told him no. Polite but firm. The way her mother had taught her to turn down men who didn't understand that no was a complete sentence. He'd left, but he'd come back. And then again, each time his smile got tighter, his voice got sharper, and his offers got bigger. Numbers that would have meant something to someone who thought money could replace memory. Now, standing in the September morning with her coffee going cold, Eleanor saw something that made her spine straighten despite the arthritis. Down by the property line where the old survey stakes marked the boundary, something had changed. The stakes were gone, not pulled up and tossed aside. Gone. Vanished like they'd never been there at all. And in their place, arranged in a perfect arc across the deer trail, were branches. 7 of them, each one twisted into a spiral, each spiral the same size, laid out with the kind of precision that can't be accidental. Eleanor set her mug down on the porch rail and walked down toward the tree line. The grass was wet with dew, soaking through her slippers, making her feet cold. But she'd learned a long time ago that some things you investigate right away before your mind can talk you into being sensible. She stopped at the arc of twisted branches. Each one was fresh pine, still green, the bark torn where they'd been bent against their nature. The spirals were tight, the kind of thing that takes strength and patience to make. She reached down and picked one up, turning it over in her hands. It was beautiful in the way some warnings are. Deliberate, purposeful, a message written in a language older than words. She looked up at the tree line. The forest was quiet the way it gets when something's watching. No birds, no squirrels, just the soft sound of wind through branches and her own breathing. Slower now, more careful. "I hear you," she said to the trees. "Not loud, just loud enough. I hear you just fine." She left the branches where they were. Some messages you don't disturb. She walked back to the cabin, and this time she locked the door behind her. First time in 3 years she'd done that. The truth is, Eleanor Brennan had history with these woods. The kind most people wouldn't believe, and she'd stopped trying to explain years ago. Some things you keep to yourself, not because you're ashamed, but because sharing them makes them smaller, and small things get dismissed. It had happened in the winter of 1958. She was 19 years old, newly married to Thomas, living in a rented room in town while he worked at the mill. They'd driven up to visit his uncle's hunting cabin for the weekend, taking the old logging road that wasn't quite a road anymore, more of a suggestion through the trees. The car had died 2 miles in. Engine just quit, cold and final as a stopped heart. Thomas had tried everything, checking the spark plugs, cleaning the carburetor, all the tricks men knew back then when you fixed what broke instead of replacing it. Nothing. The engine was dead, and the temperature was dropping fast. 10 degrees maybe, with night coming on like a door closing. They'd started walking. What else could they do? 2 miles back to the main road, then another 5 to town. Young people think they're invincible right up until they're not, and by the time they'd gone half a mile, Eleanor's fingers had gone numb in her gloves, and Thomas's face had that tight look men get when they're scared but won't admit it. That's when she'd heard it. A sound like nothing she'd heard before or since. Not quite an animal, not quite human. A low, resonant call that seemed to come from the trees themselves, vibrating in her chest cavity like a second heartbeat. Thomas had frozen. Eleanor had grabbed his arm. They'd stood there in the snow, breath coming out in clouds, and waited. What came out of the trees wasn't a bear, wasn't a wolf. It was tall, 7 feet, maybe 8, covered in dark hair that looked almost black against the snow. It moved on 2 legs, not quite human, not quite animal, something in between that made her brain stutter trying to categorize it. It had looked at them, and here's the thing that stayed with her all these years. The eyes weren't animal. They were aware, intelligent, old. It had made that sound again, softer this time, and then it had done something Eleanor would spend the rest of her life trying to understand. It had moved past them, not toward them, and it had started walking back the way they'd come. Walking slowly, looking back, waiting. Thomas had whispered, "Jesus Christ." Eleanor had said, I think it wants us to follow." And they had. Because sometimes when you're young and scared and lost, you follow anything that seems to know the way. They'd walked behind that thing for 20 minutes, keeping their distance, watching it move through the snow with a grace nothing that size should have. It had led them to a small cave. Not deep, but deep enough. Out of the wind, the creature had stopped at the entrance, looked at them one more time with those impossibly human eyes, and then it had vanished back into the trees so quietly, she wondered if she'd imagined the whole thing. They'd stayed in that cave through the night, huddled together, burning pieces of bark and pine needles to stay warm. When dawn came, they'd walked out and found the main road within an hour. They never told anyone. Who would believe them? But Eleanor had gone back a week later, by herself. She'd found the cave, and she'd left something there. A wool blanket, a thermos of coffee, a note that said only, "Thank you." When she checked a month later, the items were gone, and in their place was a small stack of smooth river stones, each one about the size of her palm, arranged in a perfect pyramid. She'd kept one of those stones. It sat on her windowsill now, 47 years later, a reminder that some debts are paid in ways we don't expect. Richard Salvo came back on a Thursday afternoon, and this time he didn't come alone. He had two men with him, both younger, both built like they'd spent time in places where being big was useful. They wore jeans and work boots instead of suits, and they stood too close to Eleanor's porch with their arms crossed, trying to look casual and only managing to look like what they were, muscle. "Mrs. Brennan," Salvo said, and his voice was different now, no more friendly salesman. This was the voice he used when the charade was over. "We need to talk. Seriously this time." Eleanor had been expecting this. She'd lived 73 years, most of them watching men like Salvo operate, and she knew when the script was about to change. She stood in her doorway, one hand on the frame, and looked at him with the kind of patience you develop when you've already survived everything that matters. "You need to leave my property," she said. "Calm. Clear. Right now. See, that's where we have a problem," Salvo said. He pulled out a folded paper from his jacket pocket, flapped it open. "This is a county assessment. Says your land is worth $340,000. That's a lot of money for someone living on Social Security, Mrs. Brennan. A lot of money you're saying no to." "And I'll say no to twice that," Eleanor replied. "Now get off my land before I call the sheriff." One of the men, the bigger one, with a scar across his left eyebrow, stepped forward. "The sheriff's not coming out here, lady. Not for this. Not in time to matter." Eleanor's hand tightened on the doorframe. Her heart was hammering, but her voice stayed steady. Fear and voice are two different things, and she'd learned young not to let one control the other. "You threatening me, son? I'm explaining reality," Scarface said. "You're old. You're alone. Accidents happen. Here's what you need to understand about people like Eleanor Brennan. They're from a generation that saw the Depression, that lived through wars, that watched friends die young and kept going anyway. They've got steel in them that modern people can't quite fathom, and when you push them, sometimes they don't break. Sometimes they push back. "You think I'm scared of you," Eleanor said. Her voice was quiet now, the kind of quiet that's more dangerous than shouting. "I buried a husband I loved more than my own life. I watched my best friend waste away from cancer that ate her from the inside out. I've got arthritis that makes every morning feel like being born again in pain. You think 3 men in clean jeans scare me?" Salvo held up a hand. "Nobody's trying to scare anybody, Mrs. Brennan. We're just encouraging you to think practically." "I have thought," Eleanor said, "and my answer's the same. No. Now leave, or I'll make you leave." The second man, smaller, but with eyes that said he'd hurt people before and wouldn't mind doing it again, laughed. Actually laughed. "You'll make us? How exactly?" He didn't finish the sentence, because that's when all 3 men saw it. Behind Eleanor, visible through the open door of the cabin, something moved past the kitchen window. Something too tall to be a person, moving too fluidly to be anything they'd ever seen. Just a shadow, just for a second, but a shadow that stood at least 7 feet tall and blocked out the light like an eclipse. All 3 men froze. Eleanor didn't turn around. She'd felt it more than seen it, that change in air pressure, that shift in the quality of silence. She knew what it was, or at least, she knew what it might be. "I suggest," she said, her voice perfectly calm, "that you listen to what I said." Salvo's face had gone the color of old newspaper. He took a step back. Then another. We'll be in touch, Mrs. Brennan." "No," Eleanor said. "You won't." The three men backed away to their truck, a black F-150 with mud tires and a custom grille, and they didn't look back. The engine roared to life, and they were gone, dust kicking up behind them like their exit needed punctuation. Eleanor stood there for another minute, listening to the sound of the truck fade into the distance. Then she turned slowly and looked into her cabin. The kitchen was empty. The window showed nothing but trees and afternoon light. But on the floor, just inside the door, was something that hadn't been there before. A pine cone. Not just any pine cone. This one had been arranged with small twigs to form an arrow, pointing toward the door, pointing toward the men who'd just left. Eleanor picked it up carefully, the way you'd handle something sacred. Her hands were shaking now, adrenaline wearing off, age catching up, fear finally getting its turn. But she held onto that pine cone like it was proof of something she'd always known but never been able to name. "Thank you," she whispered to the empty cabin. "Thank you." Outside, the forest had gone back to its normal sounds. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, wind in the branches. But Eleanor knew now, with a certainty that lived deeper than logic, that she wasn't alone out here. She'd never been alone. That night, Eleanor couldn't sleep. Not unusual at 73. Sleep came in pieces, interrupted by bathroom trips and joint pain and the general insomnia of aging. But this was different. This was the kind of wakefulness that comes from knowing something's changed, that the world's shifted on its axis and you're still figuring out which direction is up. She sat at her kitchen table, the one Thomas had built from oak he'd cut himself, and she wrote, not a diary entry, not a letter, just words on paper, trying to make sense of things that didn't fit into the categories she'd been taught. The lamp above the table threw warm light across the page, making her handwriting look younger than it was. Outside, the darkness was complete. No moon tonight, no stars, just the kind of black that makes you understand why our ancestors feared the night. She wrote about the cave in 1958, about the stones, about the twisted branches, and the arrow made of pine cones, about the shadow that had saved her from 3 men who'd come to do God knows what. And as she wrote, she heard it. Tap, tap, tap. 3 soft sounds against the cabin's north wall. Not loud, not aggressive, just deliberate. Eleanor set down her pen. Her heart kicked up again, but not with fear this time, with something else. Recognition, maybe, or hope. She stood slowly, arthritis, making her knees crack like kindling, and walked to the window that faced the forest. She didn't turn on the porch light. Some things you don't illuminate. You just acknowledge them. In the darkness beyond the glass, she could see nothing, but she could feel it. That presence, that weight of attention that comes from being watched by something intelligent, something aware. She raised one hand and placed it flat against the window. The glass was cold against her palm. And then, in the darkness outside, something moved. A shape, darker than the night around it, shifted position. And then, slowly, another shape appeared beside it. Smaller, and then another. Smaller still. A family, Eleanor realized. Not just one, a family. The largest shape moved closer to the window, and for just a moment, maybe 2 seconds, maybe less, Eleanor saw it clearly in the reflection of the lamplight. The face was weathered, worn, wise in the way that only comes from surviving. The eyes were deep-set, dark, and they looked at her with something that might have been curiosity, or might have been respect. And then it was gone. All 3 shapes melted back into the darkness, like they'd never been there at all. Eleanor stood at the window for a long time after, her palms still pressed against the glass, until the cold had numbed her hand and her legs ached from standing. Then she went back to the table and added one more line to what she'd written. They remember. After all these years, they remember. Now here's where things get documented. Because what happened next isn't just Eleanor's story anymore. It's in the official record, witnessed and verified by people who had no reason to lie and everything to lose by telling the truth. The next morning, Eleanor drove into town. Her truck was a '98 Ford Ranger that burned oil and needed a new muffler, but it ran, and in the Upper Peninsula, that's all that matters. She drove past the mill where Thomas used to work, closed now, boarded up, another casualty of progress, and into Crowley Springs proper. The town was dying the way small towns do, slowly and with dignity, losing population each year to the bigger cities down south. The main street still had a hardware store, a diner, a post office, and a combination gas station divided by convenience store. The sheriff's office was in the basement of the town hall, accessible by a side door with a wheelchair ramp that nobody'd used in years. Sheriff Marcus Petrie was 58 years old, built like a man who'd once been in shape and was negotiating peace terms with middle age. He'd known Eleanor for 20 years, ever since his wife had gotten sick, and Eleanor had brought casseroles and company 3 times a week, without being asked. He looked up when Eleanor walked in, and something in his face softened. "Eleanor, good to see you. Coffee?" "Marcus, I need to report a threat," Eleanor said, getting right to it. She'd never been one for small talk when something real needed saying. Petrie's expression changed. He set down the coffee pot and pulled out a chair. "Tell me." She told him about Salvo, about the men, about the threats. She didn't mention the shadow in her cabin or the family in the woods. Some truths you tell, some you keep. You learn to know the difference. When she finished, Petrie was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, "Richard Salvo." "Yeah, I know him. He's connected to that development company out of Milwaukee. They've been buying up land all through the county. Can you do anything?" Eleanor asked. "Legally, I can have a conversation with him. Tell him harassment charges are a possibility." "But Eleanor," Petrie's voice got softer, the way it does when someone's about to tell you something you don't want to hear. "These development companies, they've got lawyers. They know how to stay just on the right side of legal. And 3 men on your property, even if they said what you say they said, it's your word against theirs." "So nothing," Eleanor said. "I didn't say that." Petrie stood up. "I said legally, I'm limited. But I'm the sheriff, and that means something here. I'll pay Mr. Salvo a visit. Make sure he understands that threatening elderly women in my county is bad for his health." Eleanor managed a small smile. "I appreciate that, Marcus." "You carrying?" Petrie asked suddenly. Eleanor blinked. "What? A gun? You own one?" "Thomas is old. 38 is in the closet. Haven't fired it in years. Get it out. Clean it. Load it. Keep it somewhere accessible." Petrie's voice was serious now, the kind of serious that makes you pay attention. "I don't think these men will come back. Not after I talk to them. But if they do, you call 911 first. Then you do what you need to do to protect yourself. Understand?" Eleanor nodded. "I understand." She left the sheriff's office feeling both better and worse. Better because she'd done something. Worse because doing something official made it real, in a way it hadn't been before. She stopped at the diner for coffee she didn't want, and pie she didn't taste, making small talk with Betty Cranston, who'd worked the counter for 30 years and knew everyone's business. Then she drove home, and when she pulled up to her cabin, she saw immediately that something was different. The twisted branches were gone from the property line, but in their place, arranged on her porch steps, were 7 smooth river stones, each one the size of her palm, each one carefully positioned in a spiral pattern that looked almost like a flower. Eleanor sat in her truck for a full minute, just looking at those stones. Then she got out, walked up to the porch, and knelt down, knees protesting, back aching, but she did it anyway and picked up one of the stones. It was warm. Not from the Sunday, the porch was in shadow. This was the kind of warmth that comes from being held in a hand, carried with purpose. placed with care. She gathered all 7 stones and brought them inside. She arranged them on her kitchen table, that spiral pattern reconstructed, and she sat there looking at them until the sun went down and the cabin grew dark around her. Message received, she thought. Message received. 3 days passed. Quiet days. The kind that make you wonder if maybe you imagined the whole thing, if maybe you're just an old woman living alone who's starting to see patterns where there aren't any. But on the 4th day, Petrie came back. He didn't call ahead, just drove up in his cruiser, got out slow like his back hurt, and knocked on Eleanor's door with the kind of knock that means business. Marcus. Eleanor opened the door, and her first thought was how tired he looked, exhausted in a way that goes deeper than lack of sleep. "Can I come in?" he asked. She stepped aside, and he came in, taking off his hat and holding it in both hands the way men do when they're about to say something difficult. "Coffee?" Eleanor offered. "No, thank you." "Eleanor, I need to tell you something." He paused. "I went to see Salvo, had a conversation with him about leaving you alone, thought that was the end of it." "It's not the end," Eleanor said. "Not a question. No. This morning, Salvo filed a complaint, says he was assaulted on your property. Says when he came to make a legitimate business offer, you threatened him with a firearm." Eleanor felt something cold settle in her stomach. "That's a lie." "I know it is," Petrie said quickly. "I know you, Eleanor. I don't believe for 1 second you pulled a gun on anybody. But here's the thing. Salvo's got 2 witnesses who'll say they were there, who'll testify they saw you threaten all 3 of them. So he's trying to make me the criminal," Eleanor said slowly. "Make it so I look dangerous, unstable. Make it easier to." She trailed off. "To force you off your land, yeah." Petrie sat down at the table without being invited, and Eleanor saw how much this was costing him. He was a good man in a system that didn't always reward goodness. "I'm not going to arrest you. I know it's bullshit. But there's going to be an investigation, maybe a court date. It's going to be expensive and time-consuming and they'll wear me down," Eleanor finished. "That's the plan. Make it too hard, too expensive, too exhausting to stay. Eventually, I'll just give up and sell." Petrie nodded. "That's what I think, yeah." They sat there in silence for a moment. Outside, the afternoon light was starting to slant, going gold and long, and somewhere in the trees, a crow called out 3 times like punctuation. "I won't give up," Eleanor said finally. "I can't. Thomas built this place. It's all I've got left of him, of us. And besides," she looked at the 7 stones on her table. "Besides, I'm not alone here." Petrie followed her gaze to the stones. "What are those?" "Gifts," Eleanor said. "From friends." Something in her voice must have made him decide not to ask more questions. He stood up, put his hat back on. "I'll do what I can, Eleanor. I'll slow this down as much as possible. But you should probably call a lawyer. And maybe," he hesitated. "What? Maybe you should think about leaving for a while. Just until this blows over. Stay with your son in Phoenix. Let me handle this." Eleanor shook her head. "No, I'm staying, Eleanor. I'm staying, Marcus." Her voice was gentle but absolute. "This is my home, and I've got friends here who'd be disappointed if I left." Petrie looked at her for a long moment, then nodded. He knew better than to argue with a decision that had already been made. "All right, but you call me if anything else happens. Anything, day or night." "I will." After he left, Eleanor stood at her window and watched the sun sink lower, turning the forest into silhouettes and shadows. And she thought about how some battles you don't choose. They choose you. And all you can do is stand your ground and hope you're not alone when the fight comes. The stones on her table seemed to glow in the fading light, and Eleanor allowed herself to hope that maybe, just maybe, she wasn't alone after all. The next few weeks were hard in the way things are hard when you're fighting a system designed to grind you down. Eleanor got a lawyer, a woman named Jennifer Park, from Marquette who specialized in elder abuse cases and property rights. Jennifer was sharp, angry in the right ways, and didn't charge Eleanor more than she could afford. But lawsuits cost money, time, energy, and Eleanor had less of all three than she used to. She stopped sleeping well. The stress lived in her body now, tightening her chest, making her arthritis flare up worse than usual. She lost weight she couldn't afford to lose. Her hands shook sometimes when she tried to pour coffee, but she didn't leave. And every morning when she woke up, there was something new on her porch. Not always the same thing. Sometimes more stones, sometimes twisted branches arranged in patterns. Once, a perfect circle of pine cones, each one standing upright, balanced on its tip in a way that shouldn't be possible but was. Messages, reassurances, a reminder that she was seen. And then, on a cold night in late October, everything changed. Eleanor had gone to bed early, exhausted from a day spent on the phone with her lawyer, going over deposition questions, and she'd fallen into a heavy, dreamless sleep. The kind of sleep that comes from pure physical and emotional depletion. She woke to sound, not a loud sound, a soft one, the kind that pulls you out of sleep because your hindbrain recognizes it as wrong even if your conscious mind doesn't know why yet. Footsteps. On her porch, Eleanor's eyes opened in the darkness. Her bedroom was pitch black. No moon, no stars, the kind of dark that's almost solid. Her heart was hammering, adrenaline flooding her system, making her hands shake as she reached for the .38. Petrie had told her to keep loaded. More footsteps, heavier now, multiple sets. Moving slow, careful, trying to be quiet and not quite managing it. Eleanor got out of bed, every joint screaming protest, and moved to her bedroom door. She could see through the crack into the main room. The wood stove had burned down to embers, giving just enough light to see shapes but not details. 3 shapes, standing in her living room. How had they gotten in? Had she forgotten to lock the door? Impossible, she'd been locking it religiously since Salvo's visit. One of the shapes moved to the window, and in the dim light from the stove, Eleanor saw his face, Scarface, the bigger one who'd threatened her, and the other 2 had to be his partners. They'd broken in while she slept. And now they were in her house, and she was 73 years old with arthritis and a gun she hadn't fired in years. Eleanor's hand tightened on the .38. Her mind was racing, calculating options. She could call out, let them know she was armed, but that might make them rush her. She could call 911, but the closest response time was 20 minutes, and that was if someone was available. She could. The thought stopped dead because something else was happening. The temperature in the cabin had dropped. Not gradually. Suddenly, her breath came out in a visible cloud. Frost began forming on the inside of the windows, creating patterns, like feathers, like warnings written in ice. All 3 men froze. She could see them in the dimness, turning, looking at the windows, at each other. One of them, the smaller one, said something in a voice tight with fear. What the... And then the knocking started. Not on the door, on the walls, all around the cabin. Rhythmic, purposeful, growing louder with each repetition. Tap, 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 tap. The front door shook in its frame. Once, twice. The whole cabin seemed to vibrate with the force of it. Scarface pulled out a gun. "Who's out there?" he shouted. "This is private property." The knocking stopped. The sudden silence was worse than the noise. Eleanor stood frozen in her bedroom doorway, gun raised but forgotten, because what happened next defied everything she thought she knew about the world. The door didn't open, it exploded. The hinges tore free from the frame, and the entire door slammed inward with a force that sent splinters flying across the room. And in the doorway, silhouetted against the darkness outside, stood something that made all 3 men back up without thinking, without choosing to. Pure instinct taking over from conscious thought. 7 feet tall, shoulders wider than any human's, covered in dark hair that seemed to absorb what little light there was. And the eyes, God, the eyes intelligent and ancient and absolutely, unquestionably furious. The creature stepped into the cabin, not rushed, not aggressive, just entered. Taking up space, the way a force of nature takes up space. inevitable and undeniable. Scarface raised his gun. His hand was shaking so bad, Eleanor could see it from 20 feet away. Don't come any closer. The creature stopped, tilted its head, and then it did something Eleanor would remember for the rest of her life. It looked at her, made eye contact. And in that look was a question. Permission, maybe. Or warning. Or both. Eleanor lowered her gun. "They're not worth it," she said. Calm, clear, speaking to it like she'd speak to anyone. "Just make them leave." The creature turned back to the three men. It took one step forward, just one. And the sound it made, low, resonant, vibrating in Eleanor's chest, was less a roar and more a statement. "This is not your place. You are not welcome. Leave." All three men broke. Scarface dropped his gun and ran. The other two followed. They crashed through the door frame, stumbled over each other getting to their truck, and Eleanor heard the engine roar to life and the squeal of tires on gravel as they fled. The creature stood in the doorway for a moment longer. Then it turned and looked at Eleanor again. This time, she saw something else in those eyes. Recognition. Memory. Connection. "Thank you," Eleanor whispered. "Thank you." The creature lowered its head once, a nod, or as close to a nod as its physiology allowed, and then it was gone, moving back into the darkness with no more sound than wind through trees. Eleanor stood there for a long time, her gun hanging forgotten at her side, staring at the empty doorway where her door used to be. The cold had already started to fade, the frost on the windows was melting, and outside, the forest had gone back to its normal silence. She thought she should be scared, thought she should be processing what had just happened, categorizing it, making it make sense. But instead, she just felt grateful and very, very tired. She went back to her bedroom, set the gun on her nightstand, and lay down on her bed fully clothed. And despite everything, the broken door, the threat that had just ended, the impossibility of what she'd witnessed, she fell asleep almost immediately. Some debts, she thought as sleep took her, get repaid in the most unexpected ways. The story should have ended there. Old woman saved by mysterious forest guardian. Bad guys run off. Happy ending. But this is real life, and real life doesn't tie itself up that neatly. Real life has consequences, complications, and people who don't want to believe what they saw even when they saw it. Morning came cold and bright. Eleanor woke to sun streaming through her bedroom window and the sound of someone knocking on what was left of her door frame. She got up slow, stiffer than usual after yesterday's stress and last night's terror, and made her way to the living room. Petrie stood in the doorway, looking at the splintered frame, the door lying on the floor, the way the wood had been torn straight from its hinges. "Jesus Christ. Eleanor," he said. "What happened?" Eleanor had prepared for this question. She'd known it was coming, and she'd decided sometime in the early morning hours, while lying awake watching the sky lighten, what she was going to say. "They came back. 3 of them. Broke in while I was sleeping. But something scared them off before they could do anything." "Something?" Petrie's eyes were sharp. "I don't know what. An animal, maybe. Big one. Heard it on the porch. Heard them scream and run. By the time I got out here, they were gone, and so was whatever chased them." It wasn't exactly a lie, just an editing of the truth in a way that wouldn't make Petrie think she'd lost her mind. Petrie examined the door frame, ran his fingers over the torn wood. "Eleanor, this wasn't broken in, it was broken out. The force came from outside." He looked at her. "What kind of animal can do this?" "I don't know, Marcus. I really don't." He studied her face for a long moment. Then he pulled out his radio. "I'm calling this in. Breaking and entering, maybe attempted assault. And I want the state police crime scene team here. Whatever did this." He gestured at the door. "They need to see it." The rest of the day was chaos. Police, crime scene technicians, photographs, measurements, reports. They found the gun Scarface had dropped registered to him, naturally, which helped Eleanor's case considerably. They found tire tracks from where the truck had peeled out. They took statements, filled out forms, did everything by the book. and they found the prints. In the soft dirt around Eleanor's cabin, in the mud near the creek, in several spots on her property, there were footprints. Not human, not bear, not any animal in any database or field guide. 17 inches long, with 5 distinct toes, showing a bipedal gait pattern, and pressed deep into the earth with a weight that the state police technician estimated at somewhere around 800 pounds. The lead technician, a woman named Sarah Morrison, who'd worked crime scenes for 20 years, stood looking at the clearest print for a long time before she said, "I don't know what made this." "Bear?" suggested one of the younger cops. "Bears walk on 4 legs," Morrison said. "These are bipedal, human gait pattern. But nothing human made these. The size, the depth, the toe configuration." She took photographs from every angle, made plaster casts, measured everything twice. Then she looked at Petrie. "This is going to sound crazy. Try me," Petrie said. "Whatever made these prints stood between this cabin and the path those men ran, stood guard. That's the only explanation for the positioning." Petrie was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Write that in your report, exactly how you just said it." She did. And when the reports went up the chain of command, people started paying attention. Not because they believed not yet, but because the physical evidence was undeniable. And physical evidence doesn't lie, even when it shows you things you don't want to believe. The story went local first. Small newspaper in Marquette, then regional. Then, somehow, it got picked up by a blogger who specialized in cryptozoology and unexplained phenomena. A woman named Nina Harlow, who'd been covering Bigfoot stories for 15 years and knew the difference between hoaxes and genuine mysteries. Nina showed up at Eleanor's cabin 3 days after the incident. She was in her 50s, dressed in practical field clothes, carrying actual research equipment instead of just a camera phone. And she knocked politely and waited instead of just barging in. "Mrs. Brennan, my name is Nina Harlow. I write about unexplained phenomena. I saw the police reports about what happened here, and I was hoping I could ask you some questions." Eleanor sized her up, saw someone serious, genuine, not looking for a circus. "Come in. Coffee? Please." They sat at Eleanor's kitchen table. The new door was being installed that afternoon, and Eleanor found herself telling the truth. Not all of it, not yet, but more than she'd told anyone else. She told Nina about the cave in 1958, about the stones, about the pattern of protection that had developed over the years, about the broken door and the creature standing in her doorway, defending her. Nina listened without interrupting, took notes, asked clarifying questions that showed she was actually listening, actually thinking. And when Eleanor finished, Nina sat back and said, "Mrs. Brennan, I've been investigating these cases for 15 years. I've seen a lot of hoaxes, a lot of misidentifications, a lot of wishful thinking, but I've also seen enough genuine cases to know they're real. And what you're describing fits a pattern I've seen before." "What pattern?" "Reciprocal protection. There are at least a dozen documented cases of Sasquatch, or whatever you want to call them, protecting specific humans. Usually humans who've shown them some kind of prior kindness or respect. It's rare, but it happens." Nina pulled out her phone, showed Eleanor photographs. "This is from Washington State, 2012. Woman named Margaret Chen. She'd been leaving food offerings at the edge of her property for years. When her ex-husband broke in and attacked her, something big intervened. Same size prints as yours. Same protective positioning." Eleanor stared at the photographs. "So I'm not crazy." "You're not crazy. You're blessed, if you want to use that word. Or you're protected. Or you've formed some kind of bond with something most people don't believe exists." Nina leaned forward. "Mrs. Brennan, I'd like to write about this, but only if you're comfortable with it, and only if we do it right. No sensationalism, no tabloid headlines, just the facts, documented and verified." "What good would that do?" "It might help your legal case. If the public believes you're protected by something, if they see the evidence, It makes it a lot harder for that developer to keep harassing you. It also adds to the body of evidence that these beings exist and should be protected. Eleanor thought about it. About Thomas, who'd believed in keeping quiet, keeping private. But Thomas was dead, and Eleanor was alive. And sometimes the rules you follow need to change when the world changes around you. "All right," she said. "Write it. But write it true." Nina smiled. "That's the only way I know how." The article went viral in that strange modern way, where viral means both everywhere and nowhere. It got shared on Facebook by people who believed, and mocked on Twitter by people who didn't. But it also got read hundreds of thousands of times, and with each share, each comment, each debate, the pressure on Richard Salvo and his development company increased. Local TV picked it up, then regional, then, somehow, it ended up on a morning news show as a human interest piece. Elderly woman claims Bigfoot, saved her life, ran the Chiron, and Eleanor watched it from her cabin, shaking her head at how they'd boiled down something sacred into a headline that fit on a screen. But it worked. That was the thing. It actually worked. The development company quietly dropped their legal case. Salvo released a statement saying there had been miscommunications and they wished Mrs. Brennan well. The harassment stopped, and slowly, carefully, Eleanor's life started to return to something like normal. Except it wasn't normal. Not really. Because once you've been defended by something that shouldn't exist, once you've looked into eyes that old and intelligent and kind, you can't go back to pretending the world is small and knowable and safe. People started showing up at her property line. Not many, just a few. Believers, mostly. Some brought gifts, food, blankets, tokens of respect. Some just wanted to stand at the edge of her land and feel close to something mysterious. Eleanor tolerated them as long as they stayed respectful, stayed on public land, didn't push. And every night, she left something on her porch before bed, sometimes food, sometimes just a smooth stone from the creek, a small token that said, "I see you. I remember. Thank you." The stones were always gone by morning. And sometimes, new ones appeared in their place. Winter came early that year. The first snow fell in mid-November, heavy and wet, the kind that bends branches and makes the world go quiet. Eleanor woke to it covering everything: her porch, her truck, the trees turning the forest into something from a dream or a memory she couldn't quite place. She was 74 now. Her birthday had passed without ceremony, just another day that counted down what was left. The arthritis had gotten worse with the cold, and some mornings it took her 20 minutes just to get her hands working well enough to make coffee. Time was doing what time does, wearing her down like water on stone, steady and inevitable, and not particularly cruel about it, just factual. But she was still here, still in her cabin, still watching the forest through her kitchen window, while the coffee brewed and the wood stove ticked with heat. The article Nina had written had faded from the news cycle the way all things do, replaced by the next crisis, the next scandal, the next thing people decided to care about for 15 minutes. But it had left something behind, a sort of peace, a space where Eleanor could breathe without waiting for the next attack. She'd gotten a letter from her son in Phoenix, first real one in 2 years, not just a birthday card with his name signed by his wife. He'd read about what happened, and he'd written to say he was sorry. Sorry for not visiting more. Sorry for not understanding why the cabin mattered. Sorry for suggesting, more than once, that she should sell and move closer to him. Eleanor had cried reading that letter, not because she was angry or hurt, but because forgiveness, real forgiveness, has weight. It's a gift you give someone even when they don't quite deserve it yet, and receiving it back is like finding something you'd lost and forgotten you needed. She'd written him back, told him the cabin was his after she died, if he wanted it, told him she understood he had his own life, told him she loved him and was proud of him, and that was enough. Some days, it was enough. Other days, the loneliness had teeth. It was Marcus Petrie who noticed it first. He'd gotten in the habit of driving by Eleanor's place once or twice a week, just checking in, making sure she was all right. He'd stop, have coffee, talk about nothing important, and then drive away feeling like maybe he'd done some small good thing in a world that didn't always make room for good things. But this particular morning, December 3rd, the kind of cold that makes your bones ache, he pulled up to Eleanor's cabin and sat in his cruiser for a full minute, just looking. The property had changed, not dramatically, not in ways someone who didn't know it would notice. But Marcus had been coming here for years, and he saw it. The tree line had grown thicker, or maybe not grown, these were old pines. They didn't grow fast, but closed in somehow, protective, making a wall between the cabin and the road. The undergrowth had filled in places where it used to be sparse, and all around the perimeter of Eleanor's 40 acres, at regular intervals, there were markings, twisted branches, stacked stones, pine cones arranged in patterns, some fresh, some weathered, but all deliberate, all placed with purpose. Boundary markers, Marcus realized. Territory signs. This place is claimed. This place is guarded. He got out of his cruiser and walked to the nearest marker, 3 stones stacked in a cairn with a branch spiral on top, and he stood there looking at it like it might explain itself if he waited long enough. They're everywhere, Eleanor's voice came from behind him. He turned to see her standing on her porch, wrapped in Thomas's old hunting jacket, holding a mug of coffee in both hands for warmth. All around the property, showed up gradually over the last few weeks. Marcus walked up to the porch. Eleanor, you know what these mean, right? I've got my theories. This is a protected zone. Something's claiming this land, making it known that anyone who comes here with bad intentions. He trailed off. We'll have to answer for it, Eleanor finished. I know, and I'm grateful. Marcus looked at her. This woman who'd outlived her husband, who'd fought off developers and thieves and time itself, who'd somehow earned the protection of something most people didn't believe existed. You scared at all? Of them? No. Eleanor smiled, just a little. I'm more scared of forgetting to pay my electric bill than I am of what's out there in those trees. You're braver than me, then. No, Eleanor said. Just older. Fear and age have an interesting relationship. Some things stop mattering, other things matter more. Marcus accepted a cup of coffee, and they sat on the porch in the cold, watching the forest. And Marcus found himself telling Eleanor things he hadn't told anyone, about his own fears, about getting older, about his daughter, who'd moved to California and barely called, about mortality, that weight that gets heavier the longer you carry it. Eleanor listened the way she always did, fully present, not waiting for her turn to talk, just hearing. And when he finished, she said, You know what I've learned, Marcus? Living this long, losing what I've lost? The things we think matter don't. And the things that really matter, we usually don't recognize until it's almost too late. What matters? Marcus asked. Kindness, connection, paying attention, doing one good thing that ripples out beyond yourself. She gestured toward the forest. I helped something once when I was 19. Had no idea it would matter, but it remembered. It came back. And that's what we leave behind, Marcus. Not money or property or achievements, just the reverberations of who we were to others. They sat in silence after that, and when Marcus left, he felt lighter somehow, like he'd been given something he didn't know he needed. The winter deepened. January came with temperatures that dropped below 0 and stayed there, making the trees crack like gunshots in the night. Eleanor's heating bills went up. Her body hurt more. She started using a cane when the snow got icy, hating it but needing it. Pride and practicality, wrestling to a draw. Nina came to visit twice more, bringing groceries and company. They'd become friends in that surprising way people sometimes do when they see each other, truly, without pretense. Nina was working on a book about protective encounters with cryptids, and Eleanor's story was going to be a central chapter. They'd spent hours going over details, fact-checking, making sure everything was accurate. You know this book might make you famous, right? Nina said one afternoon, sitting at the kitchen table while snow fell outside in thick, lazy flakes. "I'm 74, Eleanor replied. "Too late for fame to do me much good. It's not about fame. It's about documentation, proof, showing that these beings exist and that they're not just monsters in the woods. They're intelligent, they're complex, they're capable of relationships." Nina paused. "You're proof, Eleanor. Walking, talking proof." "I'm proof of something," Eleanor agreed. "Not sure I'm proof of what people think." But she understood what Nina meant. The world was getting smaller, more crowded, more developed. Wild places were disappearing, and with them, the things that lived in wild places. If Eleanor's story could help protect those places, those beings, then maybe it was worth being public about something she'd kept private for so long. "Tell me about the cave again," Nina said, pen poised over her notebook. "The first encounter. I want to make sure I have all the details." So Eleanor told it again, and in the telling, she remembered things she'd forgotten. The way the creature's breath had fogged in the frozen air, the gentleness in its movements despite its size, the intelligence in its eyes that had recognized she and Thomas were in trouble and needed help. "It chose to help us," Eleanor said. "That's what people miss. It wasn't instinct. It wasn't animal behavior. It was choice, compassion. It saw two young, stupid humans about to freeze to death, and it chose to save us." Nina wrote it down word for word. Then she asked, "Do you think it knew, even then, that you'd help it later? That you'd protect its habitat?" Eleanor thought about it. "No, I think it just saw someone who needed help. Same as I did when I left that blanket and coffee. We weren't making deals, we were just being decent. And sometimes that's enough." February brought a thaw. The snow melted in patches, revealing ground that hadn't seen sun in months. Mud season started early. The roads turned to soup, and Eleanor, going out to check her mailbox, slipped. It wasn't dramatic, just a patch of ice hidden under mud, her cane sliding out from under her, her body going down hard. She felt something in her hip pop not break, but shift wrong, and the pain was instant and consuming. She lay there in the mud for a moment, breathing hard, trying to assess the damage. Nothing broken, she thought. Just wrenched, just hurt, in that deep fundamental way that comes from being old and falling down. She managed to get to her hands and knees, then to her feet, using her cane and the mailbox post. Her hips screamed protest with every step, but she made it back to the cabin, dripping mud and melted snow, feeling every one of her 74 years like individual weights. She called Marcus. He came, took one look at her, and drove her to the hospital in Marquette. 3 hours there, x-rays, examination by a doctor who was young enough to be her grandson and spoke to her in the careful, slightly too loud voice people use with the elderly. No fractures, just severe bruising and a strained hip flexor. Rest, ice, elevation. Use the cane, consider a walker. Maybe think about not living alone so far from help. Eleanor thanked him politely and ignored every suggestion except the one about ice. Marcus drove her home in silence, and when they pulled up to her cabin, he said, "You need help, Eleanor, real help. Someone checking on you every day, maybe living with you for a while. I'm fine. You fell in your driveway and couldn't get up. That's not fine." His voice was gentle but firm. "I'm not trying to scare you. I'm trying to keep you alive." Eleanor looked at her cabin through the windshield. Small, isolated, miles from the nearest neighbor. Everything Marcus said was true, and she hated that it was true. "I'll think about it," she said. "Promise? Promise." But that night, lying in her bed with her hip throbbing and her pride wounded worse than her body, Eleanor made a different decision. She wouldn't leave, wouldn't get help, wouldn't change anything. Because here's what nobody else understood. She wasn't afraid of dying. She was afraid of dying somewhere that wasn't home. In some hospital or nursing facility where the walls were white and sterile and nothing smelled like pine or wood smoke or memory. She'd rather die in her cabin, in her bed, looking out at the forest she loved, than live another 10 years somewhere safe and soulless. Some decisions are about life. Others are about how you want your life to end. And Eleanor had decided. March came with mud and rain, and the slow, reluctant promise of spring. Eleanor's hip healed slowly. She moved even more carefully now, aware of her fragility in ways she hadn't been before. The fall had been a warning, and she'd heard it, but she also noticed something else. More activity around the cabin, not threatening, protective. She'd see movement in the tree line at dusk, hear sounds that weren't quite animal, weren't quite human. Find new markers on her property almost every day now. They knew, she realized. Somehow, they knew she'd been hurt, and they were watching closer. One evening, in mid-March, as the sun was setting and the light was going golden heavy through the trees, Eleanor stepped out onto her porch and saw it clearly for the first time in months. The large one. The male, she thought, though she had no way of knowing for sure. 7 feet tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair that caught the last light like burnished copper. It stood at the tree line, not hidden, not shy, just there. Eleanor's breath caught. She gripped her cane and took a careful step forward. Then another. The creature didn't move. She walked to the edge of her porch, as close as her nerve would take her. And she spoke, voice steady despite her hammering heart. "Thank you," she said, "for everything, for saving me, for watching over this place, for remembering." The creature tilted its head, studying her. And then it did something that made Eleanor's eyes fill with tears she hadn't known were there. It raised one massive hand, fingers thick as branches, palm broad as a dinner plate, and pressed it flat against its chest, over its heart. Just for a moment. Then it lowered its hand and melted back into the forest, like it had never been there at all. But Eleanor stood on that porch for a long time after, her own hand pressed to her own chest, feeling her heart beat against her palm, and understanding that she'd just been given something most people never get. Acknowledgement, recognition, a connection that transcended species and language and logic. She went inside and wrote about it in her journal, the one she'd started keeping after the incident in October. Wrote it all down in careful detail, so that if she died tomorrow, someone would find it and know what this place meant, what lived here, what mattered. The journal was up to 70 pages now, a chronicle of signs and signals, of protection and presence, of a relationship between a woman and something the world said couldn't exist but did. And someday, Eleanor thought, someone would read it and understand that the world is bigger and stranger and more beautiful than we're told, that there are places where the wild things still live. And some of them remember kindness. Nina's book came out in April. It was published by a small press that specialized in cryptozoology and unexplained phenomena, and nobody expected it to do much. But sometimes books find their moment, and this one did. It got reviewed in places that don't usually review books about Bigfoot. The New York Times, NPR, The Washington Post. Because Nina had done something smart, she'd presented it not as a cryptozoology book, but as a meditation on our relationship with wilderness, with mystery, with the things we've lost as the world gets more developed and less wild. Eleanor's story was Chapter 7, The Debt Remembered. Nina had handled it perfectly. No sensationalism, no melodrama, just facts presented clearly and evidence documented thoroughly. The photographs of the footprints, the police reports, the testimony from Marcus and the crime scene technicians, Eleanor's own account, written in her spare, honest voice. The book sold, and sold, and sold. Within weeks, there were film crews asking to visit, podcasters wanting interviews, true crime shows wanting to do episodes. Eleanor said no to most of them, said yes to a few she trusted, did one interview with a documentary filmmaker from PBS who treated the story with respect and didn't ask stupid questions. And through it all, the forest kept watch. The markers remained. The protection continued. Eleanor's mailbox filled with letters. Most were supportive people sharing their own encounters, their own experiences with things they couldn't explain. Some were hateful, calling her a liar, a fraud, an attention seeker. A few were scary enough that Marcus came and read them and filed reports. But one letter was different. It came in late May, in a hand-addressed envelope with no return address. Inside was a single page, typed, unsigned. Mrs. Brennan, I was one of the men in your cabin that night. I never believed in anything I couldn't see or touch or understand. But what I saw, I can't explain it. I can't forget it. I drink to forget it, but I still see those eyes. I came to your home to hurt you, to scare you, to force you off land. You had every right to keep, and something protected you. Something that could have killed me and didn't. I don't know if you believe in God, or redemption, or any of that. But I wanted you to know I'm sorry, and I'm trying to be better. Trying to live like maybe I'm being watched by something that gives second chances. Thank you for not shooting me. Thank you for whatever you are, that made it possible for me to learn something I should have known all along. Some things are sacred, and kindness matters. Eleanor read that letter 3 times. Then she folded it carefully and put it in her journal, because that, she thought, was what everything meant. Not the fame, or the book, or the evidence, but that one man who'd come to do harm learned something about mercy, about protection, about consequences and compassion. That was the ripple. That was what mattered. Summer came gentle that year, warm but not hot. The forest turned green and thick, and wildflowers bloomed in patches along the creek. Eleanor's garden, small but productive, gave her tomatoes and beans and lettuce, more than she could eat, which she shared with Marcus and Nina and Betty from the diner. She felt good in June and July. The hip had healed as much as it was going to. She'd learned to move with it, adjust for it, accept it, as part of her new normal. Some mornings were harder than others, but that was age, that was life. You adapted. Her son came to visit in August. First time in 4 years. He brought his wife and their 2 kids, Eleanor's grandchildren, teenagers now, nearly grown. They stayed for a week, sleeping on air mattresses in the living room, cooking meals together, hiking the trails. Eleanor watched her son look at the forest with new eyes, saw him reading the markers, the signs, saw him standing at the tree line at dusk, watching, waiting, hoping to see what his mother had seen. He didn't. The forest kept its secrets. But on his last night, sitting on the porch with Eleanor while his family slept inside, he said, "Mom, I get it now. Why you wouldn't leave. This place, there's something here." "There is," Eleanor agreed. "You're not alone here." "No, I'm not." He was quiet for a moment. Then, "When you die, and I'm not rushing you, I'm just being practical when you die. I'd like to keep this place. Not sell it, not develop it, just keep it. Maybe come here sometimes. Let my kids come. Make sure it stays protected." Eleanor's throat tightened. "I'd like that. I'll need to know everything. About the markers, about what to leave, what not to do, how to be respectful. Will you teach me?" "Yes," Eleanor said. "Yes, I'll teach you." They sat together in the darkness, and Eleanor felt something she hadn't felt in years. Continuity, legacy. The knowledge that what she'd protected would continue to be protected after she was gone. Some gifts take a lifetime to give. Others take longer. September came again. 1 year since Salvo and his men had first shown up. 1 year since the twisted branches had appeared. Eleanor was 75 now, moving slower, sleeping less, aware in her bones that time was finite and getting more finite every day. But she was content. That was the word, content. She'd made peace with most of what needed peacemaking. Her son knew about the forest and would protect it. Nina's book had brought attention and protection to this place, and others like it. The markers continued, the presence continued, and Eleanor knew in the way you know things that can't be proven, but are true anyway, that she was safe here. The leaves started to turn, gold and red and orange, that brief moment of glory before the fall. And Eleanor spent her days on the porch, wrapped in blankets, watching the forest prepare for winter, Marcus stopped by one afternoon in late September. He looked tired, older than his 59 years. The job was wearing him down, he said, thinking about retiring early, maybe buying that cabin on Lake Superior he'd been eyeing for years. Do it, Eleanor said. Life's too short to spend it doing things that drain you. Look at you, giving advice like you're some kind of guru. I'm old. It makes people think I'm wise even when I'm just stating the obvious. They laughed, and it felt good. Easy. The kind of friendship that doesn't need maintenance, just shows up, and is itself. Before he left, Marcus said, "You know, Eleanor, I've been thinking about everything that happened last year. The break-in, the creature, all of it. And I realized something. I've been a sheriff for 30 years, seen a lot of things, solved a lot of cases, but I've never seen anything like this. Never seen proof of something that reminds us the world's bigger than we think, stranger than we know. And maybe that's important. Maybe we need places like this, need creatures like that, need mysteries we can't solve to remind us we don't know everything. Maybe," Eleanor said, "or maybe we just need to remember that kindness matters, that what you give out comes back, that the world pays attention even when we think it doesn't." That too, Marcus agreed. The first snow came in early October. Not much, just a dusting, but it reminded Eleanor that winter was coming, and with it, the hardest season for an old woman living alone. Her wood was stacked, her pantry was full, her medical prescriptions were refilled. She was ready, but her body was failing in small ways now, forgetting things, moving slower, hurting more. She'd wake up some mornings and not quite remember where she was for a few seconds, her brain taking its time catching up to her body. She knew what this meant, understood it with the clarity that comes from being 75 and having watched people die for decades. This was the beginning of the end, not immediate, not urgent, but inevitable. The long slope that only goes one direction. She wasn't scared, but she was thoughtful about it, about what would happen, where she'd die hopefully in her bed, in her cabin, looking at the forest. Who would find her? Marcus, probably, on one of his check-ins. What would happen after her son would come, would handle things, would keep the cabin and protect the land and the forest, the beings who'd protected her. They'd continue. They'd been here long before her and would be here long after. That was the comfort, that some things outlast us. Some protection continues beyond our individual lives. She wrote all this in her journal, not morbid, just practical, tying up loose ends on paper. And she wrote one more thing. To whoever finds this journal, please know that what's written here is true. Every word, every encounter. The beings in these woods are real. They're intelligent. They're capable of memory and compassion and choice. They protected me because I helped them once, a long time ago, and they remembered. That's what I want you to know. That kindness echoes. That debts get paid, sometimes in unexpected ways. That the world is bigger and more mysterious and more beautiful than we're told. Don't let this place be developed. Don't let the forest be cut down. Some things are sacred. Remember that. She signed it, dated it, and left it on her kitchen table where someone would find it. Then she made herself a cup of tea, sat in her rocking chair by the stove, and watched the snow fall outside her window. The incident came in mid-October. Not violent, not dramatic. Just a thing that happens when you're old and alone and your body decides it's done cooperating. Eleanor had gotten up in the night to use the bathroom, a routine so familiar she didn't bother turning on lights. But somewhere between the bed and the bathroom door, her hip gave out. Not painfully, just stopped working. Her leg collapsed under her, and she went down hard, hitting her head on the door frame on the way. She lay on the floor, stunned, tasting blood in her mouth where she'd bitten her tongue. Her head throbbed. Her hip had that grinding, broken feeling that said this was worse than last time. Much worse. She tried to get up, couldn't. Tried to call out. Her voice came weak and thin. Tried to reach for something to pull herself up with. Nothing was close enough. The floor was cold. Her body was heavy. And Eleanor understood. with sudden clarity, that this might be it. She might die here, on her bathroom floor, alone in the dark. She wasn't afraid, just resigned. Disappointed, maybe, that it would end like this, instead of peacefully in her bed. But that was life. It rarely gave you the ending you wanted. She closed her eyes and focused on breathing. That's all you can do sometimes. Just keep breathing and wait to see what happens. What happened was this. She heard the door open. Not the bathroom door, the front door. Heard footsteps, heavy and careful, moving through her cabin. Heard a sound, that low resonant sound she'd heard before, 47 years ago in the snow. And then she felt something lift her. Not roughly, gently, the way you'd lift something precious and fragile. She opened her eyes and saw him, the big male, his face close to hers, those ancient eyes looking at her with something that might have been concern, or might have been understanding, or might have been both. He carried her to her bed, laid her down carefully, covered her with her blanket, and then he stood there, watching her, and Eleanor understood that he was waiting, keeping vigil, making sure she was all right. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you." He made that sound again, softer this time. Then he moved to the corner of her bedroom and sat down, actually sat, like a human would, back against the wall, knees up, and just stayed there. Eleanor closed her eyes. The pain in her hip was bad. The throbbing in her head was worse, but she felt safe, protected, watched over by something that had no reason to care about one old woman except that she'd been kind once, a lifetime ago, and kindness matters. She slept, and when she woke hours later, dawn light streaming through her window, he was gone. But on her nightstand, arranged carefully, was a stack of smooth river stones, 7 of them, each one perfect. A message: "You are not alone." Marcus found her that afternoon. She'd managed to call 911 from her cell phone, speech slurred, barely coherent. He'd gotten the call and raced over, breaking every speed limit, heart in his throat. She was still in bed, conscious but confused. Concussion, clearly. And the hip was broken this time, no doubt about it. "Eleanor, what happened?" She tried to explain, but the words came out wrong. Something about falling, something about being carried, something about stones. Marcus called for an ambulance. Then he looked around her cabin, saw the door was unlocked but not broken, saw the stones on her nightstand, saw, in the dust on her floor, a print, a big one, 17 inches, 5 2s. He stared at that print for a long time. Then he took a picture with his phone, carefully, making sure to get the measurement tape in the frame. Evidence, documentation, proof. The ambulance came. They took Eleanor to Marquette. Broken hip, moderate concussion, dehydration. She'd need surgery, rehab, possibly long-term care. But she was alive. Against odds, against logic, against the reality of being 75 and alone and falling in the night. She was alive because someone had been watching. Someone had come when she needed help. Someone had remembered. Eleanor spent 3 weeks in the hospital. The surgery went well. The rehab was hard. Her son came from Phoenix and stayed, sleeping in a hotel, visiting every day. They talked about the future, about options, about whether she could go home or if she needed assisted living. "I want to go home," Eleanor said. Her voice was stronger now, the concussion healing. "I need to go home. Mom, you can't live alone anymore." This proved it, if that. If whatever it was hadn't helped you, you'd have died on that floor. But it did help me. Don't you see? I'm protected there. I'm watched over. I'm safer in that cabin than I'd be anywhere else. Her son ran his hands through his hair, frustrated, scared. "You're asking me to let you go back to a place where you'll be alone and vulnerable and watched over by something you saw yourself. Remember? The markers, the signs. You felt it. You know what's there." He was quiet for a long time. Then, "If you go back, I'm hiring a home health aide, someone who checks on you every day. Non-negotiable. Deal," Eleanor said. So she went home, with a walker this time. with medications and exercises, and a nurse named Patricia who came every morning to help with bathing and dressing and making sure Eleanor was eating properly. Patricia was in her 50s, practical and no-nonsense, and she took one look at the forest surrounding the cabin and said, "Well, this is isolated. I like isolated," Eleanor replied. "You fall again out here. It could be hours before someone finds you." "I won't fall." But Patricia saw the markers, saw the stacked stones and twisted branches, saw the way Eleanor would stand at the window at dusk, watching the tree line. And after a few weeks, Patricia said, "There's something here, isn't there? In the woods." "Yes," Eleanor said. "No point in lying. And it's friendly?" "To me, yes." "Should I be scared?" Eleanor thought about it. "No, just respectful. Don't disturb the markers. Don't go into the woods at night. And if you see something, just acknowledge it politely and go about your business." Patricia nodded like this was normal advice. Like being told to be polite to cryptids was just part of the job. Okay then, and that was that. November came. Eleanor was healing slowly. The hip would never be what it was, but she could walk with the walker, could get around her cabin, could sit on the porch and watch the forest. Patricia came every day, efficient and kind, and slowly Eleanor's strength returned. Nina visited in late November. She was working on a second book, a follow-up, and wanted to include what had happened to Eleanor. The rescue, the protection, the continued presence. "You know what you are," Nina said, sitting at the kitchen table with her notebook. "You're living proof that these beings are capable of sustained, complex relationships, that they remember across decades, that they protect those who've shown them kindness. This is incredible, Eleanor. This changes everything we think we know about them." "I don't want to be proof," Eleanor said. "I just want to live out my days in peace." "I know, but your story matters. It helps protect not just you, but all the places they live, all the wild spaces left. The more people understand that these beings are intelligent, compassionate, worthy of protection, the harder it becomes to develop their habitat." Eleanor understood that, accepted it. "All right, write it. But Nina, I'm 75. I've had a good life. This story, it's not about me being saved. It's about remembering that we're connected to things bigger than ourselves. That kindness ripples, that the world pays attention. Make sure that comes through." "I will," Nina promised. That's exactly the point. The winter solstice came on a Tuesday, the shortest day of the year, the longest night. Eleanor had always liked solstices, those pivot points where the world turns one direction or another, where things change in ways you can measure. She'd been in bed by 4:30 that afternoon, exhausted from the simple act of living. Patricia had helped her bathe, had made her dinner, had set everything within reach before leaving at 6 p.m. Eleanor lay in bed, listening to the quiet. The wood stove ticked, the cabin settled. Outside, the temperature was dropping, the kind of cold that makes the trees crack like rifle shots. And then she heard it, that sound, low, resonant, vibrating in her chest. The sound that meant someone was here, someone was watching. She got up slowly, walker, steps careful, hip protesting, and made her way to the kitchen window. And there, in the moonlight, standing in the clearing behind her cabin, were 7 of them, the big male in front, a female beside him, nearly as tall, and 5 others different sizes, different ages forming a loose semicircle. A family, a tribe, a community. They stood there, not moving, just present. And Eleanor understood that this was a gift, a showing, a revelation of what she'd been protecting all these years without fully knowing it. She pressed her hand to the window, and one by one, they each pressed their hands to their chests. The gesture she'd seen before, acknowledgement, recognition, thanks. Then they turned and walked back into the forest, moving like shadows, like mist, like things that exist in the spaces between certainty and doubt. Eleanor stood at the window for a long time after they'd gone, and she felt something settle in her chest. Not peace exactly, more like completion, like she'd lived long enough to see the full circle, to understand that the young woman who'd been saved in 1958 had become the old woman who'd protected what saved her. That the debt had been paid and repaid until it wasn't a debt anymore, just a relationship, a connection, a bond. She went back to bed and slept deeply, dreamlessly, the best sleep she'd had in months. January brought bitter cold. Temperatures stayed below zero for days at a time. Eleanor stayed inside mostly, watching the world through her windows, content to be warm and safe and alive. Patricia still came every day. Marcus visited once a week. Nina called regularly. Her son video called on Sundays, bringing the grandkids to the screen, making her laugh with stories about their ordinary, beautiful lives. And every night, before she went to bed, Eleanor would stand at her window and look out at the forest. Sometimes she saw them, sometimes she didn't, but she always felt them. That presence, that protection, that reminder that she was not alone and had never been alone. The journal on her kitchen table had grown to over 100 pages now. A chronicle of a life spent at the edges of mystery, a documentation of protection and presence, and the ways that kindness creates connections that transcend what we think is possible. One evening in late January, Eleanor added a final entry. I don't know how much longer I have. Months, maybe. A year if I'm lucky. But I know this. I will die in this cabin, in this place I love, watched over by beings who remember kindness. That's more than most people get. That's grace. To whoever reads this, my son, probably, or maybe Nina, or maybe some stranger who finds this journal years from now, please understand what I'm telling you. The world is full of mystery, full of things that don't fit in the boxes we're taught to check. And that's not something to fear. That's something to protect, to honor, to cherish. These beings in the forest are real. They're intelligent. They're capable of memory and compassion and choice. They've protected me because I helped them once, because I showed them respect, because I treated them as worthy of kindness. And they remembered. For 47 years, they remembered. That's what I want you to take from this. Not that Bigfoot exists, though they do, but that kindness matters. That what you give out comes back, that connections transcend species and logic and time. Protect this place. Protect these forests. Protect the wild spaces where mystery still lives. Because once they're gone, they don't come back. And the world is poorer for it. I've had a good life. I've loved and been loved. I've seen things most people never see. I've been saved by something that had no reason to save me except that I was kind once, long ago. And kindness is its own reason. That's enough. That's more than enough. That's everything. Thank you for reading this. Thank you for believing, or at least for being open to believing. Thank you for keeping the mystery alive. With love and gratitude, Eleanor Brennan. She dated it, signed it, and closed the journal. Then she went to bed, and she slept. Eleanor Brennan died on February 14th, Valentine's Day, in her sleep. Patricia found her the next morning, peaceful, comfortable, her hand resting on top of the pile of smooth stones she'd kept on her nightstand. Marcus came. Her son flew in from Phoenix. Nina drove up from Milwaukee. They mourned. They made arrangements. They handled the things that need handling when someone dies. The funeral was small, just family, a few friends, people who'd known Eleanor and loved her. Marcus gave a eulogy that talked about courage and kindness and living on your own terms. Nina read from Eleanor's journal, not all of it, just enough to make it clear that Eleanor had lived an extraordinary life in an ordinary place. And on the day they buried her small cemetery in Crowley Springs, next to Thomas, like it should be something happened that everyone there saw and no one quite knew how to explain. As they were lowering the casket into the ground, 7 tall figures emerged from the tree line at the edge of the cemetery. They didn't come close, didn't approach, just stood there at the boundary, watching. Everyone stopped. The ceremony paused. And for almost a full minute, those figures stood at attention, witnessing, honoring, acknowledging, and then they turned and walked back into the forest. The ceremony continued. People looked at each other, uncertain how to name what they'd seen, but they'd all seen it. All 23 people there, witnesses to something that shouldn't be possible but was. After everyone left, after the cemetery workers filled in the grave and placed the flowers, Marcus stood there alone for a moment, and he noticed something on top of Eleanor's grave. 7 smooth river stones, arranged in a spiral, each one perfectly placed. He didn't remove them, just took a picture, made sure it was documented, and then he left them there. A gift, a marker, a sign that some connections outlast death. Eleanor's cabin went to her son, as she'd wanted. He kept it exactly as she'd left it. Didn't change anything, just visited twice a year, bringing his family, teaching his kids about the forest and the markers, and the importance of being respectful. The journal was published as an appendix in Nina's second book, word for word, exactly as Eleanor had written it. And it became something of a pilgrimage site, people coming to Crowley Springs, asking directions to Brennan's Preserve, which was what people had started calling it, wanting to see the place where one old woman had formed a bond with something the world said couldn't exist. The development company never came back. The land stayed protected. The markers remained. And sometimes, not often, but sometimes hikers would report seeing tall figures in the woods, moving quietly, watching, protecting. But here's what Eleanor would want you to know, what this whole story is really about. It's not about Bigfoot or cryptids or proving anything to anyone. It's about remembering that kindness matters. That what you do when you think no one's watching is actually the most important thing you do. That connections can transcend species and time and logic. That some debts get paid in ways you never expect. That protection can come from the unlikeliest sources. That the world is bigger and stranger and more beautiful than we're told. Eleanor Brennan was an ordinary woman who did one extraordinary thing. She showed compassion to something that needed help. And that single act rippled forward through 47 years, protecting her when she needed it most, teaching everyone who knew her story that the world pays attention, that kindness echoes, that what we give out comes back. Some people live their whole lives trying to leave a legacy. Eleanor just lived with kindness and let the legacy build itself. And now, decades after that first encounter in the snow, after the broken door and the marked boundaries and the 7 figures at a funeral, her story continues. Not because it's dramatic or sensational, but because it's true. And true things, real things, honest things, they have a way of mattering. So the next time you're in the woods, pay attention. Be respectful. Be kind. You never know who's watching. You never know what debts you're creating, what connections you're forming, what protection you're earning. The world is full of mystery, full of things that don't fit in boxes. And that's not something to fear. That's something to cherish. Eleanor Brennan knew that. And now you do too. Thank you for sticking with this story, for listening, for being open to possibility. If it moved you, if it made you think differently about the world, about kindness, about what matters, then hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss future stories like this. And tell someone you know, share this, spread it, keep the mystery alive. Because some stories need to be told, some truths need to be remembered. And some lessons about compassion, protection, and the echoes of kindness need to be heard. Eleanor's land is still there. The forest still stands. And something still watches over it, keeping the promise that was made long ago. Some debts get paid. Some kindness gets remembered. Some connections never break. Remember that. And maybe, just maybe, the world will remember you back.